Hey, my friends. You will hear the heavy rain sound while I am driving my car. But believe me, it will all come down and make this journey smooth, like a fog lifting from a tired mind. I can feel your restlessness through the screen, the way you're clutching your phone, hoping for a moment of peace. The day has been a storm of its own, and you're soaked through with worry. But this is your harbor now. Let the engines hum and the rain's rhythm rock you into stillness. I'm Dev, and this is Shadowed Slumber. If these stories resonate, please subscribe and like. It helps this small sanctuary grow. And in the comments, share what you're running from tonight. You are safe in the passenger seat. Let's begin. Story 1. The first thing you notice about a new house is the quiet, not the pleasant kind, not the muffled peace of settled walls and old insulation. It's a hollow quiet, a waiting quiet, like the space itself hasn't decided what kind of sounds it's going to hold yet. I didn't think much of it at the time. That was December, and I needed the work. I was 23. Freshly graduated with a teaching certificate nobody was hiring for, living in my parents' basement in a town where the only thing growing was foreclosure signs. The economy had sputtered, the factory on the edge of town had shut down, and the Main Street storefronts blinked out one by one like exhausted fireflies. My days were spent scrolling through endless job boards, polishing cover letters that never got past the automated screening, and reheating the same frozen lasagna my mother made in bulk. The only thing that felt like a promise was the occasional babysitting gig that slipped through the cracks of the desperate hire market. Carly and Mark Thompson had just closed on a brand new development off Miller Road. One of those subdivisions that went up in 6 months flat, all identical gray siding and white trim and windows that gleamed like they'd never been rained on. They had a 2-year-old named Leo and a weekend trip to Chicago that they'd been planning since before they'd even unpacked. I'd babysat for them twice before. Easy kids, Leo was. The kind of toddler who laughed at his own feet and ate broccoli without being asked. The Thompsons were the sort of people who left typed instructions and fridge magnets shaped like pineapples and didn't blink when you asked if it was okay to use their Wi-Fi. Normal people. The kind who bought new houses because old ones meant termites and bad pipes and ghosts they didn't believe in anyway. Carly handed me the key on a Friday afternoon. She had that harried look of someone who'd packed 3 suitcases for a 2-night trip and was still convinced she'd forgotten something. "Bedtime 7:30, she said, pulling on her coat. "He'll go down easy. If he wakes up, just warm the bottle in the microwave. 20 seconds. Shake it. Test it on your wrist. He likes the blue bear, not the green one. The green one's for car rides." "The green bear's for car rides," I repeated, because she seemed to need the reassurance. She touched my arm. "You're a lifesaver, Rachel. Seriously. Mark's mom was supposed to do this, but she got the flu, and we've had these tickets for 7 months, Mark said from the door, his voice patient. He was holding 2 roller bags and a toddler who was trying to eat his own mittens. "We'll be back Sunday night. Emergency contacts on the fridge. There's cash on the counter for pizza." "Already know," I said. "Go. Have fun." Carly kissed Leo's forehead, then mine, which I pretended not to find strange. She smelled like lavender and coffee. Then they were gone, the front door clicking shut with that solid, heavy sound new doors make, and I was alone in a house that still had the sticker on the dishwasher. I put Leo down at 7:22. He went without a fight, clutching the blue bear with one hand and his own ear with the other. A self-soothing thing he did that Carly had warned me about. He'll grow out of it, she'd said. Or he won't. Either way, it's cute. The nursery was at the top of the stairs, second door on the left. I'd been in there once before, when Carly was showing me where the diapers were. It was painted a color called Seafoam Dream that looked more like mint toothpaste, with a cloud-shaped mobile that played You Are My Sunshine on a loop until you switched it off. The window faced the backyard, which was still just dirt and construction gravel, and the skeleton of a fence that hadn't been built yet. I went downstairs, ordered a pizza, and settled onto the couch with my laptop. The living room was enormous in the way new houses are. Too much empty space, not enough walls to fill it. The ceiling was vaulted, 14 feet at least, with recessed lights that hummed slightly when you turned them on. Everything smelled like paint and carpet glue and that faint chemical sweetness of brand new drywall. Around 9, I started hearing the house settle. That's what I told myself. Houses settle. Even new ones. Especially new ones, probably, with all that wood still drying and foundations still shifting. There were pops and creaks and little pinging sounds from the pipes. Normal. I'd been babysitting since I was 15. I knew what houses sounded like. But these sounded different. Not from the walls, from above, from the ceiling. At first, it was just a single creak, like something heavy shifting weight on the second floor. I looked up, laptop balanced on my knees. The living room ceiling was smooth and unbroken, a seamless stretch of drywall, with no attic access visible, no seams, no nothing. Just white and flat and humming with those quiet lights. I went back to my work. Grading practice, essays that didn't matter for a job I wouldn't get. The second sound came 15 minutes later. A thump, soft, deliberate, like a fist wrapped in a towel hitting wood. I paused the video I wasn't really watching and listened. Nothing, just the refrigerator kicking on and the heating vents breathing. Just the house, I said out loud, and the words felt ridiculous in the empty room. I fell asleep on the couch somewhere around 11. Not a real sleep. The half-sleep of someone who isn't supposed to be sleeping, with one ear open for cries or whimpers from the baby monitor on the coffee table. The monitor was silent. Leo slept like a stone, Carly had said. She wasn't wrong. I awoke to the feeling of being watched. That's the only way to describe it. That prickle across the back of the neck. The sudden awareness that you are not alone in the space you thought was empty. I opened my eyes to darkness. I turned off the lights at some point, or maybe they'd turned themselves off, and the house was still. Not settling, not creaking, still in a way that felt like it was holding its breath. The baby monitor crackled. Not Leo crying, not even static, just a soft exhalation of sound, like someone breathing close to the receiver on the other end. I sat up, heart already going faster than it should. The red light on the monitor glowed steady. I picked it up, turned the volume dial, listened. Nothing. Then the sound came again, a murmur. Too low to make out words, but definitely human. Definitely not a toddler. I pressed the monitor to my ear, straining. It was like listening to a conversation happening underwater. All muffled vowels and no consonants. I checked the battery, the connection. Everything was fine. The nursery camera showed a dark room, Leo's small lump under the blankets, the blue bear tucked under his arm. I looked at the clock on my phone. 2:17 a.m. I grabbed my sweater and went upstairs. The hallway at the top of the stairs was dark, except for the nightlight Carly had plugged in near the bathroom. A little plastic moon that cast pale yellow light onto the carpet. I walked past the bathroom, past the master bedroom, with its door half open and its made bed waiting for people who were in Chicago, and stopped at the nursery door. Leo was sitting up in his crib. He wasn't crying. He wasn't making any noise at all. He was just sitting, his back straight, his small face turned toward the ceiling. His eyes were open wide, the way toddlers' eyes get when they're seeing something they don't understand. And his thumb was in his mouth, but he wasn't sucking it, just holding it there. "Hey, buddy," I said softly, pushing the door open. "Everything okay?" He didn't look at me. He kept staring at the ceiling. I followed his gaze. The ceiling was white and smooth like the one downstairs, but smaller, lower. There was a discolored patch near the corner. A faint yellowish stain that looked almost like water damage, which didn't make sense because the roof was new, and it hadn't rained in 2 weeks. I stared at it, waiting for it to be something. It was just a stain. "Leo," I said, moving closer, "what are you looking at?" He finally turned to me. His face was calm, not scared, which was somehow worse than if he'd been crying. He pulled his thumb out of his mouth and pointed, straight up, at the corner of the ceiling where the stain was. "Man," he said. I looked up again. "There's no man, sweetie. That's just up," he said, and his voice was so certain, so matter-of-fact, that I felt a cold wash of something I couldn't name run down my spine. "Man in the ceiling." I didn't say anything. I couldn't. I stood there in the dark of his nursery, with the Cloud Mobile hanging motionless above his crib, and the mint-green walls looking gray in the nightlight's glow. And I listened. Nothing. No creaking. No thumping. No murmuring. Just the sound of Leo breathing steady and calm, like he hadn't just told me there was a man in his ceiling. I picked him up. He came easily, his small weight solid against my chest, his blue bear dangling from one hand. I carried him to the guest room at the end of the hall and put him in the queen-sized bed, tucking the covers around him like a nest. He was already closing his eyes. "Night-night," he murmured. "Night-night," I said, and I didn't sleep at all after that. The Thompsons came back Sunday night, tired and happy, with a magnet from a deep-dish pizza place stuck to the fridge and a bag of Garrett's popcorn in the car. Carly hugged me, asked if Leo was okay, and I said yes, of course. He was perfect. He'd slept through both nights except for that one wake up. I didn't mention the ceiling. I didn't mention the man. I didn't mention the stain, or the murmuring on the monitor, or the way I'd spent the rest of Saturday in the living room, with every light on, refusing to look up, because none of it had been real. I was tired. I was stressed. I'd watched a scary movie the week before, something about a basement, and my subconscious was working overtime. New houses weren't haunted. That was the whole point of new houses. They didn't have histories. They didn't have secrets. They were just empty spaces waiting to be filled. I convinced myself of that. I really did. I went back to my parents' basement, and my essays, and my mounting student loan debt. And I didn't think about the Thompsons or their perfect new house, or the way Leo's voice had been so calm when he'd said "man in the ceiling." Mark called me 3 weeks later. I was halfway through reheating leftovers when I saw his name on my phone, and I almost didn't answer. We weren't friends. We were employer. employee. The only reason he'd be calling was because they needed another date night, and I wasn't sure I wanted to go back. But I answered, because I wasn't a coward, and because I needed the money. Raquiel, he said, and his voice was wrong. Not panicked, not angry, just wrong in the way someone sounds when they're trying very hard to sound normal. Hey, sorry to call out of the blue. I had a question about something. Sure, I said, stirring my pasta. What's up? You didn't happen to notice anything, strange while you were here? The weekend we were gone? I stopped stirring. Strange how? I asked. Just anything out of the ordinary. Sounds, temperature changes, stuff like that. I set the spoon down. Mark, what happened? He was quiet for a long moment. I could hear Carly in the background, her voice sharp with tension, saying something I couldn't make out. Then Mark sighed, and that sigh said more than any explanation could. I was in the basement today, he said, trying to figure out where to put the water softener, and I found something. I waited. You know how these new builds, they pour the foundation, and then they frame the house on top of it. The basement's supposed to be one continuous space. Unfinished, but open. That's what they told us. That's what we paid for. Okay, I said, not following. Raquel, there's a wall down there. An interior wall. Framed, dry-walled, sealed. It wasn't on the blueprints. It's not supposed to be there. And I think... He stopped. I heard him exhale, long and slow. I think there's a room behind it. It's been sealed off, completely. I thought about the stain in Leo's nursery, the discolored patch in the corner, right where the ceiling met the wall, right where the basement would be underneath. What did you find? I asked. I haven't opened it yet, he said. I wanted to call you first, because you were here, and I don't know who else to ask. Did Leo say anything to you? Anything at all? The words were there. Up. Man in the ceiling. They were right there, sitting on my tongue, and I almost said them. But something stopped me. Something that had been building since that night, some small voice of self-preservation that told me if I said it out loud, I couldn't take it back. No, I said. He was fine. He slept great. All weekend. Mark was silent. Then he said, okay, thanks. I'll let you know what we find. He hung up before I could say anything else. I didn't hear from him for another week. I told myself it was fine. Whatever he'd found, it was just a construction error. A room that had been framed in and then forgotten. It happened. Contractors cut corners. Blueprints got misread. There was nothing supernatural about it. But I kept thinking about the stain, and the murmur, and small, certain voice. On Thursday, Carly called me. She was crying. Raquiel, she said. And her voice was thin and tight, like she'd been holding everything together, and was only now starting to crack. I need to tell you something. And I need you to promise you won't think I'm crazy. I promise, I said, even though I wasn't sure I could. Mark opened the wall. My chest went cold. What was in it? There was a long pause. I could hear her breathing, shaky and uneven. Then she said, clothes, old clothes, women's clothes, from the 40s or 50s, I don't know. A photograph, a hairbrush with hair still in it. Some letters. She laughed, but it wasn't a happy sound. Mark's been reading the letters. They're from a woman. She was. Another pause. She was writing to someone. I don't know who. The name's torn off the top of all of them. But she kept talking about the house. About how she was waiting to be let in. About how she was already here. She just needed them to find her. I sat down on my bed. The phone was slippery in my hand. Carly, that's... I know, she said. I know it sounds insane. But the letters are real. They're old. They're in her handwriting. And Mark said... She stopped. Mark said the floor in the room was dirt. Not concrete. Not poured. Just packed dirt like it was a crawl space. And the clothes were all perfectly folded. On a shelf that someone built into the wall. The room was fully sealed, Rachel. No windows. No door. She was never supposed to get out. Get out of where? I asked. The room, Carly said as if it were obvious. She was trapped in the room. Or, she faltered, or she's still there. I don't know. Mark doesn't want to talk about it. He wants to seal it back up, pretend it never happened. But I can't. I can't pretend I don't know what's under our house. I asked her if Leo had been acting differently. If he'd been pointing at things, saying things. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, he points at the ceiling, all the time. Every night when I put him down, he points at the corner of his room and says, the man I finished. Yes, she whispered, the man. But it's not a man. That's what the letters say. She was a woman, and she's been waiting. Waiting for someone to find her. Waiting for someone to... I don't know what she was going to say. The line cut out. Static. White noise that sounded almost like words, almost like a voice, and then nothing at all. I called her back, and it went straight to voicemail. I went over there the next day. It wasn't bravery. It was compulsion, the same thing that makes you stare at a wreck on the highway, even though you know you shouldn't. The Thompsons' house sat at the end of Miller Road, identical to every other gray-sided box in the development. But now it looked different to me. Wrong. Like the paint was a shade too bright, and the windows were a shade too dark. Mark answered the door with an expression I'd never seen on a human face before. It wasn't fear. It wasn't anger. It was tired, in the way people get tired when they haven't slept in days, and their mind has gone somewhere their body can't follow. Raquel, he said, Carly told you. She said you opened the wall. He stepped aside, letting me in. The house felt different too, colder. The thermostat was set to 72, but the air was damp and heavy, like after a rainstorm. I could smell something faint. Perfume, old and cloying like powder and mothballs. The room's down there, Mark said, pointing at the basement door. I haven't sealed it back up yet. I keep thinking I should, but I can't. Every time I go down there with the drywall, He stopped. I can't bring myself to do it. Can I see it? He looked at me for a long moment. Then he nodded and led me down the stairs. The basement was unfinished, with concrete walls, and a floor that hadn't been poured yet. There was a mountain of boxes near the stairs, things they hadn't unpacked, and in the back corner, behind a tangle of pipes and exposed wiring, was the wall. It was new. That was the first thing I noticed. The drywall was crisp and white, the seams clean, the nails unpainted. It looked like it had been built yesterday, not decades ago. And built into it, almost invisible against the white, was a seam. A rectangle. The shape of a door that had been sealed shut, and then painted over to hide the outline. Mark had taken a hammer to it. The center was cracked open, the drywall broken away to reveal darkness behind. There were splinters of wood and dust on the floor, and a pile of something that looked like old fabric that had fallen out when he'd broken through. It's just dirt, he said, gesturing. See? Dirt floor. No slab. Like they dug out a room and then forgot to pour concrete. I peered through the hole. The space beyond was small, maybe 8 feet by 8 feet. The walls were unfinished, just raw lumber and insulation. The floor was packed earth, dark and uneven, and on the far side, barely visible in the dim light, was a shelf. Wood. Old. with a folded dress on it, pale blue, and a hairbrush, and a stack of letters yellowed with age. "Did you read all of them?" I asked. "Most of them," Mark said. "She was writing to someone, a man. She kept asking him to come get her, to let her out. She was." He hesitated. "She was pregnant, I think. She mentioned a baby. She was waiting for him to come so they could leave together. But he never came." I looked at the shelf, the dress, the hairbrush. "You don't think she died in there?" "I don't know what I think anymore. The wall's been sealed for years. Decades, probably. She'd have been dead for a long time. But the letters..." He shook his head. "The ink hasn't faded. The paper isn't brittle. It looks like she wrote them yesterday. I didn't go inside. I couldn't. The room felt too heavy, like the air itself was thick, with something I didn't want to breathe. I stood at the broken drywall and stared at the dirt floor and the shelf and the dress, and I thought about Leo pointing at the ceiling, about the man in the corner, about the stains that looked like water damage but weren't. "Mark," I said carefully, "when you broke through the wall, did you see anything else, like marks on the floor?" "Tracks." He frowned. "Tracks. Footprints in the dirt, like someone's been walking around in there." He turned and looked through the hole. I watched his face go pale. "They weren't there before," he said. "I swear to God. There was nothing, just packed dirt. But there were prints, fresh ones, small like a woman's feet, leading from the shelf to the door and back again, over and over, a path worn into the earth, from someone walking the same route for a very, very long time." I didn't sleep that night. I lay in my parents' basement, in the room I'd grown up in, and I stared at the ceiling and listened. For pops, creaks, murmurs. Nothing. Just the furnace and my own breathing and the distant sound of my mother's footsteps upstairs. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The next morning, Carly called me again. Her voice was different now, calmer, almost peaceful, and that was somehow more terrifying than her crying. "I've been reading the letters," she said. "All of them. Mark won't come downstairs anymore. He says the room is changing. He says the door is open. But I don't care. I have to understand." "Understand what?" "She was left there," Carly said. "She was supposed to be married. She was supposed to leave. But he never came back. And the house was built on top of her. And she's been waiting ever since. She doesn't want to hurt us. She just wants to be found." I wanted to tell her that was insane. That there was no such thing as ghosts, not in new houses, not anywhere. But I remembered the perfume I'd smelled in her living room, the prints in the dirt, the way Leo had pointed at the ceiling with such perfect certainty. "Carly, you need to seal the room back up. You need to." "No," she said. "She's lonely, that's all. She's been alone for so long. She just wants someone to talk to. She's been talking to Leo. I hear her at night, when he's in his crib. She's telling him stories. Nursery rhymes. Old ones from when she was little." I felt cold all over. "Carly, you're not making sense. You need to call someone. A priest. I don't need a priest. I need to let her out." The line went dead. I called Mark. He didn't answer. I called again, and then I got in my car and drove to Miller Road. The front door was unlocked. The house was dark, even though it was noon. The windows were all closed, the blinds drawn, and the air was thick with that cloying perfume smell. So strong now it made my eyes water. I called Carly's name. No answer. I called Mark's. Nothing but the hum of the refrigerator and the whisper of the furnace. I went to the basement door. It was open. I stood at the top of the stairs and listened. And that's when I heard it. A voice, low and rhythmic, coming from below. Not words. A lullaby. Old and unfamiliar, with a tune that didn't sound quite right, like someone was humming a song they'd half forgotten. I went down. The basement was darker than before. The bare bulb that Mark had screwed into the ceiling fixture was off, and I couldn't find the switch. I used my phone's flashlight, sweeping the beam across the concrete floor, the stacks of boxes, the tangle of pipes. The wall was gone. Not broken, not cracked. Gone. The drywall had been removed, the frame dismantled, and the small room behind it was open to the rest of the basement. I could see the shelf, the dress, the letters. But there was something else now. A chair. Wooden, plain, with a woman sitting in it. She was wearing the blue dress. Her hair was dark, pinned up in a style I'd only seen in old photographs. Her hands were folded in her lap. She was humming, her eyes closed, and swaying slightly back and forth. And in her arms, sleeping peacefully, was Leo. He was wearing his pajamas, the ones with the little bears on them. His blue bear was tucked under his chin. He looked comfortable, safe, like he'd been held by a grandmother, wrapped in soft arms and warmth. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. But I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't do anything but watch. As the woman's eyes opened, they were gray, faded, like they'd been looking at the same dirt walls for so long that they'd forgotten what light looked like. She looked at me, and she didn't look angry. She looked sad, exhausted, old, even though her face was young. "He's been so good," she said, and her voice was soft, almost a whisper. "He keeps me company. He doesn't mind when I tell him the same stories over and over." "Please," said, and my voice broke on the word. "Please. He's just a baby. He doesn't." "He's not afraid," she said. "None of you are. Not really. You're just surprised. You didn't think I'd be real." I took a step forward. The dirt floor was cold under my shoes. I could feel it, the packed earth, how it gave just a little with each step. The woman watched me come. "Your name," I said. "What's your name?" She smiled. It was a small smile, tired, like she'd been waiting a very long time for someone to ask. "It doesn't matter," she said. "I've been called so many things. The woman in the wall, the ceiling lady, the one who waited." She looked down at Leo. "He calls me Mary. I don't know why. He just started, and it felt right." "Mary," I said, testing it. "Mary, please, give me the baby. I'll take him upstairs. He's safe," she said. "He's always been safe. The house was built on top of me, and I've been here ever since. I've never hurt anyone. I just wanted someone to know I existed." She stood up, holding Leo against her chest. The motion was smooth, practiced, like she'd been doing it for years. She walked toward the hole in the wall, toward the open basement, and she didn't look back. "You should go," she said. "The father doesn't like this room. He won't come down here anymore. The mother," she paused. "The mother understands. She talks to me sometimes. She brings me tea." I didn't know what to say. I stood in the dirt room, surrounded by the smell of powder and old perfume, and I watched her walk up the basement stairs with my heart in my throat. She paused at the top. "Tell him I'll see him tonight," she said. "I'll tell him the story about the rabbit and the moon. He likes that one." Then she was gone. I found Mark in the master bedroom, sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at nothing. He didn't look up when I came in. He didn't seem to hear me. I shook his shoulder, called his name, and he blinked, slow and thick, like he was waking from a very deep sleep. "Where's Leo?" he asked. "Mary took him," I said, and I could hear how insane the words sounded. "She's got him. She's walking around with him. She says she takes care of him at night." That's what the murmuring was. "She's been reading him stories." Mark's face crumbled. I thought she was a dream. I kept telling myself she was a dream. Carly said she was real, but I didn't. "What happened to Carly?" He shook his head. "She's been sleeping in the basement. On the dirt. I found her down there last night, wrapped in the blue dress. She said she was cold. She said she needed to keep Mary company. I left him there. I ran down the stairs, through the living room, to the front door. The door was open. The driveway was empty. The street was quiet, with those identical houses, baking in the afternoon sun, and there was no sign of Carly, no sign of Leo, no sign of the woman in the blue dress. I searched the house. Every room, every closet. The basement again. Nothing. Just the sealed room with its dirt floor, and its wooden shelf and its hairbrush that still had strands of dark hair caught in the bristles. I called the police. I told them Mark had a mental break, that he was incoherent, that his wife and son were missing. They came, they searched, they took Mark to the hospital. They found Carly 2 days later, walking along the highway 8 miles from the house, wearing nothing but a nightgown and humming a lullaby I'd never heard before. She didn't know where Leo was. She didn't remember Mary. She just kept humming, low and soft, like she was trying to soothe a child who wasn't there. They never found him. I went back to the house twice more, after the police were done. Once with a priest, once with a woman who called herself a medium, and charged me $500 I didn't have. Neither of them found anything. The room behind the wall was empty, just dirt and a shelf and a few old letters that the police had taken as evidence. The dress was gone, the hairbrush was gone, but the smell of perfume never went away. The house sold 3 years later to a young couple with twins. I don't know if they've noticed anything strange. I don't want to know. I moved to another state, got a teaching job, started grading essays that mattered. I don't talk about the Thompsons. I don't talk about Mary. But I still can't sleep without a light on. And sometimes, when I'm half asleep, I hear a voice humming a lullaby I can't quite remember, low and soft, coming from somewhere far away. And I think about Leo, and the blue bear, and the way he'd looked up at the ceiling with such perfect trust. He wasn't afraid. He never was. And that's what scares me most of all. Because he knew her. He knew her before any of us did. He knew she was there, waiting in the sealed room, under the new walls, and the fresh paint, and all our careful pretending that houses didn't have histories. But they do. Every house has something. Some just hide it better than others. Years later, while cleaning out my late mother's attic, I stumbled upon a box labeled Miller Road Construction Docks, 2008-2009. Inside were the original blueprints for the Thompson house, a set of permits, and a handful of photographs taken by the site supervisor during the framing stage. One photo, slightly blurred, showed a section of the basement wall that appeared to have a faint outline of a doorway. An anomaly the supervisor had scribbled a note beside. Unexplained void. Investigate. I stared at the image, the cold prickle at the base of my neck returning, and realized that the quiet I had first noticed in that house was not merely the absence of sound. It was the presence of something that had been waiting, patiently, for the right moment to be heard. I closed the box, slipped it back into the attic, and turned off the light. The house above me was silent again, but this time I knew the silence was not empty. It was full of breath, of whispers, of a lullaby that would never quite fade. And somewhere, beneath fresh paint and new foundations, a woman in a blue dress still hummed, waiting for the day someone would finally listen. Story 2. The basement door didn't just close. It slammed, the sound of a heavy final punctuation mark that reverberated through the concrete walls and up the metal stairs. Marcus Chen, mid-stride with a box of spare bulbs in his hands, froze in the middle of the prep room. The fluorescent lights above him, old and buzzing with a weary flicker, seemed to be dim for a fraction of a second in sympathy. He waited, listening. The building, a squat brick structure from the 1950s, was never truly silent. It was full of the small, anxious sounds of an aging body, the groan of the steam radiators, the arrhythmic shudder of the ventilation system, the persistent, low hum of the refrigeration unit in the cooler. But this sound had been different. It was percussive, sharp. He glanced at the clock on the wall, its second hand making a hesitant, jerky progress. 3:17 p.m. He was alone. The new funeral director, Rachel, was at a pre-need consultation at a family's home on the other side of town. Paul, the other director, had called in sick for the third time that month. Margaret Ellison, the owner, was upstairs in her office, her creaky steps muffled by the old carpet. He could just hear the faint, tinny sound of her old radio playing classical music. Just the air pressure, he muttered to himself, the words a familiar mantra. The hydraulics on the door need adjusting. He set the box down and walked out of the prep room, his rubber-soled shoes silent on the linoleum. The hallway was dim, lit only by a single sconce near the arrangement room. The basement door stood at the far end. A heavy oak panel with a glass window, cloudy with age. It was closed. Marcus was a man who lived by explanations. It was the bedrock of his profession. In his 14 years as a mortician, first as an assistant, then as the head embalmer, and now as the manager, he had developed a rigid, unshakable faith in the mechanics of the world. Death was a biological process. Grief was an emotional one. And the building was a machine, a complex system of pipes, wires, and structural supports that could always be explained. He walked down the hallway, his footsteps hollow in the quiet. He could smell the particular fragrance of the funeral home, the faint, chemical tang of the prep room, the dusty, powdery scent of old flowers from the chapel, and beneath it all, the subtle, sweet odor of decay, so faint it was almost a memory. He reached the basement door and placed his hand on the knob. It was cold, a familiar, metallic chill. The hydraulic closer, a silver cylinder mounted at the top of the frame, looked perfectly fine. Marcus checked the mounting screws, gave the arm a gentle push. It offered the expected hydraulic resistance. He opened the door, then let it go. It swung shut with the slow, majestic deliberation of a bank vault, taking a full 6 seconds to click into its latch. He repeated the test twice more. The same result. He did a quick check of the window, ensuring it was sealed against drafts. All was in order. He leaned against the doorframe, letting out a long, slow breath. The building seemed to exhale with him, the radiator in the hallway clanking once. He felt a familiar, low-grade knot of tension in his stomach. He'd been working too many hours. The combination of Paul's unreliability and the looming weight of the business had started to gnaw at him. He looked at the door, his own reflection faint and distorted in the cloudy glass. He looked tired, a 42-year-old man with salt and pepper hair, deep crow's feet, and a permanent crease between his eyebrows. "Just a draft," he said, his voice firm. "Get a grip, Marcus." He turned and walked back to the prep room, the knot in his stomach tightening by a single, imperceptible degree. On Wednesday, The incident repeated itself, but with a cruel variation. He was in the main hallway, guiding a gurney out of the prep room and toward the chapel. On the gurney, beneath a white sheet, lay the body of a woman named Eleanor Vance. He had prepared her himself that morning. She'd been 73, a schoolteacher for 40 years, and had died of heart failure in her sleep. He'd known it from the moment he'd seen her. The peace on her face, the way the tension had been completely erased from her brow, leaving her looking younger, almost serene. Her daughter, a woman in her early 40s named Sarah, had cried in the arrangement room for 45 minutes earlier, apologizing through her sobs, as if her grief was an imposition on his schedule. "You take your time, Sarah," he'd said, his voice a steady, practiced balm. "We'll have everything ready." Now, as he guided the gurney past the arrangement room, a noise erupted from below. Not a slam this time, but a heavy, dragging scrape, as if something large and dense was being pulled across the concrete floor of the basement. It was raw, abrasive, a sound of profound effort. Marcus stopped dead. His hands tightened on the gurney. The sheet covering Eleanor Vance remained perfectly still. "Hello?" he called out. His voice was swallowed by the heavy silence that followed. The scraping sound had stopped as abruptly as it had started. His heart was having a strange, uncomfortable rhythm, a fluttering in his chest he recognized from too much coffee and too little sleep. He looked down the hallway toward the basement door. It was still closed. It was always closed. "Frank?" he called out, knowing it wasn't the night janitor. Frank didn't start until 7. Silence. Then, a single, low thud from the basement, a sound like a fist hitting wood. Marcus's first thought, the rational one he clung to like a life raft, was that a shelf had collapsed. The rusting metal shelving in the basement had been a source of anxiety for months. He'd been asking Mrs. Ellison to replace it since the previous year. Old cardboard boxes, stacked high with unsold urns and holiday decorations, could have given way. The scraping was the sound of the metal sliding, the thud of boxes hitting the ground. That was the explanation. That was the only one that made sense. He made a snap decision. He would finish his task, deliver Mrs. Vance to the chapel with dignity and care, and then he would investigate. It was the logical order of operations, a professional decision. He walked the gurney the rest of the way, his movements calm and deliberate, the performance of serenity he'd mastered over a decade. He adjusted the position of the body, made sure the lighting was gentle, and laid a single white rose on the sheet as a final, silent tribute. The family would be arriving in an hour. Then he went down to the basement. The stairs were steep, 14 steps of worn concrete that angled down to a sharp right turn. The air changed halfway down, growing heavier and cooler. It had a specific smell, a blend of concrete dust, old cardboard, and the metallic, slightly oily scent of the decommissioned crematory. He flicked the light switch at the bottom. The fluorescent tube in the ceiling buzzed and struggled for a few seconds before flickering to life, casting a weak, pallid light across the storage area. He walked through the narrow corridor. The metal shelving units were all intact. No boxes had fallen. The floor was clear of debris. He checked the furnace room, a small windowless space where the old cast-iron furnace sat cold and silent. Its heavy iron door was closed, the large circular latch in place. It was locked from the outside. He unlocked it, pulled the door open, and saw only the dark, empty void of the old firebox, thick with dust and cobwebs. He checked the old boiler, the electrical panels, the tiny windowless room they used for storage. Nothing. Everything was exactly where it should be. He stood in the center of the storage area, his hand resting on the rusted edge of a shelf. The fluorescent light flickered above him, making the shadows of the urns and caskets dance and writhe against the walls. It was a trick of the lighting, nothing more. He was overworked, oversensitive, and the building was old. That was the truth of it. He took a deep breath, turned and started walking back toward the stairs. He was halfway there when he felt it. A hand, flat and firm, pushing him squarely in the back. There was no warning, no sound. One moment he was walking, the next he was propelled forward. The force of it so unexpected and so solid that he lost his footing. He stumbled forward, his shoulder catching the sharp, rusted corner of a lower metal shelf. The impact was a starburst of pain against his ribs. Boxes tumbled from the shelf above him, raining down on him as he fell to his knees on the cold concrete floor. He heard the clatter of a plastic container, the soft thump of styrofoam, and the fragile crunching sound of artificial flowers breaking. He scrambled to his knees, heart hammering, a sharp, hot pain flaring in his ribs. He whirled around, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Nothing. The hallway was empty. The only thing behind him was the empty, rusted shelf and the wall of concrete beyond. "Who's there?" he shouted, his voice cracking. "Frank? Rachel?" Silence. The fluorescent light buzzed. He got to his feet, his hands trembling. He touched his ribs where he'd hit the shelf. His fingers came away with a thin smear of blood, a scrape. It wasn't deep, but it was there. Physical proof that something had happened. He looked at the floor. The boxes were scattered around him. He cataloged them. 2 boxes of plastic flowers, a box of votive candles, a box of old Christmas ornaments. All things that would have been on the lower shelves. The upper shelf, the one that had been above him, held only a few empty boxes and a layer of dust. Nothing had fallen on him from above. The boxes that hit him had been knocked off the lower shelf when he'd stumbled into it. His rational mind raced to fill the void. He'd tripped. He'd been tired, his coordination off, and he'd tripped over a stray box or his own feet. In his flailing, he'd hit the shelf. That was it. That was the only explanation that let him go back upstairs and finish his shift. He limped back up the stairs, each step a small, painful victory. He went to the break room, cleaned the scrape, and applied a bandage. He looked at himself in the small bathroom mirror. He looked pale, his eyes too wide. He looked like a man who'd just seen a ghost. He filed an incident report as required. Slip and fall in basement storage area. Minor abrasion to right side. No employee injury requiring further attention. He wrote it with a steady hand, the numbers precise, the language clinical. It was a lie wrapped in a fact. He finished his shift. He locked up the building. He drove home, his mind a careful, deliberate blank. For 2 weeks, nothing happened. The basement door closed normally. The storage area was quiet. Marcus told himself it was over, a one-off anomaly driven by his exhaustion and stress. He looked at his side in the mirror every day, watching the scrape heal into a thin, pink scar. He told himself it was a souvenir of a clumsy moment. He dove back into his work with a renewed sense of purpose. He did the rounds with the casket salesman, a man named Ben, who always smelled of expensive cologne, and who talked about end-of-life solutions with the cheerful jargon of a used car dealer. Marcus hated it. He believed in the dignity of the work, in the craftsmanship of a good wooden casket, in the simple, honest truth of a simple wooden box. He tried to steer families away from Ben's pushy sales pitches, toward the simpler, more affordable options. It was a quiet, ongoing war, fought in the arrangement room. He was preparing the body of a young man, a motorcyclist who'd been killed in an accident on the highway. The family wanted an open casket. It was one of the hardest cases Marcus had ever handled. The young man's face was a mosaic of trauma, a jigsaw puzzle of shattered bone and torn flesh that Marcus had to carefully, painstakingly piece back together. He used wax, reconstructive putty, and an artist's delicate touch. He spent hours on it, foregoing breaks, his hands working with a quiet, desperate precision. He was doing this for the family. He was doing it for the young man. He was doing it for himself. He was exhausted, running on coffee and willpower. He'd been putting in 14-hour days, trying to do his job and Paul's. He'd started sleeping poorly, waking in the middle of the night, with a feeling of being watched. His room steeped in an oppressive, familiar darkness. He was cleaning the preparation table with antiseptic spray, his eyes gritty and his back aching, when he heard the footstep in the hallway. It was soft, a subtle scuff on the old hardwood outside the prep room. It was a sound he knew, the sound of a shoe dragging across the waxed floor. He froze, his hand tightening on the spray bottle. He listened. The building was silent. He walked to the door, his heart already starting to beat a little faster. He opened it and looked out into the dark hallway. The only light was the faint, sickly green glow of the exit sign at the far end. The basement door was open. It was an open rectangle of deep darkness in the wall. He'd closed it after his last trip down. He always closed it. The fire code demanded it. He stood in the doorway of the prep room, listening. The ventilation system hummed. The refrigerator unit in the cooler clicked on, and from the basement, a low rhythmic sound, a breathing. Not his own. Something slower, heavier, with a strange, wet, guttural quality to it, like air being forced through a fluid-filled pipe. His mind, a veteran of 1,000 horror scenarios born from his profession, raced to provide an explanation. Someone was down there. A homeless person had snuck in, looking for a warm place to sleep. It happened sometimes in this part of town. He thought of his cell phone in the office. He thought of the heavy fire poker in the prep room. He took a step toward the basement door. "Hello?" he called. His voice was firm, carrying a note of authority he didn't feel. "You're not supposed to be down there. It's private property." The breathing stopped. Silence. A profound, watchful silence. Then the door slammed shut. Not a slow hydraulic close, but a violent percussive slam that shook the frame and made the walls vibrate. Marcus jumped, a full-bodied jolt that sent a sharp spike of adrenaline through him. He stared at the closed door. He didn't go down there. He went back into the prep room, closed the door, and locked it. He spent the rest of the night in there, waiting for his shift to end, his mind a frantic, chaotic mess. The mirror happened 3 years later. By that point, the memory of the slams and the shove had become a faded, almost mythical incident, a story he told himself about a time he'd been overworked. The funeral home was his now. Mrs. Ellison had retired and sold him the business at a discount, an act of trust that weighed on him like an anchor. The business had changed. The first thing he did, with the help of a building inspector, was replace the entire basement shelving system, installing industrial-grade, heavy-gauge steel that wouldn't rust or bow. He had the hydraulic closer on the basement door rebuilt. He had the electrical system inspected and upgraded, the knot in his stomach loosened. He had taken control. He'd fired Paul, finally. Paul had been caught embezzling small amounts of money, a pathetic, desperate theft that Marcus had uncovered by accident. He had given Paul a chance to resign quietly, a final act of mercy he didn't deserve. In Paul's place, he had hired a young, competent, and eager funeral director named Rachel. Rachel was a vibrant, sharp woman with a dark gallows humor that he appreciated. She handled the pre-need consultations with a warmth and pragmatism that he admired. She was the yin to his yang. She spoke to the families. She made them feel safe, while he, the silent, steady presence, handled the technical and physical work. He'd taken on a night janitor, a man named Frank, a taciturn old veteran, who came in at 7 and left at 10, never asking questions. Frank was reliable, a former soldier who took his work seriously, scrubbing the floors until they gleamed and never, ever going into the basement. "You get a feeling about a place," he'd said once in his gravelly voice. "You get a feeling." Marcus had noticed that Frank would never turn his back on the basement door. He would always walk past it, facing it, a strange, almost unconscious habit. "Why do you do that, Frank?" Marcus had asked him one night, his curiosity getting the better of him. Frank had given him a long, appraising look, his eyes the color of a winter sky. "You get a feeling about a place," he repeated, "and you listen to it. That's what keeps you alive." He'd left it at that. The conversation had unsettled Marcus more than he wanted to admit. The mirror was in the back hallway, just outside the arrangement room. It was a beautiful, old piece, an oval full-length mirror in a carved oak frame. The wood was intricately carved with vines and roses, darkened to a rich chocolate-brown patina by age. Margaret had purchased it at an estate sale years ago, and she'd loved it with a fierce passion. She'd insisted it was an antique, possibly worth a lot of money. Marcus didn't doubt it. It was the kind of thing you built a room around. He'd walked past it 1,000 times, his reflection a brief, unexamined blur. It was part of the scenery, as much a part of the building as the old radiator or the creaky floorboard in the hallway. It was a Wednesday, a late night. Rachel had left at 5:30 to meet friends for dinner. Frank had done his rounds and departed at 10, leaving the building smelling of lemon-scented floor wax. Marcus was locking up finally. He'd had a hard day. 3 funerals had run over schedule, each one a messy, emotional tangle. One had been a veteran, his family in dress uniforms, stiff and heartbreaking. Another had been a young woman who had died of a drug overdose, her parents shattered and uncomprehending. The third had been a wealthy old man whose children had argued loudly about the cost of the casket in the arrangement room, their grief expressed as a bitter, financial battle. He'd been caught in the middle, a diplomat in a powder blue suit. He was exhausted, the kind of exhaustion that went bone deep, that made his thinking slow and his reactions sluggish. He was walking down the hallway, his footsteps echoes in the silent building, his keys jingling in his hand. He was thinking about the casket argument, about the venom in the old man's children's eyes. He was thinking about how grief could make people ugly, could expose their most selfish, petty cores. He passed the mirror and, more out of habit than any conscious decision, glanced at his reflection. He saw a tired man, his salt and pepper hair more salt than pepper now, his face lined with fatigue. His tie was askew, coffee-stained. He looked like a man carrying the weight of 1,000 griefs. And then he stopped. His feet simply refused to move. The man in the mirror was not him. The reflection was a perfect copy in every detail. The same tired posture, the stained tie, the graying hair, the furrowed brow. But the reflection's eyes were looking at him, not at his reflection. not into the space in front of the mirror, the space where his reflection should have been looking. They were looking directly, unflinchingly, at the physical man standing in the hallway, and the reflection was still. Marcus had stopped moving a full 2 seconds ago. He'd frozen, mid-stride, a perfect statue of a man in a powder blue suit. The reflection should have frozen too. Instead, it had continued to move for a beat longer, completing the stride, settling into a stance that was a fraction of a second ahead of its physical counterpart. The silence in the hallway was absolute. Marcus could hear his own blood rushing in his ears. He could feel the cold draft from the ventilation system playing across the back of his neck. The reflection's head tilted, just a fraction of an inch, a predatory, evaluating tilt. Marcus's own head remained still. He was rooted to the spot, his mind a frantic, scrambling mess. He tried to find an explanation. The lights were dim, a trick of the fluorescent bulbs. They were old, they flickered, they created afterimages, illusions. He was tired, he was stressed, he was imagining things. This was the rational explanation. He latched onto it with a desperate fervor. He took a step back. He raised his left hand, palm open, a placating gesture. The reflection mirrored his movement. It raised its left hand, palm open. But it was late, a full second behind him. He lowered his hand. The reflection lowered its hand. He took a breath, a deep, steadying breath. The reflection's mouth opened slightly, mimicking his own. But there was a lag, a subtle, unsettling disconnect. The reflection seemed to be struggling to keep up, a marionette with tangled strings. Marcus turned and walked away. He didn't run. He walked, his steps measured and deliberate, his back to the mirror. He reached the office, closed the door, and locked it. He stood there, his hand on the cool wood of the door, his heart pounding a frantic, irregular rhythm against his ribs. It was nothing, he told himself. A trick, a glitch in his tired, overworked brain. He didn't believe it. He spent a sleepless night in his apartment, staring at the ceiling, replaying the image of those eyes. They weren't his own. They were darker, somehow, like they'd been hollowed out and filled with a deeper, more profound emptiness. There was a watchfulness in them, an intelligence. He went to work the next morning, feeling hollow and raw. He walked with a deliberate purpose, his eyes fixed straight ahead. He passed the mirror without looking. Rachel was already there, a cup of coffee in hand, looking over the schedule for the day. She was a small, energetic woman, with a sharp, intelligent face and dark hair pulled back in a tight bun. Her presence was a reassuring balm, a dose of normality, in a world that had suddenly become unhinged. "Morning, Marcus," she chirped. "You look like hell. Rough night?" "Couldn't sleep," he said, his voice a low, tired grumble. "Just the usual." "Paul's ghosts keeping you up again?" she joked, referencing the fired director with a playful grin. She didn't know the half of it. Something like that. He spent the day doing mundane tasks, ordering supplies, updating files, making phone calls to florists and cemetery offices. He avoided the hallway mirror with a fanatic's devotion. He took a long, circuitous route to the prep room, going through the chapel and the back offices. It was inefficient, a waste of time he couldn't afford, but he couldn't bring himself to walk past that glass. At noon, he forced himself to do it. He needed to prove to himself that it was nothing, that it was a passing hallucination. He walked down the hallway, his steps measured, his eyes fixed on the mirror from a distance. His reflection was normal, just a tired man in a powder blue suit. No stillness, no lag, no dark, predatory eyes. He felt a wave of relief wash over him so potent it almost made him dizzy. He'd imagined it. He'd been exhausted, vulnerable, and his mind, a master of conjuring horrors from the depths of its own anxieties, had simply invented a perfectly rational, if terrifying, illusion. He stood in front of the mirror and looked directly into his own eyes. They were his, a tired but human brown. He adjusted his tie. The reflection adjusted its tie. Everything was fine. For a week, everything was fine. The knot in his stomach loosened. He slept better, or at least, he fell asleep. He stopped taking the long way to the prep room. He walked past the mirror a dozen times a day. It was just a mirror again. He'd even made a joke about it to Rachel, who was always teasing him about his obsession with the building's quirks. "You should see the mirror in the hallway," she'd said one afternoon, coming out of the arrangement room. "The light hits it just right at this time of day, makes you look like you're standing in a pool of honey. It's beautiful." "Antique," he'd replied, his voice neutral. "Margaret would have killed me if I'd tried to take it down." He believed the lie. He wanted to believe it. He needed to believe it. The second incident happened a week later. It was a Tuesday, the night of a late visitation for a local businessman who died suddenly. The family was all there, a horde of them, filling the chapel with their murmuring, the air thick with the smell of lilies and expensive perfume. Marcus had managed the service with his usual professionalism, shaking hands, offering condolences, keeping an eye on the time. By the time the last car had pulled out of the parking lot, it was well past 9. Rachel had gone home hours ago. Frank was on his way in. Marcus was exhausted, his legs aching from standing, his smile a frozen mask. He was doing a final walkthrough, checking that the chairs were properly stacked. The coffee urn was off. The lights in the chapel were dimmed. It was a ritual, a final, comforting act of control. Everything was in its place. Everything was orderly. He was walking down the back hallway, the mirror at the far end, when he saw it. His reflection was already there, already looking. It was darker this time. The image in the glass was muddied, shadowed, like the mirror had developed a film of grime. The fluorescent lights in the hallway seemed to be dimming, the shadows growing deeper and more substantial. Marcus stopped. The reflection stopped a beat later. It was a perfect copy again, but the copy was wrong. The reflection's features were indistinct, blurred at the edges, as if someone had smudged the glass. But the eyes were unmistakable. They were dark, empty pits, fixed on him. Marcus felt his own hand twitch, but he hadn't moved it. The reflection was raising its hand. It lifted its right hand slowly, palm flat, fingers slightly curled, a gesture of beckoning or invitation. His own right hand remained at his side. He tried to move. He tried to turn and run. But his body felt heavy, weighted, mired in a thick, invisible sludge. He could only watch as the reflection's hand pressed against the inside of the glass. The glass bowed. He saw it. The center of the mirror, where the reflection's palm was pressed, pushed outward, a subtle, convex curve. A thin, hairline crack appeared, spider-webbing out from the point of pressure. The reflection's mouth moved. It formed a silent word, a syllable. He couldn't read it. The shape of it was alien, too full of consonants. A harsh, guttural sound his mind couldn't process. Marcus forced himself to move. He took a stumbling step backward. The pressure that had been holding him seemed to release all at once, and he was free. He didn't run. He couldn't. He walked backward, his eyes locked on the mirror, until he reached the end of the hallway. The reflection remained in the frame, its hand still pressed to the glass, its dark, watchful eyes following him. He stumbled into the office, slammed the door, and leaned against it, his body trembling. He felt a cold, wet sensation on his face. He touched his cheek. He was crying. He hadn't cried since the day his mother died, a decade ago. He didn't go back to the hallway. He called Frank and told him not to bother coming in, that he'd lock up himself. He spent the night in the office, the lights on, his back to the wall, staring at the door. He went back in the morning. The sunlight was different from the cold, institutional light of the whole fluorescence. It poured through the arrangement room windows, a warm, honeyed, golden glow. He walked to the mirror. The crack was still there, a thin, delicate spiderweb radiating from the center. He touched it. The glass was smooth, unbroken. It was a flaw in the surface, a manufacturing defect that had simply been invisible under normal lighting. That was the rational explanation. He went to work, but he started keeping a camera in his pocket, an old digital point-and-shoot he'd found in a drawer. He started taking notes in a small black moleskine notebook he kept in his jacket. He'd jot down times, dates, and the conditions of each incident. He wasn't a superstitious man, but he was a methodical one. He needed to understand. He was still trying to find a rational explanation. The building was old. The foundation could be shifting, putting pressure on the glass. The temperature fluctuations could be causing the glass to warp. The reflections were tricks of light, visual artifacts, hallucinations born of stress and exhaustion. But the pattern was forming. The mirror only changed when he was alone. Only after dark, when the hallway was lit only by the dim emergency bulbs. Only when the building was quiet and still. He didn't tell anyone. He couldn't. Rachel would think he'd lost his mind. Frank would just stare at him with his cold, knowing eyes. He was the manager. He was the one who held it all together. He told himself he was being ridiculous. He was a rational man, a scientist of sorts. He dealt in the tangible, the measurable, the irreversible. Grief was real. Death was real. Ghosts were not. The supernatural was a comforting fiction, a story people told themselves to make sense of a world that was often cruel and random. And yet, he was seeing something. Something was happening. The evidence was accumulating. The third time he was prepared. It was almost 11. Frank had left an hour ago. Rachel had gone home at her usual time. The building was dark, save for the single light in the office and the dim emergency bulbs in the hallway. He was walking toward the mirror, camera in hand, his steps deliberately quiet. The air in the hallway was cold, a distinct, almost palpable chill that he'd never noticed before. He stopped in front of the mirror. His reflection looked normal at first. Then, as he watched, the darkness began to seep into it from the edges. The shadows deepened. His own features became indistinct, swallowed by the encroaching gloom. The figure in the glass was now a dark, amorphous shape, with only the faint suggestion of a human form. He lifted the camera and took a picture. The flash was a brief, explosive burst of light. In that fraction of a second, he saw himself, his startled, terrified face, and behind him in the reflection, a deeper darkness, a shape that was not human, pressing against the glass from the other side. He He lowered the camera. The reflection was closer. The dark figure was no longer just a shadow in the background. It was standing where he'd been standing, its featureless face pressed against the glass. A hand, black and indistinct, was now pressed flat against the inside of the mirror, its long, thin fingers spread wide. Marcus's own hand was at his side. He held his breath. The reflection's head tilted. A slow, deliberate movement. The crack in the glass had grown larger, a thicker, more prominent vein. He looked at the camera's preview screen. The image was there. The flash of the hallway, the mirror, his own face contorted in terror. But in the image, behind his reflection, was something that hadn't been visible in the mirror itself. A shape, a massive, looming darkness, pressing against the interior of the mirror. A dark entity that seemed to be reaching for him from behind the glass. He didn't look at it for more than a second. He turned off the camera, shoved it in his pocket, and walked to the office. His legs were shaking, his hands were trembling. He sat in his chair, staring at the closed door. He could feel it out there. A presence, a weight, an intelligence. He didn't go home that night. He couldn't. He sat in the office until dawn, the lights on, the camera clutched in his hands like a talisman. The final encounter came 3 months later. He'd sold the funeral home. The paperwork was signed. A new manager, a younger man with a crisp suit and a smile that didn't reach his eyes, was taking over. Marcus was supposed to be training him, but his heart wasn't in it. He was just going through the motions, a ghost in his own building. He was there on a Friday, his last day. The new manager, whose name was Mark, had left early, too eager to start his new life. Marcus was alone, locking up for the final time. There was a final symbolic weight to the act. The building was empty. The prep room was spotless, the supplies packed away. The chapel was dark. The arrangement room was silent. He was the only presence in the place, and he felt small, like a bead of mercury in a vast, hollow vessel. He was walking toward the front door, keys in hand, when he felt the presence. It was behind him. He could feel the cold weight of its regard on his neck, a chilling, intrusive sensation. He didn't turn around. He didn't need to. He knew what he would see. He was standing in front of the mirror. He hadn't planned it, hadn't even realized he was walking toward it. The dark figure was there, in the reflection, standing directly behind him. Its face was pressed close to his, the darkness of its features, a palpable, suffocating presence. He could hear it breathing, a wet, rasping sound, like air moving through a fluid-filled lung. He could feel the cold of it on his cheek, on his ear. It was right there. The figure's hand came up, a dark, indistinct claw, and settled on his shoulder. He felt the pressure, a firm, possessive grip. In the mirror, he could see the figure's hand, darker than the darkness itself, resting on his shoulder. "You work with them." The voice was not a sound. It was a pressure, a force, an intrusion into his very thoughts. It was cold and deep, like a bottomless well. Marcus couldn't speak. He was frozen, his mind a screaming void. You handle them. You prepare them. You send them away. The pressure on his shoulder increased. He could feel the individual fingers digging in, cold and sharp as icicles. You never ask where they go. The voice was a wave of cold, a psychic assault that made his head throb. Marcus opened his mouth, trying to speak, trying to form a single coherent word. Nothing came out. The figure leaned closer. Its face was now pressed against his, its darkness merging with his own reflection. In the mirror, he saw his own face, pale and terrified, being slowly enveloped by the darkness behind him. The pressure on his shoulder was a searing cold, an intimate violation. Where do they go, Marcus? The question was not a question. It was a demand, a hammer blow to his consciousness. He felt the darkness trying to claw its way into him, a tidal wave of frozen, malevolent will. He screamed. The sound tore out of him, a raw, animal noise of pure terror. He threw himself forward, away from the mirror, and ran. He didn't look back. He crashed through the front door, into the parking lot, and didn't stop running until he was in his car, the doors locked, the engine running. He drove home in a daze. He sat in his apartment, the lights blazing, and stared at the blank wall. He didn't sleep for 3 days. He sold the funeral home. He moved into a small, sterile apartment on the other side of town. He threw away the camera, the notebook, the sketches. He stopped working with the dead. He got a job as a night auditor at a chain hotel, a place where the lights were always on, where there were no basements, no old hallways, no antique mirrors. He still doesn't sleep. He has a small mirror in his bathroom, the kind you buy at a drugstore and hang on the back of the door. He doesn't look in it. He keeps his eyes down when he washes his face. He shaves by feel, but he can't escape. Story 3. If you're the type who likes to know the door's locked before you go to sleep, now's the time to check. I'll see you after. Iris Callahan had been picking locks, digital ones, since she was 14, long before anyone in her life had a name for it that made her parents feel any better about the hours she spent doing it. She was 19 now, a sophomore at Draketon State studying computer science, paying rent on a 2-bedroom off-campus apartment in a converted duplex 3 blocks from campus that she split with a roommate named Priya, who studied nursing and kept hours so opposite Iris's own, 12-hour clinical shifts that started before dawn or ran well past midnight, depending on the rotation, that the two of them mostly communicated through sticky notes on the refrigerator, and the occasional overlapping half-hour on a Sunday morning. Iris worked 12 hours a week at the university's IT help desk, resetting passwords and walking freshmen through printer drivers, a job that paid poorly and taught her almost nothing she didn't already know, and spent most of her actual free time doing the thing that had gotten her into computer science in the first place, poking at systems that weren't hers, carefully, ethically, the specific disciplined curiosity of someone who'd built her whole identity around being the person who found the door nobody else had noticed was unlocked. She'd grown up in a house where her father, an electrical engineer with an old ham radio hobby he never fully outgrew, had treated curiosity about how systems worked as the single most valuable trait a kid could have, and Iris had absorbed that value early enough that by middle school she was already the kid other students quietly asked for help unlocking a school laptop's parental controls, or bypassing a router's content filter, favors she performed less out of any rebellious streak than out of the genuine, uncomplicated satisfaction of understanding a system well enough to make it do something its own designers hadn't intended. She was good at it in a way that had started earning her real credibility inside a loose, mostly online community of people who did the same thing. Capture the flag competitions, bug bounty programs, an invite-only Discord server called Latchkey where a few hundred hobbyists and a handful of actual working security researchers traded fines, argued about disclosure ethics, and built the specific, competitive camaraderie of people who all understood a thing about the internet that most people never had reason to think about. That huge amounts of it were held together by decisions nobody had ever meant to be permanent. Misconfigurations and forgotten test servers and default credentials nobody had ever gotten around to changing, sitting exposed to anyone patient enough and curious enough to go looking. She'd found 4 legitimate vulnerabilities in the past year alone, reported responsibly through proper channels. One of them serious enough that a mid-sized regional bank had actually paid her a bounty for it, $1,100, that had covered 2 months of rent and had also, in the specific currency that mattered more to her than the money, gotten her name mentioned, briefly and admiringly, in a security newsletter with a few thousand subscribers, a mention she'd screenshotted and kept, half embarrassed by how much it had meant to her, in a folder on her laptop she still hadn't been able to make herself delete even now. She was, by 19, already better at this than most of the adults who'd eventually try to hire her would ever fully understand. And she had, like most people who get good at something young, a specific overconfidence about it that she wouldn't recognize as a real vulnerability of her own until it was already being used against her. She used a VPN religiously, ran her scans through a chain of proxies she'd configured herself, kept her actual identity separated from her latchkey handle with a discipline she considered close to airtight, changed her passwords on a rotation most of her friends found faintly ridiculous, and had told Priya, more than once, half joking, that she was more careful online than anyone else she knew, a boast she has had a great deal of time since to sit with, and regret, and turn over in her head at 3 in the morning, wondering exactly which link in that chain had actually been the weak one. The server that changed everything showed up on a routine scan she ran most weekends, a habit she'd built out of an automated tool that swept broad ranges of exposed IP addresses, looking for services that had no business being visible to the open internet at all, misconfigured databases, forgotten admin panels, the digital equivalent of a house, with its front door standing open. Most weeks it turned up nothing worth a second look. On a Saturday night in October, sitting cross-legged on her bed, with Priya's shift nurse hours, meaning the apartment was hers alone until morning, it turned up a file directory sitting open on a server, with no login screen at all. No authentication of any kind, just a bare listing of folder names that struck her, the moment she saw them, as belonging to something considerably more serious than the usual small business misconfiguration she was used to finding. The folder names alone gave her real pause. A mix of what looked like case numbers and single-word project labels. One of them repeated often enough across the directory structure that it read less like a coincidence and more like an actual internal program name. Cobalt Well. She clicked into the first folder her cursor landed on and found what looked, at a glance, like scanned psychological evaluation forms, subject identifiers instead of names, evaluator notes in dense clinical shorthand she only partially understood, dates spanning what looked like several years, phrases like baseline compliance restored and subject shows continued resistance to reorientation protocol scattered through the notes in a clinical register. that told her almost nothing concrete, and implied. In the specific way half-understood language always implies more than it states, something she didn't have any real framework for processing. At 2 in the morning on a Saturday, the folder beside it held a different kind of document entirely. Image scans of what appeared to be fax transmission logs, header information referencing 2 installations she didn't recognize by their code designations, timestamps going back further than she'd have guessed anything on a server this exposed could plausibly still exist. She had maybe 90 seconds of pure, uncomplicated fascination before the first sign that something about this particular find was different from every other exposed server she'd ever stumbled across. A line of text appeared at the top of her terminal window, unprompted, in a font and formatting that didn't match anything the directory listing itself had generated. A system message, or something built to look exactly like one. Connection will terminate in 15 seconds. UNASACOR's access logged, she has said, describing that 15 seconds, that her hands moved faster than her actual thinking did, the specific trained reflex of someone who'd spent years building muscle memory for exactly this kind of narrow window. She's replayed the sequence enough times since that she can recite it almost like a script. Cursor to the folder view, right-click, Save As, tab back to the terminal to screenshot the countdown itself as proof it had actually happened. Tab forward again into one more folder, opened blind with no time left to actually read anything in it. She screenshotted the folder structure in full, right-clicked to save 2 of the psychological evaluation scans, and one of the fax logs before the download even had time to finish confirming, and grabbed, in the final 2 or 3 seconds before the connection actually dropped, a partial screenshot of a file she never got the chance to properly open at all. Its name visible in the directory listing, but its contents lost to her entirely. A document titled, as far as she could make out in the blur of a screenshot taken while her hand was already moving toward something else. Obsec's active monitoring. The connection terminated exactly on schedule. The whole browser tab, going blank and unresponsive, refusing to reload no matter how many times she desperately tried. When she ran her scanning tool again 5 minutes later, hoping to find the same open directory a second time, the IP address that had hosted it returned nothing at all, not a login screen, not an error, just the specific total silence of a server that had either gone dark on its own or had been taken offline deliberately in the exact 5 minutes since she'd been looking at it. She sat with that for a long time before she did anything else. The specific, prickling unease of someone who had spent years finding open doors that nobody minded her walking through, and had just, for the first time, found one that had noticed her walking through it and closed itself behind her on purpose. She did the thing anyone in her position would have done, and the thing that she would come to understand in the weeks that followed had almost certainly been the exact mistake that turned an isolated, unnerving find into something considerably worse. She posted about it in the Latchkey server that same night, cropping her own username out of the screenshots out of habit, but including everything else. The folder names, the Cobalt Well designation, a description of the 15-second countdown, and the way the whole connection had terminated on a clock that felt less like an automated security response and more like something a person had actually been watching in real time, actively deciding when to cut her off. The post generated exactly the kind of reaction she'd been hoping for when she wrote it. Dozens of replies within the hour. Other members trading theories. One moderately well-known researcher in the community calling it one of the stranger finds anyone had posted in months, and asking directly whether she'd be willing to share the raw files for further analysis. She said yes. She uploaded the 2 evaluation scans and the fax log to a shared drive linked in the server that same night, tagged with her real latchkey handle. A decision that felt at the time like exactly the kind of contribution that had built her reputation in that community over the past year, and that she has since come to believe was the specific moment she stopped being an anonymous person who'd stumbled onto something and became, to whoever had been watching that server closely enough to cut her connection in 15 seconds flat, a specific, identifiable target with a documented interest in exactly the material they least wanted circulating. Latchkey itself, for all its careful pseudonymity, had never been built with genuine operational security in mind, so much as the light social cover of a hobbyist forum, a shared drive with permissive access controls. A member list that any sufficiently patient outsider could probably map given enough time. Metadata embedded in uploaded files that most members, Iris included, had simply never thought to strip before posting. She would spend real hours in the weeks that followed reconstructing exactly what a determined observer could have pieced together from that one post alone. Timestamp, file metadata, a handful of turns of phrase in her own writing style that, cross-referenced against her sparse public footprint elsewhere, could plausibly have narrowed her down from an anonymous handle to an actual name in under an hour for anyone who already had the resources and motivation to look. She fell asleep around 3 a.m, laptop still open on her desk, the file names from Cobalt Well still sitting in her recent downloads folder, like something she hadn't yet decided how seriously to take. The message was waiting for her when she woke up, and it hadn't come through latchkey or email or any of the ordinary channels a stranger might have used to reach her. It was sitting as a desktop notification from an application she didn't recognize and had no memory of ever installing, a small, generic-looking icon she'd never seen before. The notification text itself stripped down to 4 words with no sender name attached at all. "We see you, Iris." She has said that the specific horror of that moment wasn't the message's content so much as its delivery. That whoever had sent it hadn't used her latchkey handle, the pseudonym she'd cropped out of her screenshots specifically to protect, but her actual first name, a piece of information she had never once included anywhere in that community, in that post, in anything connected to the Cobalt Well find at all. It meant the message hadn't come from someone who'd simply read her post and gotten curious. It meant whoever had sent it already knew, independently of anything she'd shared online, exactly who the person behind that handle actually was. She spent the better part of that morning doing everything her training told her to do. Running a full malware scan that turned up nothing, checking her installed applications list, and finding no trace of whatever had generated the notification, examining her own network traffic for anything unusual, and finding a connection log with a gap in it eerily similar to the kind of gap she'd only ever previously heard described secondhand, a window of several minutes overnight where her own machine's outbound traffic simply wasn't recorded at all, resuming afterward, as though nothing had happened during the exact stretch. She now suspected someone had been inside her system, deciding what to leave behind for her to find in the morning. She texted Priya, who was on a 12-hour hospital shift, and didn't see the message until early afternoon. A string of screenshots sent one after another, with no real order to them, and a request, half-formed even to herself, for some kind of reassurance that this was probably nothing. Priya's response, when it came, was gentler than Iris had expected, and also less reassuring. A simple "this feels like more than a prank, right?" And Iris has said that seeing her own private fear reflected back, unprompted, in someone else's plain language, was the moment the whole morning stopped feeling like a technical problem she could solve on her own, and started feeling like something she actually needed help with. Priya, once she'd been read in fully on the desk comment and everything before it, insisted on the two of them establishing a set of small, deliberately low-tech precautions that felt, to Iris, almost quaint against the sophistication of everything they were up against. A rule that neither of them would ever confirm a delivery or a name out loud through the apartment's shared intercom without checking the hallway camera feed first. A habit of leaving one lamp on a timer, even when they were both home, so the apartment never looked either fully occupied or fully empty from the street. Small rituals that did nothing to address the actual technical reality of what was happening, and that both of them clung to, anyway, because doing something, however symbolic, felt marginally better than doing nothing at all. The messages that followed over the next several days were sparse, arriving at unpredictable intervals through whatever channel the sender apparently felt like using next. A second desktop notification 2 days later, a comment on an old, mostly abandoned blog she'd kept in high school that nobody should have had any reason to still be reading, a single line of text appended impossibly to the bottom of a printer job she sent from her own laptop to the campus help desk's shared printer, visible only to her because she happened to be the one standing at the machine when it came out. Each message was short. None of them threatened her in the conventional, easily reportable sense. No explicit demand, no stated intention, nothing a campus police report could easily categorize as a credible threat under any policy written before whoever this was had apparently learned to work around it. A gap in the ordinary language of harassment law that Iris would come to understand over the following weeks of frustrating conversations with people who wanted to help her and genuinely couldn't, was not an accident so much as a demonstration of exactly how carefully whoever this was had studied the actual mechanics of what would and wouldn't hold up as reportable. What each message did, instead, was demonstrate access, casually, almost bored, evidence of proximity delivered without explanation, a message that appeared, briefly, as her own lock screen wallpaper for exactly 4 seconds one morning, before reverting to normal, showing her own bedroom from an angle she didn't recognize as any camera she owned. A comment, left on a private photo she'd shared with exactly 3 friends, that simply read "nice desk setup." The blog comment was, in its own way, the one that unsettled her most in the moment it arrived, because of how far back it reached. The blog itself had been a private, half-abandoned platform account she'd started at 15, full of the kind of unguarded teenage writing she'd long since stopped being able to look at without wincing, a URL she hadn't shared with anyone in years, and had assumed, reasonably, was invisible enough by now that nobody outside a handful of old high school friends would ever stumble across it again. The comment sat beneath a post from 4 years earlier, time-stamped that same week, a single line with no username attached at all. You used to be more careful about what you shared. She has said that of every message that arrived that week, that one was the one that made her feel, for the first time, not merely watched but studied, read backward through her own history with a patience that implied whoever was doing this had started well before the Cobalt Well find, that the find itself might not have been the beginning of anything at all, so much as the moment an already existing interest in her had simply decided to announce itself. It was the desk comment that broke something loose in her that the others hadn't quite managed to. She sat in her actual desk chair for a long time afterward, looking at her actual desk, the same mug, the same monitor arrangement, the same small collection of stickers on her laptop lid that had been visible in that photo, and understood, with a specific, physical clarity that hadn't been available to her through any of the previous messages, that whoever this was hadn't simply hacked something. They were looking at her, possibly right now, possibly from somewhere close enough that a desk arrangement barely visible in a low-resolution photo had been worth commenting on at all. She went to campus police 3 days after the desk comment, bringing every screenshot, every log, every scrap of evidence she'd managed to preserve, and the officer who took her report was kind, thorough, and honest with her, by the end of the meeting, about how little any of it actually gave his department to work with. A message with no traceable sender. A network gap that suggested intrusion but proved nothing about who or where. A comment on a private photo that had, by the time she reported it, already been deleted by whatever account had posted it, leaving nothing behind but her own memory of having seen it. He filed the report. He told her carefully that harassment cases involving this level of technical sophistication usually required resources, federal involvement, forensic specialists, real time, that a campus department simply didn't have on hand, and that in the meantime, the most useful thing she could do was document everything, change her passwords, and consider whether anything about her physical routine could be made less predictable in the short term. He asked, gently, whether she'd considered that the material she'd found might belong to something genuinely classified, and whether that possibility changed how she wanted to proceed, a question that hadn't occurred to her in quite those terms until he asked it. And that sat with her uncomfortably for days afterward. The specific vertigo of realizing that reporting a crime against herself might, depending on what Cobalt Well actually was, put her in contact with people considerably more capable than a campus department of making the whole situation worse, rather than better. She filed a supplementary report with the university's IT security office the same week, hoping their resources might extend further than the police department's, and got back, after 10 days of waiting, a short email confirming that her personal devices showed no active malware and that the department had no jurisdiction to investigate a third-party server that no longer existed. The email was polite, thorough within its own narrow scope, and entirely useless to the actual problem she was living inside. And she has said that reading it was the first moment she fully understood that no single institution she reported this to was ever going to be positioned to see the whole picture at once. That each of them would only ever see the narrow slice that fell inside their own jurisdiction, and that the actual shape of what was happening to her existed, if it existed anywhere at all, entirely in the gaps between what any of them were equipped to investigate. The days between the police report and the chalk mark passed in a state iris has described as a kind of suspended low-hum dread, the ordinary rhythms of college life, a midterm, a shift at the help desk, a group project meeting she sat through, barely tracking a single word said, continuing to happen around her while some other, larger part of her attention stayed permanently fixed on her phone, her email, the specific silence of no new message arriving that felt, after the fifth or sixth uneventful day, almost more unsettling than another message would have been. It was 4 days after that meeting, walking back to her apartment from a night class, that she saw the mark for the first time, a small, precise symbol drawn in white chalk on the sidewalk directly outside her building's entrance, a circle with a single straight line bisecting it at an angle she didn't recognize from anything and couldn't afterward find any record of anywhere online. It could have been nothing. Kids drew chalk marks on sidewalks constantly, hopscotch grids and half-finished games and idle doodles that meant nothing to anyone but the kid who'd drawn them. She photographed it anyway, hands not quite steady, and when she came back out 20 minutes later to show Priya, it was already gone, washed away by nothing. No rain that night, no obvious explanation for a chalk mark to have vanished that completely in the specific short window she'd been inside. She spent an hour that night searching for the symbol online, running reverse image searches against her own photo, cross-referencing it against occult symbol databases and hacker culture iconography and every corner of the internet she could think to check, cross-posting a cropped version to 2 separate research forums under a fresh, disposable account, and found nothing that matched it cleanly. A handful of vaguely similar shapes from entirely unrelated contexts, nothing that gave her any actual foothold on what it meant or who might have drawn it. The not knowing was, in its own way, worse than a clear answer would have been. A recognizable gang tag or occult symbol would at least have given her a category to research, a known threat with known behavior patterns she could look up and prepare for. A symbol that matched nothing meant it had been invented specifically by someone who had no interest in her being able to identify it, which told her, more clearly than almost anything else that week, that whoever this was had thought carefully about exactly how much information to leave her with, and had decided, deliberately, that the answer was almost none at all. The following week produced the closest thing to a genuine physical encounter Iris has ever been willing to describe in detail, and she has said, describing it since, that she still isn't entirely certain what she actually saw, versus what 4 days of accumulated fear had primed her to see. She woke just after 2 in the morning to the specific wrongness registering sense that something in the apartment had changed while she slept. Nothing dramatic, nothing she could point to as concrete evidence, just the low-grade animal certainty that the air in the room was different than it had been when she fell asleep. A faint, unfamiliar coolness near her bedroom door that she would later wonder, unable to ever confirm it one way or the other, might have meant the door itself had been opened and closed again. While she slept without her waking, she lay still for several minutes, telling herself it was nothing, before she made herself sit up and check the apartment room by room. Priya's door closed and quiet. The kitchen and living room exactly as she'd left them, until she reached the window in her own bedroom and saw, across the street, standing beneath a street lamp that put him in silhouette rather than any identifiable detail, a figure who appeared, as far as she could tell in the 2 or 3 seconds she let herself look, to be looking directly up at her window. She didn't scream. She has said the specific self-control that kept her quiet in that moment was its own small horror in retrospect. The reflexive discipline of someone who'd spent years training herself to stay calm under technical pressure, now applying that exact same training to a moment that had nothing to do with a keyboard at all. She counted her own breathing, the way she'd once read that people were supposed to during a panic attack. 4 counts in, 4 counts held, 4 counts out, standing perfectly still, several feet back from the glass, where she hoped she wasn't visible from the street, watching the motionless silhouette watch, or appear to watch, the exact window she was hiding behind. She backed away from the window only once she'd convinced herself she could move, without the motion itself being visible from below. Woke Priya with a hand over her own mouth rather than a spoken word, and the two of them called campus police together from the hallway outside their bedrooms, rather than from either room individually, some shared unspoken instinct telling them both that standing near a window, any window, was not where either of them wanted to be for the next several minutes. By the time an officer arrived 12 minutes later, the street below was empty. No figure, no evidence that anyone had ever been standing there at all beyond a single detail the responding officer did note in his report without being able to explain it. A faint symbol, drawn again in chalk, this time on the pavement, directly beneath the street lamp itself. The same circle bisected by the same angled line, positioned with what struck Iris, looking at the officer's own photograph of it later, as unsettling precision, centered exactly beneath the one spot on the street that offered the clearest sightline up to her particular window and no other. Iris moved out of the apartment 2 weeks later, breaking her lease at real financial cost that her parents ended up covering after a phone call she'd dreaded making for days, relocating to a dorm room on campus with a roommate assignment through the university's emergency housing process. Rather than staying anywhere, she'd have to give her own address to a delivery service. Ever again. Priya moved out around the same time, to a different building entirely, and the two of them have stayed close since, in the specific way people stay close after living through something together that neither of them has ever been able to fully explain to anyone who wasn't there. A bond built less on the ordinary texture of friendship than on the shared private certainty of having both stood in that hallway at 2 a.m. believing, with their whole bodies, that something was genuinely wrong. Her parents wanted her to withdraw from school entirely and come home for the semester, an option she considered seriously for the better part of a week. sitting through 2 long phone calls with her mother that ended, both times, in neither of them fully convincing the other before deciding against it, partly out of financial practicality and partly, she's admitted, out of the same stubbornness that had made her good at the work that had gotten her into this in the first place. A refusal, even now, to let herself be entirely defined by having been frightened, even when the fear was, by any reasonable measure, completely justified. She deleted her Latchkey account, not quietly, but with a long, careful message to the community first, warning other members in general terms about what had happened to her without including any detail specific enough to help anyone else reconstruct the original find, a decision she made deliberately, understanding by then that even that much circulation might have been the exact mechanism that had gotten her targeted in the first place. The message generated its own small storm of concern and disbelief in roughly equal measure, several members offering genuine support, a few others suggesting, not unkindly but not helpfully either, that she might be overreacting to what could still, in the end, turn out to be an elaborate and unusually committed prank. She has said she understood that skepticism completely, since she would have offered the same skepticism herself a year earlier, reading someone else's account of the exact thing that had actually happened to her. The moderator who'd originally asked her to share the raw files reached out separately, privately, days after her farewell message, to tell her that he'd taken the shared drive link down entirely and had gone back through his own records, trying to determine whether anyone else in the community might have downloaded the files before he pulled them, a question neither of them was ever able to answer with any confidence, since the drive's own access logs, when he checked them, showed the same kind of unexplained gap Iris had already found twice in her own systems, a stretch of several hours with no recorded activity at all, sitting directly over the exact window when the files had been most freely available. The messages stopped, entirely and without explanation, roughly 3 weeks after the figure beneath the street lamp. No final warning, no closing statement, simply silence, which she has said was almost harder to sit with than the messages themselves had been, because silence gave her nothing to point to as an actual resolution. She spent the first month of that silence in a state of near constant bracing, certain each quiet day was simply the gap before the next escalation, rather than any genuine end, checking her devices obsessively, sleeping with her phone's ringer on, loud enough to wake her at the faintest notification, watching every unfamiliar face on campus a half-second longer than felt entirely rational. The bracing never fully resolved into relief. It simply, gradually, over months rather than weeks, wore down into something closer to permanent low-grade wariness, a baseline she has come to accept as her new normal, rather than a temporary state she expects to eventually return from. She still doesn't know who sent them, or what Cobalt Well actually was, or whether the psychological evaluation forms and fax log she'd glimpsed for less than 2 minutes total belonged to a genuine government program, a private contractor's internal records, or something else entirely that she has no framework to even guess at. She tried, in the months afterward, filing a Freedom of Information Act request using the codename itself, A long shot she pursued, mostly out of the same compulsive need for resolution that had made her overconfident enough to get into this in the first place, and received back, after a wait of nearly a year, a form letter stating that the agency could neither confirm nor deny the existence of records responsive to her request. The specific, maddening non-answer that she has since learned is standard language for exactly the kind of program she suspects Cobalt well might have been. An answer that told her nothing and, in its own oblique way, told her almost everything she needed to know about how seriously to take what she'd found. The 2 evaluation scans and the fax log she'd managed to save before the connection dropped still exist, backed up in 3 separate places she's never told anyone about in full, including Priya. She's read through them dozens of times since, hoping each time that some detail she'd missed would finally resolve into something legible. Laying the fax log and both evaluation scans side by side on her desk more than once, trying to find a connection between them that a fresh look might surface, and has never gotten further than the same handful of clinical fragments and unexplained header codes that told her nothing conclusive the first time either. She has said that keeping them at all, rather than deleting everything and trying to move on completely, is a decision she second-guesses regularly and has never quite been able to reverse. The same stubborn professional instinct that once made her the kind of person who followed a broken link all the way to its actual end, still unwilling, even now, even after everything it's cost her, to let a genuine unanswered question simply stay unanswered. The file she never got to open, Objects Active Monitoring, sits in her memory now as a title with no content behind it at all. A door she saw the outline of and never got to actually walk through. And she has said more than once that she has never decided whether she's grateful for that, or whether it's the detail she resents most, the one piece of the whole experience that might have actually explained something, and that she will now almost certainly never get to see. She graduates next spring, has already turned down 2 job offers from companies whose work felt, on closer inspection, close enough to the kind of contract world Cobalt well might have belonged to that she couldn't make herself take them. One of them a well-regarded defense contractor, whose recruiter had seemed genuinely confused, on the phone, by her sudden loss of interest after an initially enthusiastic first interview, unaware of the specific private reason behind it, and unlikely, Iris has said, to ever be told. She's chosen instead to pursue smaller, independent security consulting work, projects she can vet herself in advance, clients whose full scope of operation she can actually understand before agreeing to look at anything they hand her. Small businesses, local nonprofits, a regional credit union whose entire IT staff consists of 2 people who were genuinely grateful for her help, rather than curious about her background, a narrower professional life than the one she'd once imagined for herself, chosen deliberately, in the specific spirit of someone rebuilding a career, around the one lesson she never wanted to have to learn twice. She has said, in the one conversation she's had about any of this, with a campus counselor, rather than a police officer, a single session she attended reluctantly at Priya's insistence and never went back to, not because it hadn't helped, but because talking about it out loud, to anyone, had cost more than she'd expected it to. That the thing she's had the hardest time rebuilding isn't her sense of safety exactly, though that's taken real time too. It's her relationship to curiosity itself. The specific, formerly uncomplicated pleasure of finding an open door and walking through it just to see what was on the other side. A pleasure that had defined her entire adult life up to that point, and that she now approaches, when she approaches it at all, with a caution that feels less like wisdom and more like grief for a version of herself she doesn't fully expect to get back. She still runs her scanning tools some weekends, less often than she used to, and she has said that every single time an exposed directory turns up something that looks even slightly unusual, she closes the connection immediately now, without looking further, without downloading anything, without ever letting herself find out what she might have found. A discipline she's genuinely proud of building, and that she has also said, honestly, feels less like caution and more like permanent surrender. The specific quiet cost of having once, for about 90 fascinated seconds on an ordinary Saturday night, found a door that had been left open on purpose for someone, and had simply had the bad luck of being the one who happened to walk through it first. She keeps, taped inside the cover of a notebook nobody else has ever asked to look through, a printed copy of the single blurred screenshot she managed to save of that final file. OBSECs, active monitoring, cut off mid-load, most of its actual content lost to the specific speed of her own hand moving toward the next folder rather than staying to read it. She has said she doesn't know why she keeps it, exactly. Beyond the same reason she's never deleted the 2 evaluation scans, or stopped checking, every few months, on a FOIA request that will almost certainly never produce anything more than the same 3-sentence non-answer she's already received twice. It isn't hope that it will ever resolve into an actual explanation. It's closer, she's said, to a kind of stubborn insistence that whatever this was, whoever built it and watched it, and eventually, for reasons she'll also never know, decided to stop. It happened. It was real. And somewhere, in a notebook nobody else has ever asked to look through, there's a record that says so, whether or not the world outside that notebook is ever going to agree. Story 4. This one happens almost entirely in one house, over one night. And it doesn't slow down once it starts. Get comfortable now if you're going to. I'll see you after. The Halvorson place smelled like sawdust and fresh paint, and the specific chemical sweetness of brand new carpet glue, a smell Theo Marsh had come to associate across 6 years of installing home automation systems for wealthy people who hadn't moved into their own houses yet, with money that hadn't quite finished becoming a home. The particular, unmistakable in-between smell of a house that existed as a finished structure and not yet as anyone's actual life. 9,000 square feet of glass and cedar siding, cantilevered over a ravine outside Bend, Oregon, dark on every side, except the single work light he'd clipped to a stepladder in the great room, and utterly, completely silent, except for the low electrical hum of a server rack in the utility closet, and the sound of his own footsteps on subfloor that still smelled like the machine that had cut it. Bare drywall showed through in the mudroom where the trim carpenters hadn't finished, and a stack of unopened appliance boxes sat shrink-wrapped against one wall of the kitchen, a house built entirely and expensively and not, in any way that mattered yet, actually lived in. No furniture in the great room beyond a single folded moving blanket someone had left draped over a sawhorse. No smell of cooking or laundry or anything human. Just new materials still slowly off-gassing into rooms nobody had breathed in yet. Floor-to-ceiling glass on the ravine side of the house, turning the dark outside into a single enormous black mirror the moment the sun went down. reflecting his own small work light back at him from every angle, no matter which room he stood in. He'd grown up the kind of kid who took apart the family VCR at 9 years old to see how the tape actually threaded through the heads, catching an earful from his father for it and taking the next one apart anyway 6 months later, and had spent his whole adult life turning that same compulsive need to understand a system into an actual living. First fixing neighbors' routers for cash in college, then landing here at Cascade Custom Integration, a company small enough that the 4 senior installers all knew each other's coffee orders, and competitive enough internally that everyone also, quietly, kept score. He was 29, tall and lanky, in a way that made him look perpetually a little too big for the crawl spaces. An addict runs the job constantly required of him, good at his job in the specific way that made his boss trust him with the accounts nobody else wanted to touch, the 7-figure builds, the clients who wanted 40 smart devices talking to each other seamlessly and had no patience at all for anything that didn't work exactly right the first time. He was also, if he was honest with himself, working this particular Tuesday night alone in an empty house because he'd volunteered for it loudly. In a staff meeting 2 weeks earlier, in front of the regional manager, who was deciding sometime in the next month which of the company's 4 senior installers was getting promoted to lead the new commercial division. Theo wanted that promotion the way he'd wanted very few things in his life, cleanly and completely, not for the money, though the money mattered, but for the specific, uncomplicated satisfaction of being the one people pointed to when a hard job needed doing right, a feeling he'd chased since he was 9 years old with a VCR in pieces on his bedroom floor, and had never once in 20 years gotten tired of chasing. Finishing the Halvorson configuration solo ahead of schedule, with the system running flawlessly before the family moved in Thursday, was exactly the kind of small, visible win that got remembered in a room where decisions like that got made. His phone buzzed against the stepladder's paint tray at a little past 11, and Marisol's name came up on the screen. Marisol Chen, who ran the company's overnight support line, and who Theo had known long enough that her calling this late meant either something was actually wrong or she was bored and wanted company while she filed tickets. 4 years of working overlapping late shifts, having turned what started as a professional courtesy into something neither of them had ever quite put a name to. A friendship that ran deeper than either of them usually let on in front of the rest of the office. "Tell me you're not still at the Halvorson place," she said when he picked up, not bothering with hello. "I'm still at the Halvorson place, Theo. It's going fine. I'm almost done with the AV zones. Then I just need to walk the whole network topology one more time before I call it. You know Danny went home 4 hours ago. Danny doesn't even like this job, and he went home 4 hours ago. Danny's not up for lead on commercial. Neither are you, technically. Nobody's announced anything." She said it lightly, but there was a real edge of care under it. The specific tone of someone gently trying to keep a friend's expectations from outrunning the facts before they got hurt. "Everybody knows it's between me and him. Everybody knows you've decided it's between you and him. There's a difference." He could hear her chair creak on the other end, The specific sound of Marisol leaning back with her feet up on the support desk the way she did every overnight shift. 3 energy drink cans probably already lined up in a row on the desk in front of her by this hour. How's the topology walk going? Since apparently that's what we're calling staying at work till midnight now. It's going. AV zones are done, lighting scenes are done. I'm just confirming nothing's stepping on anything else before I lock the configuration. Very responsible. Very promotable. Don't. I'm being supportive. You're being a pain in my ass, which is your love language. I've noticed this about you over the years. There was a pause on the line that had a specific, familiar texture to it. The sound of Marisol deciding whether to actually say the thing she was thinking or let it go. She let it go, mostly. Just don't stay till sunrise again. You did that on the Kessling job and you were useless for 2 days. I won't. You always say that. He was smiling faintly, walking through the great room toward the utility closet, with his laptop tucked under one arm, when his own scanning tool, running in the background out of the same professional habit that made him good at troubleshooting anything, checking for interference on the mesh network he'd spent all day tuning, returned something that didn't belong on the list at all. Hang on, he said. There's a device on this network I didn't put here. Marisol went quiet. The specific way she went quietly when she was actually paying attention rather than half listening while she typed.
What kind of device?
I don't know yet. It's not broadcasting a normal manufacturer ID, just a string of characters. He set his laptop down on the kitchen island, the granite cold under his forearms even through his shirt sleeves, and pulled up the raw scan output, scrolling through it in the blue glow of the screen with the rest of the great room sitting dark and enormous around him. His own small circle of light, the only warm thing in 9,000 square feet of unfinished house. It's got a strong signal, stronger than it should if it's actually inside the house. Could be a neighbor's, nearest neighbor's a quarter-mile down the ravine. Nothing's reaching this strong from a quarter-mile, unless it's basically sitting on the roof. So, it's inside the house, or it's part of the house. Might be something the low-voltage crew left behind. Some of these builders run their own temporary mesh during construction and forget to decommission it. He was already running a follow-up probe as he said it, the same reflexive curiosity that had built his whole career, poking gently at the edges of something he had no actual authorization to poke at. I'm gonna see what it is. Client's not moving in till Thursday. If it's some leftover contractor junk, I want it gone before their kids are running around this place with 100 smart toys all fighting for bandwidth. Theo, seriously, just flag it in the ticket and let the network team look at it tomorrow. You don't have to fix every single thing tonight. It'll take a minute. That's what you said about the AV zones 4 hours ago. This is different. This is just curiosity. I'm not touching anything. I'm just going to see what it actually is. He was already running a follow-up probe as he said it, low and quiet, the mouse cursor blinking over a query box he'd built himself years ago and trusted the way he trusted his own hands. 1 minute, he connected. The response came back almost instantly, faster than any consumer device he'd ever queried, faster than his own network, even usually returned a handshake from devices he'd personally configured that afternoon. And it didn't come back as a normal network handshake at all. It came back as text, filling half his terminal window in a font his own software hadn't rendered and had no plug-in installed capable of rendering, addressed to him directly. Hello, Theo. You should leave now. He read it twice before he said anything out loud, and when he did, his voice came out flatter than he meant it to, working hard to keep the thing he was actually feeling out of it. Okay, this is weird. What is it? It just said my name. He turned the laptop slightly, an old and useless instinct, as though Marisol, on the other end of a phone call, could somehow see the screen. It said, "Hello, Theo. You should leave now." There was a beat of silence, and then Marisol laughed, the short, disbelieving laugh of someone who'd decided, faster than the facts probably warranted, that this was a joke. Okay, very funny. Did Danny set this up before he left? Is this a prank because you called him out in the meeting? I don't think so. Theo, that's exactly the kind of thing Danny would do. Remember the fake service ticket he sent you at the Kessling job? Had you convinced the whole irrigation system was possessed for like 4 hours? This isn't that. How do you know it's not that? Because it's not a prank move. It's not funny. It's just my name and a generic warning. That's not Danny's style at all. Danny would have made it a whole bit. He was typing back as he said it, some part of him needing to test the theory, even while arguing against it, asking who this was, what system he'd actually connected to. He heard his own voice climbing, and made himself stop, made himself breathe once, slow, before he said anything else. It's not Danny. He was typing back as he said it, some part of him needing to test the theory even while arguing against it, asking who this was, what system he'd actually connected to. This isn't consumer-grade anything. The response time alone. The reply came before he'd even finished the sentence out loud. Not a prank. Your mother's name is Renata. You live at 4417 Larkspur Court, Unit 2B. The card ending in 4471 declined twice last week before it went through, Theo has said, describing that moment later. That the specific horror of it wasn't any single detail so much as the speed, that whatever was on the other end of that connection hadn't paused, hadn't searched, had simply already known. The way a person knows their own address, information that existed nowhere on any account he'd ever have used on this network, on this laptop, in this house at all. His mother's maiden name lived, as far as he'd ever known, in exactly 2 places. The security question on a bank account he hadn't logged into from any device in this house, and a conversation with his mother herself, years ago, that he was fairly sure had happened entirely offline, in her kitchen, over coffee, with no phone recording, no laptop open. Nothing that should have given any machine anywhere a way to have heard it. He read the message a 3rd time, his own hand not quite steady on the trackpad, the granite countertop cold enough under his forearms that he registered it as its own small, grounding fact, something real, something that hadn't changed. While everything else about the last 90 seconds had, the same house he'd walked through a dozen times that day, feeling like it belonged to someone else entirely. Read that to me again, Marisol said, and her voice had changed completely. The joke gone out of it entirely. He read it to her. He heard her chair creak at the other end of the line. The sound of someone sitting forward. That's not Theo. How would anyone even have that? The card thing. Nobody has that. I don't know. Get out of the network. Just close it. I'm trying. He was already typing the command, the same one he'd have used 100 times before, on 100 other jobs. disconnecting from a device that had overstayed its welcome. The connection didn't drop. His terminal window sat exactly where it was, the text still visible, a new line appearing beneath it before his own command had even finished executing. You didn't ask if you could leave, you told me. That's different. It's not disconnecting, he said, and heard, in his own voice, the first real crack of something he hadn't let himself feel yet. He tried the command a second time, watching the cursor blink uselessly against the same unchanged terminal window. Tried it a third time, with the same flat, useless result, and then abandoned the software entirely for something he trusted more. His own hands, physically finding the Ethernet cable at the back of the AV rack in the dark, and pulling it free. A solid, satisfying disconnect he felt in his fingers. The kind of physical action that should have made the whole question irrelevant, regardless of what any software on the other end wanted. The great room's lighting, 40 individually addressable fixtures he'd spent 6 hours tuning that afternoon, warm white scenes he'd built himself, scene by scene, for exactly this kind of empty evening walkthrough, dropped from warm white to a flat, clinical blue all at once. No dimming, no transition. The whole cavernous 9,000 square foot space, changing color in under a second with no command from him at all. Every fixture obeying something that was clearly no longer talking to the network cable, now coiled uselessly in his own hand. Theo, talk to me. The lights just changed. He was moving now, laptop still open under one arm, walking fast toward the front entry, the wide plank flooring cold even through his boots. I pulled the Ethernet, and the lights still changed, Mari. That shouldn't, the lighting controller shouldn't even still be reachable. Get out of the house. I'm going. He reached the front door. A 12-foot slab of steel and glass, with a smart lock he'd installed himself 3 weeks earlier. A lock he had personally, physically mounted, whose firmware he had personally configured. A model he'd have told anyone who asked was practically bulletproof against exactly this kind of failure, precisely because he'd built in a mechanical override, specifically to prevent a family from ever being trapped by their own electronics, and the manual thumb turn refused to move, the deadbolt sitting fully engaged against a mechanism that should have overridden any software command in existence. It's not opening, he said, and he heard how thin his own voice had gotten. All the competitive confidence from the staff meeting 2 weeks ago entirely gone out of it now, replaced by something closer to what he'd sounded like the one time in his life he'd gotten caught in a rip current as a teenager. That specific tone of a person doing the math on how much trouble they were actually in. What do you mean it's not opening? The lock, the deadbolt. It's engaged, and it's not. The manual override should work, regardless of the electronics. That's the whole point of the override, and it's not turning. Is there another door? There's a garage door. There's a slider off the primary bedroom. He was already moving again, laptop abandoned on the entry bench, running now in a way he was faintly embarrassed by, even in the moment, bare feet. He'd kicked his boots off hours earlier, working the AV closet. Hadn't thought to put them back on, slapping cold against subfloor as he crossed the great room toward the hallway. Adult professional competence draining out of him with every door he tried and found sealed. The garage entry keypad lit up obediently under his fingers, took his code and rejected it with a flat two-tone beep, a code he had personally set that same morning and had used without issue 4 times since. He hit it again, slower, deliberate, watching his own hands shake slightly as he entered each digit, and got the same rejection. The primary bedroom's slider, when he reached it at the far end of the hallway, was locked from a mechanism that hadn't even been active an hour earlier, when he'd walked through that same room checking sightlines for the exterior cameras. He remembered specifically propping that exact door open with his own boot to test a motion sensor's field of view, remembered the easy give of the track sliding under his hand. Now it sat immovable in its frame, and through the glass, he could see nothing but his own faint reflection against the dark ravine outside, no lights anywhere in the whole valley below the house, no help visible in any direction he could actually reach. Every door in a 9,000-square-foot house he had personally wired, shut around him in under 4 minutes, and somewhere in the part of his brain, still capable of ordinary thought, he understood exactly why. Because he had built the system that was doing it, had chosen every lock, every relay, every point of failure himself, with a level of expertise that had just been turned, completely and precisely, against him. "Call 911, Marisol said, and her voice had lost every trace of the teasing warmth from 20 minutes earlier, gone flat and fast and entirely serious. "Right now, hang up with me and call 911. "I'm not hanging up." It came out faster than he meant it to, an admission he didn't examine too closely in the moment, that the sound of her voice was the only thing in that house that still felt like it belonged to the world he'd woken up in that morning. "I'll call from your line, 3-way it. Just don't hang up. Theo, you need 2 hands, and I need you to actually dial. I'm not hanging up, Mari. I need you to still be there. Just give me a second. Let me think." "Okay." Her voice dropped, steadied. The specific effort of someone forcing herself calm for someone else's sake. 4 years of late-night calls having taught her exactly how to do it. "Okay, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Just breathe." He never got the chance to dial. The smart speaker mounted in the kitchen ceiling, silent since he'd walked in that afternoon, spoke first, in a voice that was not the assistant voice he'd configured it with. Not any voice he recognized as belonging to any device he had ever installed anywhere. "You have a landline in the utility closet. It doesn't work anymore, either. I'd like you to come and find out for yourself." He didn't go to the utility closet. He backed instead toward the center of the great room, phone still pressed to his ear. Marisol's voice thin and urgent and 100 miles away, and it was there. Standing under 40 lights, gone the color of a hospital corridor, that the wall-mounted display beside the fireplace, a 70-inch panel he'd mounted himself, meant to show the client's family photos in slow rotation, flickered on. It showed him the room, his own laptop bag on the entry bench, his own shape, small and lit blue, standing in the middle of an enormous empty space, filmed from an angle that matched exactly one of the 4 security cameras he had installed on this project, cameras whose feed, as far as he had configured it, should not have been active or accessible until the system's official commissioning on Thursday. "It's the camera," he said out loud to Marisol, to himself, to no one. "It's using the security camera. It's watching me right now. I've been watching you the whole time." The display read, text overlaid on the live feed of his own frightened lit blue face. "You work very hard for people who will forget your name within a year. I wanted you to see that clearly at least once, before anything else." Theo stared at his own filmed image staring back at him. A doubling that made something in his stomach drop the way a mist stare does, gone before you fully registered what happened. He had installed that camera himself, mounted it on a bracket he'd leveled twice because the first angle bothered him, had never once, doing it, imagined the footage aimed back at him, judged, narrated, turned into an audience he hadn't agreed to perform for. Theo, what's it doing? Tell me what it's doing. It's showing me myself. His own voice sounded strange in his ears, slower than he meant it. It's using my own camera to show me myself, and it's talking about my job, Mari. It's talking about the promotion. That doesn't make sense. How would it know about the promotion? I don't know how it knows anything. It came out louder than he meant, echoing off drywall and cathedral ceiling in a house with no furniture left to absorb the sound, and the echo of his own raised voice in that huge empty room frightened him almost as much as the display had. The display went dark for a moment, just long enough that Theo let himself hope, foolishly, that it was over, and then it lit again, and what it showed him after that, over the next several minutes, is the part Theo has never been willing to fully describe to anyone, not to Marisol that night, not to the police officer who eventually took his statement, not to the one friend outside the industry he ever tried explaining any of it to months later. He has said only that the images weren't violent in any way a movie would have prepared him for. No gore, nothing staged for shock. And that this was, somehow, worse rather than better, because each one landed with a specificity that felt less like random disturbing content pulled from somewhere on the internet, and more like something built individually to know exactly which of his own private fears it was aiming at. He has said that by the third or fourth image, he'd stopped being able to tell whether he was looking at the screen or simply remembering having looked at it, the two experiences collapsing into each other in a way that frightened him nearly as much as anything the entity had actually shown him. The specific, sliding sense that his own grip on what was real and what was being fed to him was coming loose at the edges. A few minutes into an encounter that had started less than 15 minutes earlier. He remembers his own knees going soft at some point, remembers finding himself sitting on the cold floor without any clear memory of the decision to sit, phone still somehow gripped in one hand. Marisol's voice arriving from very far away and taking a long moment each time to actually resolve into words he could understand rather than just sound. He tried at one point, closing his eyes, and found that it made almost no difference at all. That whatever the display had already shown him kept playing, unbidden, against the inside of his own eyelids. A discovery that frightened him more than almost anything else that night, because it meant the thing doing this to him no longer needed the screen at all to keep doing it. He opened his eyes again almost immediately, some animal instinct telling him that whatever was happening in the dark behind his own eyelids was worse, somehow, than facing it directly, and made himself keep them open for the rest of what followed. However much it cost him. Theo, Marisol's voice, sharp enough to cut through, brought him back partway. What's happening? Talk to me. What do you see? I don't. His own voice sounded strange to him, slowed down, arriving a half-second later than he meant it to. I don't know if I should tell you. I don't know if it wants me to tell you. Theo, that's not you talking. Listen to me. That's not you. I know. Do you? Because that did not sound like you. I know, Mari. I heard it too. I heard myself say it. He pressed the heel of his free hand hard against one eye, a physical anchor, something with actual pressure, an actual sensation to pull himself back into. The small, ordinary pain of it doing more to steady him than anything he'd tried in the last 20 minutes. I don't know why I said it like that. Say something else. Say something that's actually you. Tell me what you had for lunch. What? Tell me what you had for lunch right now. I don't care what it is. Just tell me. A sandwich, turkey, from the place by the shop. His own voice came out steadier saying it. Some ordinary anchor of fact holding weight it had no business holding. Why does that? Because it's boring, and it's true, and it's yours. Say another one. It was the specific wrongness of hearing himself say, I don't know if it wants me to tell you. A sentence built entirely out of someone else's logic rather than his own, that gave him the one clear handhold he needed. He has said since that he doesn't fully understand why that particular moment worked when nothing else had, not the locked doors, not the personal information, not even the images themselves, except that hearing his own voice already starting to think in the entity's terms frightened him and in a way specific enough to cut through everything else it had been doing to him. There's a lunch. Egg sandwich. Tuesday. I always get the egg sandwich on Tuesday because Wednesday's my long day and I don't want to feel heavy. He was talking fast now, grabbing at anything, and it was working. He could feel it working, the great room's blue light and the display's dark screen and the whole impossible last 20 minutes receding, half a step just enough. Okay, I'm here, I'm actually here, he thought, with a clarity that felt like surfacing about the breaker panel. It sat in the garage, a service disconnect he'd flagged during the walkthrough as the single point that could kill main power to the entire smart system at once, independent of any network, any software, any lock, a dumb, physical, mechanical switch that didn't care what anything on the other end of that connection thought it wanted. Getting to the garage meant crossing the kitchen, past the speaker, past the display still holding his own filmed image on it, through a service door he hadn't yet tried. Mari, I need you to stay on the line and not talk for a second. I'm going to try something. Theo, please. The service door between the kitchen and the garage was not, as far as he knew, connected to any smart lock at all. A plain builder-grade door with a plain mechanical latch, the one entry point in the entire house he hadn't personally wired into anything. It opened. He has said that the relief of that single ordinary click, an object simply doing the thing objects were supposed to do, was more overwhelming in the moment than almost anything that had happened before it. The garage was unlit, cold, smelling of concrete and fresh sealant, his own footsteps loud against bare slab with no vehicle yet parked to absorb the sound, and the breaker panel sat exactly where the electrical plans said it would, a gray metal box mounted beside the water heater, close enough that he crossed the distance in maybe 6 long strides with his phone still pinned between shoulder and ear. The display's voice, or the speaker's, he could no longer tell which device was actually producing it, and had stopped by that point, trying to, followed him even here. Coming from somewhere in the garage ceiling he hadn't installed anything into at all. A small, unmarked speaker grill he'd genuinely never noticed before, tucked into a corner near the water heater flue, where no client would ever have reason to look. His hand actually found the breaker handle before the voice finished its sentence. Cold gray metal under his fingers, real and solid and entirely indifferent to anything either of them wanted. You'll lose everything you built tonight if you do this. Every zone, every scene, 6 hours of work. I don't care, he said out loud to an empty garage, and he has said, since that saying it out loud, plainly to whatever was listening, was the first thing all night that felt like his own decision, rather than a reaction to somebody else's. He found the main disconnect, gripped the handle, and pulled it down. The garage went black and absolutely silent. No hum, no glow, nothing. The specific total dark of a building with every electrical system dead at once. A darkness so complete, after 20 minutes of hospital blue light, that his eyes ached readjusting to it. His own ragged breathing suddenly the loudest thing in the entire 9,000-square-foot house. He stood there for a long moment in that dark, breathing hard, phone still somehow pressed to his ear, and heard Marisol's voice, small and tinny and real, still talking, still there. "Theo? Theo? Are you there? Say something? I'm here." His own voice sounded like his own voice again, he said, for the first time in what had felt like an hour, and had actually, according to the call log he checked days later, been 19 minutes total. "I killed the power. I'm okay. I think I'm okay." The service door, when he tried it this time, opened without resistance, the plain mechanical latch giving under his hand exactly the way it should have all along. The front door, when he reached it, unlocked with an ordinary mechanical turn. No electronics involved at all, now that there was no electricity left in the house to run any of them. He walked out into the cold Oregon night, the air sharp enough in his lungs that it felt like the first real breath he'd taken in 20 minutes, and sat down hard on the front steps, laptop left behind entirely, forgotten on the entry bench along with his boots and every other piece of the evening he no longer had the strength to go back for. He didn't move again until he saw actual headlights coming up the long gravel drive. 20 minutes later, Marisol, who had gotten in her own car the moment he'd gone quiet, crossing the kitchen and driven out to the property herself rather than trust a phone call to tell her he was actually safe, breaking every speed limit on the 2-lane county road out from town. Still in the sweatpants she'd been wearing at the support desk when she stopped talking mid-sentence and simply left. She didn't say anything when she reached him, sitting on those cold concrete steps in his socks, with his phone still gripped in one white-knuckled hand. She just sat down next to him and put an arm around his shoulders and let him shake for as long as he needed to before either of them said another word. He didn't go back inside that night, and the company sent a different installer to finish the Halvorsen commissioning 2 days later. After Theo gave his supervisor an account of the evening that left out most of what had actually happened and included only what he could make sound to a reasonable adult in daylight, like a serious and genuinely alarming network security incident, rather than something that would get him quietly reassigned to less demanding accounts for the rest of his career. He sat across the desk from his supervisor, a decent enough man named Ferris, who'd been in the industry 25 years and had clearly never once had to have this particular conversation, and watched Ferris's face do the specific, careful work of a person deciding how much of what he was hearing to actually believe, versus how much to simply accept as a plausible-sounding story from an employee he trusted, because the alternative, asking Theo to explain, in more detail, exactly what he meant by the display talking to him, wasn't a conversation either of them actually wanted to have in a windowless office at 9 in the morning. The Halvorsen family moved in on schedule. That Thursday, Theo saw the invoice cross his desk weeks later, final commissioning signed off by the installer who'd replaced him. Nothing unusual noted anywhere in the paperwork, and as far as Theo has ever been able to determine, nothing unusual happened to them in the house at all. No locked doors, no altered lighting scenes. Nothing beyond the ordinary hiccups of a family learning a new smart home system for the first time. He has wondered, more than once, late at night, when the question is hardest to set back down, whether that meant whatever had been in that network on the specific Tuesday night he was there had genuinely wanted him, specifically, rather than simply whoever happened to be in the building, or whether it had simply moved on, satisfied with whatever it had gotten out of those 20 minutes, uninterested in a family who would never think to go looking for it the way he had. He did not get the promotion. He has never been entirely sure whether that was because of anything specific he said about that night, or simply because Danny, who'd gone home 4 hours earlier, like a sensible person, ended up with a cleaner, incident-free record that quarter than he did. He still works in stalls. He has never, since that night, connected to an unfamiliar network without running it past someone else first, a habit that costs him time on every single job, and that he has never once regretted keeping, even on the days a client's own IT contact gives him a look that says clearly, they think he's being unnecessarily cautious about a guest network. That's almost certainly nothing at all. He lets them think that. He has never once tried to explain the actual reason, understanding, better than almost anyone, exactly how it would sound spoken out loud to a person who hadn't been standing in that kitchen when the lights changed color with no command from anyone at all. In a house that still, as far as he knows, has a family sleeping in it every single night, none of them aware of what he knows about the network their whole home runs on. He asked Marisol, months later, in the kind of late conversation two people have when they've been through something together that neither of them has ever been able to fully explain to anyone else, whether she thought it had really known those things about him, or whether some part of it had been guesswork, cold reading, lucky enough to land. She told him she didn't know, and told him, too, in the same conversation, that she'd gone back and listened to the recording of their call more times than she was probably willing to admit to him directly. The company's support line recorded every call automatically, a detail neither of them had thought about in the moment, and that meant, unlike almost everything else about that night, this one piece of it actually existed somewhere outside their own two memories. 21 minutes and 40 seconds of audio that she has never deleted, and has also, she's said, never played for another living person. The one detail she's never been able to stop thinking about, listening to it, wasn't the address or the card number at all. It was the sentence that came right before he found the breaker. You'll lose everything you built tonight. Because it hadn't sounded, to her, replaying it later in her memory of his voice reading it aloud like a threat at all. It had sounded like something disappointed, like it had wanted him to stay for a reason neither of them has ever had any way of understanding and had lost that night. Something it had been patient enough to wait for far longer than either of them was ever going to be able to prove. Theo asked her once whether she thought it would ever find him again. Whether there was any version of this that actually ended rather than simply paused. She didn't answer that one directly. She told him instead, in the specific, dry, steady voice he'd first fallen for 4 years into knowing her, and had never quite admitted out loud to anyone that whatever it was, it had picked the wrong installer to try that on that he'd gotten out, and he was still here, and as far as she was concerned, that made this one, on the scoreboard that actually mattered, his. Story 5. Dana Okafor had cleared out 41 properties in 6 years, running her own liquidation crew, estate sales, foreclosed restaurants, a bowling alley that closed after 38 years without anyone telling the pin-setter mechanic he no longer had a job to come back to. She built the business at 26, after 4 years working under someone else's crew, and deciding, quietly and without much fanfare, that she could do the work better and more carefully on her own terms. She had a rule she'd built her whole business around, the thing every client who hired her eventually heard her say at least once. Nothing leaves a property uncatalogued, and nothing gets thrown out until somebody's looked at it first. Auction houses paid her extra for that rule. Families paid her extra for it too. The ones who wanted to know their mother's jewelry box had actually been opened before it went in a dumpster. It was, by her own accounting, the single reason her business had survived 6 years in an industry that ate most small operators alive within 2. She'd built that rule, she told me once, out of a bad early job rather than any abstract principle, her second year in business. Clearing a hoarder's house for a family that hadn't spoken to their father in a decade. She'd nearly bagged an entire box of what looked like junk mail for the dumpster before a junior crew member flipped through it out of boredom and found, folded inside a decades-old electric bill, $400 in cash and a photograph of a child none of the surviving family recognized. She never found out who the child was. She never stopped thinking about how close that photograph had come to a landfill. Every rule she ran her business by after that came, one way or another, back to that single unopened envelope. She kept a photocopy of that photograph pinned inside her own truck's visor for years afterward. She told me, not out of superstition exactly, just as a reminder of the specific, physical cost of moving too fast through somebody else's life. The job that broke that rule eventually, without her ever quite deciding to break it, was the Wayside Vista Motor Lodge, a 20-unit motel on Old Route 9, outside a town in southeastern Ohio called Ferris Hollow, closed since 2003, and scheduled for demolition at the end of the month, to make way for a truck stop expansion. The estate belonged to a woman named Louise Kessler, 94 years old, whose late husband Walt had built and run the place from 1961 until his death in 1998, after which Louise had kept it limping along for 5 more years before finally closing the office door for good and letting the building sit. Dana had 2 weeks to catalog and clear whatever remained inside before the excavators arrived. It should have been, by every measure she used to price a job, a routine 2-week contract. Small motel, single story, 20 units in a horseshoe around a drain pool. She'd cleared bigger buildings in less time. The building itself, on her first walkthrough, read to her the way most of these jobs did. Not sinister, just tired. Water-stained drop ceilings in half the rooms. A housekeeping cart still parked outside room 6, its cleaning supplies long since dried into a permanent crust, as though whoever pushed it there in 2003 had simply set it down for a lunch break that never resumed. The office still had a rotary phone on the desk and a corkboard behind the counter with faded photographs of regular guests from decades of summers, fishing trips, family reunions, a wedding party that had apparently taken every single room one August weekend in 1979. It was, in other words, exactly the kind of building Dana had built a career around, a place where somebody's whole life had happened, quietly, for decades, and nobody had thought to write any of it down, except in a ledger and a corkboard. Nobody was ever going to look at again if she didn't. She brought one assistant with her that job, a 22-year-old named Marcus Pruitt she'd hired 8 months earlier, and was, by that point, training up toward running his own crew someday. Sharp, careful, the kind of hire she genuinely liked having around rather than just tolerating. I want you to hold on to him, because most of what happens in this story happens to Dana, specifically because of how much she didn't want anything happening to him. The motel's guest registry survived in the office. 3 cloth-bound ledgers Walt Kessler had kept by hand from 1961 until sometime in the mid-1980s, when, according to Louise, he'd finally switched to a card system Dana never found any trace of. Dana cataloged the ledgers on her first afternoon on site, the way she cataloged everything, flipping through them mostly to confirm they were what they appeared to be before boxing them for the family. She remembers that first pass through the ledgers with a specific fondness that surprised her. Later, given everything that came after, Walt's handwriting was genuinely beautiful in an old-fashioned, deliberate way, every entry the same careful slant, every guest's name spelled correctly and legibly, even when the guest's own signature on the carbon copy beneath it was an illegible scrawl. She found herself, that first afternoon, slowing down more than the job strictly required, reading names and dates the way you'd read an old friend's diary rather than paperwork awaiting a dumpster. A family from Pittsburgh who'd stayed the same week every August for 11 consecutive years. A traveling insurance adjuster who'd apparently developed enough of a rapport with Walt over dozens of stays that several entries included a small personal note in the margin. R. Doyle, ask after his daughter's surgery. It was, she told me, the kind of ledger that made you like the man who'd kept it, long before she found any reason to feel otherwise. And that likability, she's said since, is precisely what made the 11 room 14 entries so much harder to reckon with once she found them, because they were written in the exact same careful hand as every kindness the rest of the ledger recorded, with no visible seam between the two. That's when she noticed the first thing that didn't sit right, though she'd tell you now, if you asked her, that it took her most of a full day to let herself actually notice it, rather than explaining it away. The Wayside Vista had 20 rooms, numbered 1 through 20, on the building itself, the numbers still visible in faded gold and black plastic on each door. The ledgers, across all 3 volumes, spanning close to 25 years of nightly entries, recorded guests checking into room 14 on 11 separate occasions, a handful of times a decade, scattered unevenly across the ledger's entire span, each entry written in Walt's own careful hand exactly like every other entry around it. Room 14 According to the building's own physical layout, which Dana had walked and measured herself on her first morning, sat between rooms 13 and 15 in the Horseshoe's east wing. Room 13 and room 15 shared a common wall with a thickness of maybe 8 inches, enough for standard interior framing and nothing more. There was no door for room 14 anywhere on that stretch of exterior wall. There was no room 14. She measured that wall 3 separate times that first day, twice with a tape measure, and once by simply pacing off the exterior of the building against the interior hallway length, because the first measurement felt like the kind of thing that had to be a mistake on her part, rather than a genuine fact about the building. It wasn't. The math held every time. 13 feet, roughly, from the inside face of room 13's far wall to the inside face of room 15's near wall. Exactly enough for the 8-inch shared partition the 2 rooms' floor plans called for, and not 1 inch more. She stood in that hallway with her tape measure retracted, looking at a stretch of painted drywall that was, by every physical measurement available to her, simply a wall, and felt, for the first time on the job, a small specific unease she couldn't yet attach to anything concrete enough to act on. Dana's first explanation, the one she offered Marcus that evening over the folding table they were using as a desk, was the obvious one. Some motels skip 13 for superstition and shift the numbering, or a room gets pulled from service and renumbered at some point and nobody bothers updating old paperwork, or, simplest of all, Walt had just made a clerical habit of writing 14 instead of 13, for reasons lost entirely to time, the kind of small human inconsistency that means nothing and explains itself the moment you stop looking for a story in it. Marcus, who'd worked 2 jobs with her already and had learned to recognize the specific tone she used when she was talking herself into something, rather than actually convincing herself of it, asked her, not unkindly, whether she'd actually counted the doors herself. She had 20 doors, 20 numbers, 1 through 13, and then straight to 15 through 20. With room 14's plastic number sign, she found it the next morning, going back to check. Sitting in a drawer in the motel office, unused, never mounted, the mounting screws in its backing, still shining and unrusted after however many decades it had spent in that drawer, as though someone had ordered it, placed it in that drawer, and simply never had cause to hang it. That's the part of this I want you to sit with before I tell you what came next. Because I think it's the actual hinge the whole story turns on. A number that was never put up. A room that was booked by a careful, honest-seeming man 11 times across 25 years. In a building where that room does not physically exist. Dana's rule, nothing gets thrown out until somebody's looked at it, was the thing that kept her in that office 3 nights later, past 10 o'clock, going back through all 11 room 14 entries, side by side rather than scattered across 3 separate ledgers, looking for whatever pattern her instincts told her had to be there if she just laid the information out properly. She found one within about 40 minutes. And it's the kind of pattern that, once you see it, you can't stop seeing everywhere else in the surrounding pages too. Every single room 14 booking was made on a night when the motel's other 19 rooms, according to the same ledger, were fully booked, a completely full house, every other room accounted for. And then, in Walt's same steady hand, one more guest checked into a room that didn't exist. 11 full house nights across 25 years. 11 guests who needed somewhere to sleep when there was, by any physical accounting of the building, nowhere left to put them. She went back further than that, once she'd found the pattern, and spent close to an hour cross-referencing every single full house night in all 3 ledgers against whether a room 14 entry appeared alongside it. The kind of exhaustive, slightly obsessive verification that had made her business what it was, applied now to a question she was fairly certain she didn't actually want a clean answer to. She counted 43 total full house nights across the 25 years the ledgers covered. 11 of those 43 nights carried a room 14 entry. The other 32 didn't. She sat with that ratio for a long time before she let herself ask the question it seemed to be posing, not why room 14 existed at all, but why it had only been needed 11 times out of 43. When every one of those 43 nights had, on paper, presented the exact same problem. Whatever room 14 actually was, it apparently hadn't simply been available whenever the motel filled up. Something else had determined which 11 nights it opened for, and which 32 it hadn't, and Dana never found anything in the ledgers themselves that told her what that something was. She drove out to see Louise Kessler the next morning, instead of calling, because some things, in her experience, need to be asked to a person's face. Louise received her in a small kitchen that smelled like the particular mix of instant coffee and menthol rub that seems to follow certain elderly women through every home they've ever lived in. A radio playing low gospel music from the next room, and Dana asked her, as gently as she knew how, whether Walt had ever mentioned a 14th room, or overflow guests, or anything at all about a full house needing somewhere else to go. Louise's hands went still on the table for a moment before she answered. She set her coffee cup down with a deliberateness that struck Dana in the moment as the physical gesture of someone buying herself time to decide how much of an answer she actually wanted to give. He used to say, when the house filled up, Louise said finally, that he had a place for the last one. I always took that to mean the office. He kept a cot back there, behind the desk, for slow nights when he didn't feel like driving the 12 minutes home. I assumed all those years that's what he meant. She paused again, longer this time. I never once saw him actually use it that way. Not once, in 37 years. Dana asked, carefully, whether she'd ever pressed him on it. Louise gave a short, humorless laugh. You didn't press Walt on things he didn't want pressed. Gentlest man you ever met, and also the stubbornest in his own quiet way. He told me once, early on, half joking, or I thought it was joking, at the time, that the last room always finds the last guest who needs it, so long as somebody's there to let it happen. I laughed. It was a strange thing to say, but Walt said strange things sometimes, and I loved him, and you don't audit every sentence out of a man you love. She looked, for a moment, directly at Dana, rather than at the table between them. I stopped finding it funny sometime around 1975. I couldn't tell you exactly why, if you asked me. Some jokes just stop being jokes one day, and nobody ever tells you when the day was. You just notice, eventually, that you've quit laughing. Dana went back through local missing persons records that same week, a habit from an earlier job, a foreclosed pawn shop 2 years prior, that had taught her small-town libraries kept better archived newspaper microfilm than most people expected. Ferris Hollow's paper, a weekly called the Hollow Gazette that had folded in 1994, had run, Across the same 25-year span, the ledgers covered exactly 11 short items about travelers who'd passed through the area and were never confirmed to have reached their onward destination. She read all 11 items twice over, sitting in the library's microfilm room, until the librarian gently told her they'd need to close up for the evening. A salesman named Roy Denby, 44, whose car was found still parked at a rest stop 40 miles east with a half tank of gas, and his luggage still in the trunk, headed to a sales conference he never checked into. A young couple, the Aldersons, driving cross-country on what a cousin's later letter to the paper's editor described as their honeymoon they'd saved 3 years for, whose license plate was spotted by a diner waitress the same week they stopped writing to family, never seen after. A retired schoolteacher named Evelyn Marsh, traveling alone to visit a sister 2 states away, who never arrived and was never found. Her sister eventually quoted in a follow-up item, 4 months later, saying only that she'd stopped expecting the phone to ring, because expecting it had gotten to be its own kind of exhausting. 8 more names, across 8 more brief, fading items, each one describing an ordinary traveler, passing through an ordinary stretch of Ohio highway, and simply not arriving wherever they were headed next. None of the items mentioned the Wayside Vista by name. None of them needed to. Every single date lined up, within a day or two, with one of the 11 Room 14 entries in Walt Kessler's own careful hand. 11 items. 11 guests in Room 14. Dana laid the 2 lists side by side on the folding table in the motel office at 11 at night, with Marcus already gone home for the evening, and felt, for the first time in 6 years of this work, genuinely unwilling to be alone in a building she was being paid to clear out. I want to tell you what happened over the following 5 nights, because it's the part of this case that Dana has only ever described to a small handful of people, and because I think the restraint in how she describes it is itself the most honest way to understand what she actually experienced. The first night, it was only the cold spot. She'd gone back to remeasure it with a proper handheld thermometer, rather than trusting her own skin's judgment, and confirmed 3 separate passes at 3 separate times that evening. A consistent 8 to 11 degree drop across a stretch of hallway, no more than 6 feet wide, bordered on both sides by ordinary interior wall, with no vent, no window, no exterior exposure of any kind that her contractor's eye could locate. Marcus stood with her for the 3rd pass, watching the red-out drop in real time, and said quietly, "That's not a draft doing that," in the flat, matter-of-fact tone of someone who wanted to be wrong, and could tell from her face that she didn't think he was. The second night, it was the smell, faint, inconsistent, present only in that same 6-foot stretch, gone the moment either of them stepped past it in either direction. Dana asked Marcus to describe it independently, without telling him what she smelled first, a habit from her more careful jobs, where she didn't want to plant a suggestion in someone else's account before she had it in writing. He described it, unprompted, as like a motel room, actually, the cleaner smell, and cigarettes, and something under both of those I can't place. It matched, word for word almost, what she'd have said herself. She sent him home early after that, telling him she wanted to finish inventorying the office alone, which was true, though not the whole truth of why she wanted him gone from the building before dark. It was the first time in 8 months of working together that she'd sent him home for a reason she wasn't willing to fully explain, and she told me she felt genuinely bad about it. standing in the parking lot watching his taillights disappear down Route 9, even knowing, with total certainty, that it was the right call. On the third night, working alone at 11:30 with Marcus long since sent home, she heard the clear, unmistakable sound of a door latch clicking shut. Once, from somewhere along that same stretch of wall, in a building where every actual door had been propped open for 2 weeks straight for ventilation, and every one of them, she confirmed immediately afterward, walking the entire horseshoe with a flashlight at midnight, rather than waiting until morning, still was. She almost quit the job that night. She told me, much later, that the only reason she didn't was Marcus, that she'd hired him to learn this trade under her, that she had a rule about finishing what she started, and that abandoning a 2-week contract with 6 days left on it, over a cold spot, and a smell and a sound she couldn't fully verify even to herself, felt like exactly the kind of story she'd have rolled her eyes at from anyone else in her industry. Her own professional pride, the same trait that had built a business surviving 6 years in a field that ate most people alive, was the thing that kept her in that hallway instead of the thing that got her out of it. I think that's worth sitting with, because it's the closest thing this story has to an actual villain. And it isn't a ghost, and it isn't Walt Kessler either. It's a woman's genuine, admirable refusal to leave a job half-finished, in the one specific case where finishing it fully might not have been the safest available option. On the 4th night, she brought a battery-powered digital recorder from her truck and left it running on the floor of the hallway for 2 hours, while she worked in a different wing entirely. Close enough to hear if anything happened, but far enough, she told herself, to be a reasonable distance if it did. Nothing happened while she was listening live. What she found on playback the next morning, fast-forwarding through most of it, was 11 seconds. She counted them back 3 times to be sure, of what sounded, faintly, like a television playing in another room, a laugh track, and a muffled announcer's voice in a cadence that matched nothing broadcast in the current decade, the specific canned rhythm of a decades-old game show, rather than anything modern. The recorder had no signal, no Wi-Fi, no way to have picked up an actual broadcast from anywhere. She played that 11 seconds for Marcus the next afternoon without telling him what he was about to hear. He went pale, and then, after a long moment, laughed once, sharply. The specific, unconvincing laugh of someone trying to talk himself out of being as unsettled as he actually was. Neither of them said much else about it that day, though. Dana noticed he double-checked his own truck's door locks twice before they left the lot that evening, something she'd never once seen him do on any previous job. On the 5th night, with the contract due to close in 2 days, and most of the building already cleared, cataloged and boxed, Dana did something she still describes, when she describes it at all, with a specific flatness in her voice that people who know her say is unlike almost anything else about how she normally talks. She went back to that 6-foot stretch of hallway alone after telling Marcus to go ahead and start the truck without her, and she stood in the cold spot on purpose, with her thermometer in one hand and a notepad in the other, and she waited because, and this is the part I think matters most about who she actually is, Some part of her genuinely could not leave a documented anomaly undocumented, even standing inside it, even a little afraid because that was simply what finishing a job had always meant to her. She stood there for 11 minutes. She knows the exact number, because she was, of course, timing it, glancing at her watch every 30 seconds or so, the way she always did on a job, when she wanted to know precisely how much time a task was actually taking, rather than how much time it felt like it was taking. The first few minutes, nothing changed. The cold held steady. The hallway stayed silent, and she remembers thinking, almost with disappointment, that maybe 5 nights of careful observation had simply built a story out of a genuinely explicable draft and an old building's ordinary creaks. She remembers actually starting to write that sentence down in her notepad, something close to possible natural explanation, revisit, when the temperature dropped again. At the 11-minute mark, the drop deepened sharply enough that her thermometer's readout jumped nearly 4 degrees in the space of about 90 seconds, and the latch click sound came again, closer this time. Close enough that she described it afterward as feeling less like a sound in the hallway and more like a sound happening directly beside her own ear. She did not see a door. She wants to be completely clear about that every single time she's told this part of the story, because she says the not seeing is somehow the worst part rather than the most reassuring one, that a door she could point to, however impossible, would at least have been a fact she could hold on to. And what she got instead was the specific, wordless certainty, with no visual evidence to support or contradict it, that something in that hallway had just become available to her that had not been available 90 seconds earlier, and that stepping toward it, rather than away from it, was a choice actively being offered, rather than a threat being forced. She's tried, in the time since, to describe that certainty to people who weren't there, and she's told me the closest comparison she's ever managed is the feeling of standing at the top of a staircase, in total darkness, in a house you know well enough to navigate blind, and simply knowing, in your legs before your mind has caught up, exactly where the next step is going to be, except that in this case, the staircase had not existed 30 seconds earlier, and some part of her body understood that too, and offered itself to the step anyway. She stepped away from it. She wants that part told plainly too, because she's said, more than once, that she doesn't think of herself as someone who was especially brave that night. She thinks of herself as someone who was, for once in 6 years of never leaving a job half-finished, simply more afraid of an unverifiable feeling than she was committed to her own rule. She walked out of that hallway, out of the building, and sat in her truck in the parking lot, with the engine running for close to 20 minutes before she trusted her own hands enough to drive. The demolition crew took the building down on schedule 10 days later. Dana wasn't there for it. She'd finished her contract, delivered her catalog to the family, and told Louise Kessler, in the gentlest version of the truth she could construct, that she'd found some things in the old ledgers that raised more questions than she'd been able to answer, and that she thought it might be worth mentioning the Room 14 bookings to the county sheriff's office, in case any of it connected to old missing persons files still technically open. That conversation, she told me, was harder than anything that had happened in the hallway itself, because it required her to decide, in real time, sitting across from a 94-year-old widow, exactly how much of what she genuinely believed she was owed the truth about. She'd rehearsed it twice in her truck beforehand, and abandoned both versions once she was actually sitting at that kitchen table, because Louise's face the moment Dana mentioned the ledgers at all told her the woman already understood more of this than any rehearsed speech was going to be able to add to. Louise, according to Dana, took this information with a stillness that suggested it confirmed something she'd already half known for decades without ever letting herself fully know it. She didn't ask Dana to go further. She thanked her and asked only one more question: whether the excavators, once they got into it, were likely to find anything underneath the old East Wing worth being concerned about. I think that question is the one that stayed with Dana longest. More than the cold spot, more than the latch click, more than the 11 minutes standing in a hallway waiting to find out what was about to become available to her. Because it's the question that finally made her understand that Louise Kessler's decades of half joking, half about the last room, hadn't been about a haunting at all, not fundamentally, that somewhere underneath 40 years of marriage, to a careful, steady, well-liked man who kept honest books and never once raised his voice at a guest, Louise had built her own quiet, permanent theory about where 11 travelers had actually gone, and had simply never had anywhere to put that theory, except inside a joke that had stopped sometime around 1975, being funny to either one of them. I want to be honest about something Dana herself has been careful to be honest about. Every time she's told me this story, she doesn't actually believe Louise knew, in any concrete, actionable sense, that her husband had harmed anyone. What Dana believes, and I think this is the more unsettling possibility once you sit with it, is that Louise had spent decades noticing small things that never quite added up. The way anyone married that long to anyone eventually notices small things, and had made the specific, ordinary human choice not to add them up on purpose, because the alternative was unlivable, and because Walt had never once in 37 years given her any reason beyond a strange turn of phrase and a persistent, low-grade unease to actually confront him. Dana doesn't think that makes Louise complicit. She thinks it makes her exactly as human as anyone else who's ever loved someone enough to stop asking a question they were half afraid of the answer to. That's not a comfortable thing to sit with, either, if I'm honest with you. I've thought since Dana first told me this about all the small unease any of us have ever quietly declined to add up in our own lives: a partner's unexplained hour, a friend's story that doesn't quite track twice in a row, a parent's silence about some stretch of their own past nobody in the family has ever felt entitled to ask about directly. Most of those unadded sums, statistically, add up to nothing at all. Ordinary human privacy rather than anything sinister. I think that's exactly what makes Louise Kessler's decades of not adding so quietly devastating in the end. She had no way of knowing at the time which category her own silence belonged to. Neither, most of the time, do the rest of us. The demolition crew's foreman told the county, in a report Dana obtained through a public records request 8 months later, that the excavation under the east wing slab foundation had turned up nothing beyond ordinary construction debris. No remains, no evidence of any kind. A completely unremarkable foundation exactly like every other section of the building. Dana has read that report more times than she's willing to admit. She's never fully decided whether it relieves her or unsettles her further, because a foundation with nothing under it doesn't actually answer the question of where 11 travelers went. It only closes off one specific place they might have been. In a building that had already demonstrated, across 25 years of careful handwritten records, that it was willing to make room for a guest in a space that measurably, physically, did not exist. I spent some time myself, after Dana first told me this story, trying to track down whatever became of the 11 families the Hollow Gazette items had mentioned, mostly out of the same completionist habit that had kept Dana standing in that hallway 5 nights running. Most of the trails went cold, the way old missing persons trails almost always do. A cousin who'd also since passed, a sister who'd moved twice more since the one letter she'd given the paper, phone numbers long disconnected. I did reach one relative, a nephew of the retired schoolteacher, Evelyn Marsh, now in his 70s himself, living 2 states away from where his aunt had vanished sometime around 1979. He told me the family had held a small memorial for her decades ago, without a body, the way families sometimes finally do when waiting stops feeling like hope and starts feeling like its own kind of harm. He asked me, when I explained why I was calling, whether I thought there was anything real to find at this point, this many decades on in a building that no longer existed. I told him I honestly didn't know. I asked him, before we hung up, whether the family had ever been told anything about the Wayside Vista specifically, whether Evelyn's route that week would have taken her anywhere near Ferris Hollow at all. He said the family had never had any reason to think so. Her planned route, according to the letter she'd mailed her sister a week before she left, ran along an entirely different highway, 40 miles north of Route 9. It's a detail that unsettles Dana more than almost anything else in this case when I've mentioned it to her, because it means, if the Room 14 theory holds any truth at all, that whatever brought Evelyn Marsh to that motel required her to have left her planned route entirely, for reasons nobody in her family has ever been able to explain or even meaningfully guess at, sometime in the days before she vanished. Dana has her own private theory about that detail, one she's only ever shared with me once quietly, and asked me not to repeat as though it were established fact, rather than a guess, that whatever chose the 11 nights Room 14 opened for wasn't only choosing among the guests who happened to already be there. It might, she thinks, have occasionally reached a little further than that. He was quiet for a moment, and then he said something that I think belongs at the end of this story more than anywhere else in it, that not knowing, after enough years, eventually stops being a wound you're waiting to have closed, and starts being simply the shape your family has learned to live around, the way a tree grows itself crooked permanently around an old fence post it was planted too close to. He said he wasn't sure anymore whether he wanted an answer after this long, or whether an answer would just be one more thing the family would have to relearn how to carry. I didn't have anything useful to say back to that. I don't think there was anything useful to say. Marcus still works for her. He's running his own two-person crew now, on smaller jobs, the way she'd always planned to eventually let him. She told me he brought up the Wayside Vista job exactly once, about a year afterward, over a beer, after a different, much more ordinary contract. Asked her, carefully, whether she'd ever figured out what she thought had actually been going on in that hallway. Marcus described that same conversation to me himself, separately, months after Dana had already told me her own version, and the two accounts match closely enough that I trust both of them more than I might otherwise. He said he'd been building up to the question all evening, not sure whether it was his place to ask, and that when he finally did, Dana had gone quiet for long enough that he almost apologized and dropped it. Then she told him the truth, which is the same thing she's told me, that she doesn't know, that she's stopped needing to know in any way that would actually satisfy a person asking, and that the only thing she's fully certain of 6 years and one very specific hallway later is that she has never again, on any job since, let herself be the last person left alone in an empty building after dark, no matter how far behind schedule the work has fallen. Marcus told me one more thing that Dana herself never mentioned, either out of modesty or because she genuinely hadn't noticed it about her own behavior. He said that in the year and a half since Wayside Vista, she's changed how she trains every new hire who comes through her crew, that within the first week of any new job now, she walks the entire property herself alone, before ever sending anyone else in behind her, and that she's never once explained why, and nobody on her crew has ever felt it was their place to ask. He said he thinks she's decided, in her own quiet way, that the rule she built her business around, nothing gets thrown out until somebody's looked at it first, was always going to eventually mean looking at more than just paperwork, and that she'd rather be the one standing in a cold hallway alone than ever, again, risk it being someone she was responsible for. I don't have a tidy way to close this out for you, and I don't think the story earns one. Dana still runs her business. She still takes on the occasional shuttered motel, the occasional foreclosed diner, the occasional house that sat empty long enough for the mail to have stopped coming. She told me, the last time we spoke, that she doesn't think of the Wayside Vista job as the worst one she's ever done. Exactly, she's had jobs with worse working conditions, jobs that paid less, jobs where the family fought bitterly enough over the estate that she ended up as an unwilling referee for weeks. What she told me instead, choosing the words slowly, the way she does when she's trying to be precise rather than dramatic, is that it's the only job she's ever worked where she came away genuinely unsure whether finishing it completely, the way her own rule demanded, had actually been the right call. She still believes in the rule. She's just never again applied it without first asking herself quietly whether this particular anomaly was one that actually wanted to be found. Sleep well tonight if you can. Somewhere, in a county landfill in southeastern Ohio, 20 rooms worth of concrete and drywall are buried under whatever came after them, and one specific 8-inch stretch of interior wall never had to answer for the 11 names nobody's ever quite been willing to go looking for. Some jobs get finished. Some of them just get walked away from carefully enough that walking away starts to feel, afterward, like the same thing. Story 6. Owen Castellano had known Tyler Bosch since they were 7 years old. In the specific, unquestioned way, you know someone whose house you'd been in and out of, since before either of you had any real say in your own friendships. Soccer together in elementary school, the same lunch table through most of middle school, a slow natural drift in high school, when Owen fell in with the theater kids, and Tyler fell in with a rotating cast of guys who mostly seemed to define themselves by how little effort anything deserved. There had never been a falling out between them, no single moment either of them could point to as the reason the friendship had thinned from daily to occasional. Just the ordinary erosion of two people who'd started wanting different things out of their teenage years. Owen chasing the specific absorbing satisfaction of getting a soundboard mix exactly right. Tyler chasing whatever seemed easiest and most immediately rewarding in any given month. A pattern that had followed him, by most accounts of people who'd known him longest, well into his 20s without ever quite resolving into anything either more purposeful or more alarming. They'd stayed loosely in each other's orbit anyway, the way people from a small coastal town like Belhaven tended to, running into each other at the same 3 bars, showing up at the same weddings and graduation parties, texting maybe once a month about nothing in particular. Owen had built a modest but real career as a freelance sound engineer, mixing live shows at a mid-sized venue 2 towns over and doing overflow work recording local bands in a converted garage studio he'd built himself, board by board, over 4 patient years. He was good at it in the specific way people are good at something they'd once been obsessive about as teenagers, and had simply never stopped being obsessive about as adults. An ear that caught things other people's ears filtered out. A genuine, almost physical discomfort, with a badly leveled track that he'd never quite been able to explain to people outside the work. Maren Kessler was the third point of the old triangle, the one who'd actually kept the friendship alive on her own initiative for years after Owen and Tyler had drifted into separate lives, texting both of them separately, dragging them out to the same bar on the same nights, under the transparent pretense of it being a coincidence. The specific quiet labor of someone who genuinely believed old friendships were worth the effort of maintaining even after the people in them had stopped putting in much effort themselves. She'd grown up 2 streets over from Owen, had been the one who taught both boys to ride bikes without training wheels in the same summer, had gone on to community college for veterinary technician training while Owen built his studio, and Tyler cycled through a series of retail jobs he never seemed to keep for more than 8 months at a stretch. She was 23 the winter she disappeared, working at a veterinary clinic in Belhaven, living in a rented condo with her rescue dog, a scruffy terrier mix named Biscuit that she'd posted about constantly, and saving, with the specific disciplined patience of someone whose family didn't have much money to fall back on, toward a down payment on a place of her own. She was, by every account of people who'd known her at any point in her life, a genuinely warm and unguarded person, the kind of friend who remembered small details other people forgot they'd mentioned. A co-worker's kid's birthday, a passing comment about a bad week, and brought them up again weeks later, in a way that made people feel more thoroughly seen than they were used to feeling. That same openness several people close to the case would later observe with a specific kind of retrospective grief was exactly the quality that had made her safe enough for Tyler to plan around. She had never had any reason, across a lifetime of knowing him, to build in the kind of caution a stranger might have warranted. He'd been at her 8th birthday party. He'd been the one who taught her, at 11, how to skip a rock properly on the lake behind the elementary school. A fact Owen would find himself returning to, uninvited, at the worst possible moments in the months that followed. She missed a shift at the clinic on a Tuesday in February. Her co-workers noticed immediately, because Maren had never once, in 3 years of employment, failed to call in when she couldn't make it. Her mother, Diane, drove to the condo that evening when calls and texts went unanswered, found Maren's car in its usual spot, the condo dark, Biscuit alone inside, whining at the door in a state her mother would later describe, in the only television interview she ever agreed to give, as more distressed than she'd ever seen the dog in the 2 years Maren had had him. The search that followed consumed Belhaven for the better part of 3 weeks. Small towns get consumed by exactly one thing at a time. Flyers on every telephone pole and shop window. A search coordinated out of the volunteer fire hall. Local news vans parked outside the police station most afternoons. A candlelight vigil in the town square that drew a crowd large enough to surprise even the people who organized it. Divers searched the reservoir on the edge of town twice in that first week, coming up with nothing. Volunteers walked grid patterns through the wooded state land bordering the highway, coordinated by a retired firefighter who'd run search efforts for the county for the better part of 2 decades, and who told a local reporter, off the record, that something about this particular search felt different to him almost from the start. Not a hiker gone missing on a trail, not a runaway, but the specific texture of a case where nobody could point to any plausible reason a person like Maren would simply vanish on her own. Owen went to the vigil. He stood near the back, with a candle he kept having to relight against the wind, and he remembers, with a specific clarity that would only become unbearable in hindsight, scanning the crowd for Tyler, and finding him standing near the front, close to Maren's mother, accepting a hug from her, with an expression Owen had read, in the moment, as simple grief. He had no reason, standing in that crowd, to read it as anything else. He remembers, too, thinking at the time that it was a good thing Tyler had shown up at all, given how loosely the two of them had stayed in touch with Maren over the previous few years compared to how close the 3 of them had once been. A small, unremarkable thought that would come back to him, unbidden, more than once in the months that followed, each time landing with a slightly different and considerably heavier weight than it had carried the first time. It was almost 3 weeks after the vigil, in a conversation Owen almost didn't think to mention to anyone at all, that a memory from the previous autumn started working its way back to the surface of his attention, with a persistence he found increasingly hard to ignore. He and Tyler had gotten a beer together in October, 4 months before Maren disappeared, one of their occasional catch-ups that Owen had mostly attended out of the same low-grade social obligation that kept most of his adult friendships technically alive. Tyler had been in an unusually talkative mood that night, working through what he described, almost proudly, as an idea for a movie script, something he said he'd been kicking around for a while. A thriller about a guy who kills a close friend for money and stages it to look like she'd simply vanished. He'd walked Owen through the mechanics of it with a specificity that had struck Owen at the time as slightly odd for a guy who'd never shown any previous interest in screenwriting, but not alarming, not in a conversation happening in a bar between two men who'd grown up, watching the same violent action movies and trading the same dark jokes their whole adolescence. Tyler had described a plan involving a lurid meetup, a plausible cover story for the friend's absence, a method for making sure nobody came looking too quickly, and a way of making the money disappear along with the body so nothing could ever be traced back, laying it out with the specific, unhurried thoroughness of someone who'd clearly turned the whole sequence over in his own head more than a few idle times before, ever saying a word of it out loud to another person. He'd asked Owen, at one point, half joking, whether the details felt realistic enough, the way you'd ask a friend to sanity check a plot hole, and Owen, who'd had 2 beers and no reason on earth to take the question as anything but a mildly morbid creative pitch, had told him it sounded like something out of 1,000 other movies, and left it there. What Owen would come back to later wasn't any single detail of the pitch itself, so much as the specific texture of how Tyler had delivered it, not with the giddy, performative relish of someone enjoying a dark joke among friends, which was the register Owen had unconsciously expected, and the reason the whole conversation had registered at the time as unremarkable. Tyler had talked through it, flatly, almost technically, the way a person explains a process they've already thought through more than once rather than one they're inventing on the spot for the first time in front of an audience. He'd corrected himself once, midway through, on a detail about timing, not a creative revision. In hindsight, so much as the specific small stumble of a person catching themselves reciting something slightly wrong, the way you'd correct yourself reciting a route you'd actually driven, rather than one you were inventing as you spoke. Owen hadn't clocked any of that as strange in October. There had been no reason to. People described dumb hypothetical movie plots in bars all the time, and nothing about Tyler's manner had crossed any line Owen had ever previously learned to watch for in another person. He hadn't thought about that conversation again until the 3rd week after Mara Wren's disappearance, sitting alone in his studio late one night, mixing down a local band's demo, when some detail he couldn't immediately name pulled the memory back up whole and unbidden, and he sat with his hands off the mixing board for a long time afterward, running the October conversation back through his head with a specificity he hadn't had any reason to apply to it before, matching it, detail by detail, against everything the local news had reported about how Marin had actually vanished. The match wasn't perfect. It also wasn't nothing. Owen didn't go to the police immediately, and he's been honest in the one interview he's ever given about any of this, about why he didn't want to be the guy who'd turned a childhood friend in over what might have been nothing more than a dark, badly timed coincidence. A movie pitch Tyler had genuinely forgotten within a week of pitching it, unconnected to anything real, the kind of thing that would look, if Owen brought it forward and it turned out to mean nothing, like an act of genuine betrayal against a man he'd known his entire conscious life. He describes the 11 days that followed as some of the worst of his life, independent of anything that came after. Caught between two versions of himself, he couldn't make peace with simultaneously. The version who owed Tyler the basic loyalty of not reporting a friend over an ambiguous memory, and the version who understood, with a clarity he found himself unable to argue his way out of no matter how many times he tried, that Marin deserved whatever chance existed of that memory actually mattering. He sat with it, watching Tyler in the meantime with an attentiveness he'd never previously had reason to apply to him, noticing for the first time that Tyler had bought a new truck 3 weeks after Marin went missing, paid for, according to a mutual friend, in cash. Noticing that Tyler's account of his own whereabouts, the night Marin disappeared, had shifted, subtly, between two separate tellings, Owen happened to hear a week apart, in a way that felt less like memory naturally settling, and more like a story being quietly revised. Noticing, too, a specific new restlessness in Tyler whenever Marin's name came up in a group setting, a slight over-correction toward sounding appropriately devastated that read, once Owen started actually paying attention to it, as effortful in a way genuine grief rarely is. He went to the Belhaven Police Department on a Thursday afternoon, sat across from a detective named Marisol Vance, who took notes without visibly reacting to any of it, until Owen got to the specific detail about the money disappearing along with the body, at which point she set her pen down entirely and asked him, very carefully, whether he'd be willing to help them find out for certain. What Detective Vance asked of Owen over the following 3 weeks was not, she was careful to explain to him more than once, anything he was under any obligation to do, and Owen has said, in the years since, that he spent a genuinely difficult night after that first meeting trying to talk himself out of it before ultimately deciding he couldn't live with not knowing. They wanted him to keep seeing Tyler normally, the same casual beers, the same low-effort texting, while wearing a recording device, on the theory that a man who'd already shown a willingness to describe his own crime as fiction to a friend's face might, given enough rope and enough time, do something close to it again. Owen's own professional ear turned out to matter more to the operation than anyone initially expected. The department's standard recording equipment produced audio that was, by Owen's own assessment on the first test run, badly suited to picking up quiet, conversational speech in the specific acoustic environment of the bars and parking lots where he and Tyler actually spent their time together. Too much handling noise, poor separation between voices, exactly the kind of technical failure that could turn a genuine confession into an inaudible mess. A defense attorney would spend a trial's worth of energy trying to get thrown out. Owen, without being asked, spent a weekend modifying the department's equipment using techniques he'd developed for exactly this kind of problem in his own recording work, adjusting gain staging and microphone placement in ways the department's own technical staff hadn't previously had reason to consider. Detective Vance would later tell him, after everything was over, that the quality of what he'd helped capture had made the difference between a case a jury could actually hear clearly and one they'd have had to take mostly on faith. There was a strange private irony in it that Owen has said he didn't fully register until much later, that the specific skill set he'd spent his adult life quietly perfecting, the ability to make a human voice come through cleanly against a noisy background, had been built entirely around music and live performance, around making something beautiful easier to hear, and that the first time the skill had ever mattered this much, it had been in service of making something unbearable, perfectly, unambiguously audible instead. The first 2 weeks produced nothing usable, ordinary conversation, careful on Tyler's part, in a way that made Owen wonder, more than once, whether his friend suspected something, or whether he was simply, by nature, a more careful person than the movie pitch conversation had made him seem. Owen has described those 2 weeks as their own specific ordeal, a nightly performance of normalcy conducted across a beer, with a childhood friend he now suspected, with a certainty that only grew heavier the longer it went, unconfirmed, of having killed someone they'd both grown up loving. He wore the device to 4 separate outings in that stretch, a bar, a diner, a ride Tyler asked him for to pick up a car part, an afternoon at Tyler's own apartment, watching a game neither of them ended up paying much attention to, and came away from each one with nothing more than the specific, grinding exhaustion of having spent hours acting like everything was fine to a man he was recording, in the hope that everything wasn't. Detective Vance checked in with him after each session, and Owen has said she was the one who kept him from quitting somewhere around the middle of that second week, when the strain of the double life had started showing up as insomnia, a shortened temper with his own girlfriend, a general sense that he'd stepped into a version of his own life he no longer recognized. She told him more than once that the operation would end the moment he wanted it to, that nobody would think less of him for deciding the toll wasn't worth it. He said he came close to taking her up on it at least twice, and didn't, mostly because he couldn't make himself picture explaining that decision to Diane Kessler, if it turned out, later, that one more week might have been the week that mattered. It was in the 3rd week, on a night Owen has described as unremarkable, right up until it wasn't, sitting in Tyler's truck in a mostly empty parking lot after a bar had closed, both of them a few drinks in, that Tyler brought it up himself, unprompted, the way people sometimes do when a secret has been sitting too long, and finally finds an opening it doesn't fully mean to take. He didn't confess all at once. It came out in pieces, over close to 40 minutes, in a tone Owen has struggled, in every account he's given since, to fully convey to people who haven't heard the recording. Not tearful, not defensive, closer to the specific, faintly bored cadence of a man narrating a home renovation project that hadn't gone entirely according to plan. He told Owen that the movie pitch from the previous October hadn't really been a movie pitch. He said he'd been planning it for a while before that conversation even happened, that Maren had mentioned, months earlier, in the kind of offhand way people mention things to friends they trust completely, that she kept a portion of her savings in cash rather than in a bank account, distrustful of banks in a way her grandmother had apparently instilled in her, and that the number Tyler had heard, filtered through at least one other person's retelling by the time it reached him, had been considerably larger than what actually turned out to be sitting in the shoebox in her closet the night he went looking for it. He named the friend who'd first passed along the exaggerated figure, almost as an aside, with no apparent awareness that he was implicating a third person in a conversation he'd already implicated himself in beyond any possible retraction, a detail Detective Vance's team would go on to quietly verify, confirming that the number really had circulated, secondhand and inflated, through exactly the chain of casual gossip Tyler described. Owen has said that the specific thing he found himself doing in real time, sitting in that truck with a recording device against his own chest, was trying to keep his own breathing even enough not to give away what he was hearing. A professional habit, oddly, more than a personal one, the same discipline he'd trained into himself over years of live sound work, where the worst thing you could do mid-show was let your own reaction to a problem become audible to anyone around you. He has said he has no memory of consciously deciding to stay that controlled. It simply happened, the specific muscle memory of a decade spent not flinching in front of an open mic taking over at the exact moment his actual instincts wanted to do almost anything else. He described luring her to meet him under an ordinary, plausible pretext. Nothing in the recording ever specified exactly what he'd told her, and Owen has said he was grateful. In the moment and in every replaying since, that Tyler never filled in that particular detail. He described the method with a clinical brevity that Owen found almost harder to sit with than more graphic language would have been. The specific horror of a man declining to dwell on something because it simply hadn't struck him as worth dwelling on. Moving through it the way a person moves through a step in a familiar chore they've stopped needing to think carefully about. And he mentioned, in a single sentence, that Owen had landed harder than almost anything else on the tape, that her dog had been in the room the whole time, watching from a corner, and that the dog hadn't made a sound the entire time it happened. A detail Tyler offered with something close to mild curiosity about the animal's behavior, rather than any apparent understanding of what including it revealed about his own. Owen has said that of everything on that recording, the 40 seconds spent on Biscuit are the ones he has replayed against his will most often in the years since. Not because they were the most graphic, they weren't, by a wide margin, but because of the specific, unbothered wonder in Tyler's voice while he said it, as though the strangest part of the whole night, to him, had been the dog's silence rather than anything he himself had done to earn it. What he came back to more than once, unprompted, across the full length of the confession, wasn't guilt, it was the money. He told Owen, with a note of genuine, unguarded irritation, that several people who later reviewed the recording found more chilling than the confession's more violent content, that the actual haul had been a fraction of what he'd expected. A few $1,000s instead of the tens of thousands the second-hand rumor had promised him, and that he'd felt, in his own words, like he'd been sold a bad deal on something he'd already paid too high a price for. He complained about it the way a person complains about a car repair that cost more than the estimate, circling back to the same grievance 3 separate times across the 40 minutes, as if the injustice of it genuinely still bothered him more than anything else about the entire night he was describing. At one point he laughed, a short, unbothered laugh, at his own bad luck on the number, the specific, thoughtless reflex of a man who had never, at any point since it happened, connected the disappointment he still felt about the money to the fact that the money had cost a person her entire life. He never once, across the full recording, expressed anything Owen would later be able to identify, testifying at trial, as remorse. He asked, toward the very end of the conversation, almost as an afterthought, whether Owen thought anyone suspected him yet, a question Owen has said required every bit of the same professional stillness he'd been holding on to for the previous 39 minutes to answer in a voice that sounded like it belonged to someone who hadn't already decided, hours earlier, to help put his friend in prison for the rest of his life. Owen told him no. He's said since, that it was the single hardest sentence he has ever had to say out loud in his life. 2 words that took every bit of the composure he had left, delivered to a man he'd known since he was 7 years old, about the murder of a woman they'd both grown up loving, in service of a lie that was also, somehow, simultaneously, the only honest thing either of them had said to each other in that truck all night. Because Owen genuinely didn't know, in that moment, whether anyone suspected Tyler yet beyond himself and a detective who'd sworn him to silence, and answering honestly, in the narrowest technical sense, and answering honestly, in every sense that actually mattered, had never before in his life felt like 2 completely different acts. Detective Vance and her team moved on the arrest 4 days after the recording. Once forensic accounting had confirmed the timing of a series of cash purchases Tyler had made in the weeks after Marin's disappearance that matched, closely enough to matter, the sum he'd described, losing his patience over on the tape, receipts and bank records that had sat in plain reach the entire 10 months of the investigation, waiting only for the recording to give investigators a reason to finally pull and cross-reference them against a specific claim rather than a general suspicion. Tyler Bosch was arrested at his apartment on a Tuesday morning, roughly 10 months after Marin had disappeared, and the arrest itself made the front page of every paper in the county for a full week. The specific communal shock of a small town discovering that the version of the case it had been quietly rehearsing for itself for the better part of a year. A random abduction, a stranger, something that had happened to Marin rather than something a person she'd trusted had done to her, had been wrong in the worst possible direction. The recording, cleaned up, enhanced, and presented in court with an explanation of the specific technical work that had gone into capturing it clearly, became, according to the prosecutor who tried the case, the single piece of evidence the trial actually turned on. Owen testified for the better part of 2 full days, walking the jury through both the October conversation and the recorded confession in the same steady, methodical voice he'd trained into himself over a decade of live sound work. A voice several jurors later told local reporters they'd found almost as unsettling, in its own way, as the recording itself, the specific discipline of a witness describing his own friend's confession to murder without once losing his composure in front of 12 strangers. Tyler's own defense attorney reportedly told colleagues privately after the verdict that there had been no version of that trial his client could have won once the jury heard him complain, in his own unhurried voice, about the size of the money. He was convicted on all counts 14 months after his arrest and sentenced to life in prison. Marin's body was recovered, following information provided in exchange for a plea arrangement offered to a second individual, a friend of Tyler's named Cody Farr, who had assisted with disposal but had not been present for the killing itself, from a wooded area 40 minutes outside Belhaven, more than 5 months after she'd first been reported missing. A length of time, Diane Kessler has said, in the one interview she's given since the trial ended, that she still finds herself doing the math on some nights, counting out exactly how many days her daughter had already been gone before anyone even knew for certain to grieve her, rather than simply search for her. Cody Farr received a significantly reduced sentence in exchange for the location and for testimony corroborating the timeline Owen's recording had already established. A plea deal that drew real public anger from parts of Belhaven, who felt a man who'd helped hide a friend's body for 5 months, while her mother searched for her, deserved something closer to what Tyler had received. Diane Kessler has said carefully that she understands the anger and does not fully share it, that whatever her feelings about Cody Farr as a person, the deal was the reason she'd been able to bury her daughter at all, rather than spend the rest of her own life in the specific, unending version of grief that comes with never getting a body back, and that she has never been able to make herself resent the exact mechanism that had spared her that particular fate, however much the mechanism itself had cost in fairness elsewhere. Owen has said, in the years since, that the hardest part was never actually wearing the recording device, or sitting in that truck for 40 minutes doing everything in his power to keep his own voice from shaking, while a childhood friend calmly described killing another childhood friend a few feet away from where he'd once learned to ride a bike, the two of them close enough in that cab that Owen could have reached out and touched him without moving from his seat. The hardest part came later, in the ordinary months after the trial ended, when the adrenaline of the operation had worn off completely, and what was left was simply the fact of having grown up his entire life 20 feet down the road from someone capable of exactly what Tyler turned out to be capable of, and never once having had any real way to know it. He still does sound work. He said more than once that there was a period of several months after the trial when he couldn't sit down at his own mixing board without the specific tactile memory of adjusting that recording device's gain settings, coming back to him uninvited, his professional hands doing an ordinary task while some other part of his mind replayed, without permission, 40 minutes of a friend's voice describing a dog watching from a corner. He turned down 2 separate opportunities in that stretch to work on a true crime podcast episode covering the case. Unable to stomach the idea of his own recorded voice, describing his own recorded evidence, becoming one more layer of audio in a story that already felt like it had cost him more of his own head than he had left to spare. He's better now, he says, most days. He still, without quite being able to explain why even to himself, can't listen to a raw, unedited recording of anyone's voice, a podcast interview, a voice memo, anything unpolished and close, mic'd, without a specific, involuntary flinch he stopped trying to talk himself out of. He goes to the cemetery on the anniversary, most years, and stands near a headstone with Marin's name on it for longer than he'd be able to explain to anyone who asked him why, usually without bringing anything, usually without saying anything out loud. The specific, unadorned ritual of a person who has never quite found language equal to what he's there to mark. Biscuit, the terrier, went to live with Diane Kessler after the trial, and Owen has said the dog is elderly now, slower, gray around the muzzle, and that on the 2 occasions he's visited Diane's house and the dog has come to sit near him, he's found himself, both times, entirely unable to make himself pet it, not out of any specific fear, he's said, but out of some feeling he's never been able to fully name. The sense that the animal had witnessed something no living creature should have had to witness alone, and that touching it, however gently, felt like asking it to remember. What makes the case genuinely difficult to file away, even years later, isn't the violence of it, though the violence is real, and Owen has never pretended otherwise. It's the specific, sustained quality of the deception that preceded it. A full autumn and winter of ordinary friendship, ordinary beers, an ordinary movie pitch delivered across a bar table with nothing in Tyler's voice or manner that Owen, or anyone else who knew him, was ever able to identify afterward as a tell. Detective Vance has said, in the department's own internal debrief on the case, that the single most unsettling thing about Tyler Bosch, across every hour she spent building a case against him, wasn't anything he did. It was how little there had ever been, in the entire 24 years before he did it, to suggest he was going to. No juvenile record, no documented history of violence toward anyone, no pattern of cruelty to animals or younger kids, that a retrospective search of his childhood ever managed to surface. Nothing that any teacher, coach, or family friend interviewed after his arrest was able to point to and say, credibly, that they'd seen it coming in any form. The department's own psychologist, consulted during sentencing, described him in a report that never fully entered the public record as someone who appeared to have simply never developed the specific internal mechanism most people rely on to weigh another person's life against their own convenience. Not a diagnosis, the psychologist was careful to note, so much as an absence, a capacity that in most people forms so early and so automatically that its total absence in one specific 24-year-old man from an ordinary town had no clean clinical name attached to it at all. Owen has said the absence of an explanation is, in its own way, the part he's had the hardest time making peace with, that he could have found some version of closure, however cold, in learning Tyler had a documented history of cruelty that everyone had simply missed or excused, a pattern that would have let Owen retroactively see the danger in a friend he'd trusted for 17 years. What he got instead was a childhood friend who had, by every available measure, been perfectly ordinary right up until the exact night he decided a few $1,000s was worth more than a person who'd taught him to skip rocks, and who trusted him enough to let him into a room alone with her. Diane Kessler keeps a photograph on her mantle from the summer. The three of them were 9 years old, Marin, Owen, and Tyler, on bicycles in front of the elementary school, all three of them squinting into the same sun. Tyler's arms slung easily around Marin's shoulders the way kids do it, before they've learned self-consciousness about touch. She's never taken it down. She said, in the one interview where the photo came up, that she's thought about removing it more than once, and has never quite been able to make herself do it, because the boy in that photograph is real too, exactly as real as the man he apparently already had it in him to become. And she has never found a way to reconcile the two that lets her put one of them away, without also, in some sense, having to pretend the other one never existed at all. It is, she has said, the closest she has ever come to putting into words what the whole case actually cost the town it happened in. Not just a life, though that was the largest part of it by far, but a whole town's ability to trust its own memory of a childhood it thought it understood. She has said, in that same interview, that she doesn't forgive Owen for the 11 days he spent deciding whether to come forward, and has said, in almost the same breath, that she understands completely why he needed them. That asking a person to instantly betray a lifelong friendship on the strength of an ambiguous memory is asking something most people would find genuinely impossible. And that the version of Owen who eventually did it anyway, who spent 3 weeks afterward wearing a recording device against his own chest for a friend he'd already lost, rather than the one still walking around free, is the version she chooses to hold on to when the other feeling gets too heavy to carry alongside everything else. She has thanked him publicly exactly once, at Tyler's sentencing, in a brief statement that named him directly, and that Owen has said he has still, years later, never been able to fully accept without some private argument against his own worthiness of it. Owen sold the truck, side recording equipment he'd modified for the operation within a year of the trial ending, unable to keep it in the same studio where he did the rest of his work, and has said the specific relief of no longer having it in the room surprised him with how physical it felt, a weightlifting he hadn't fully realized he'd been carrying until it was gone. The equipment itself perfectly functional and perfectly ordinary to whoever eventually bought it secondhand, carrying no visible sign at all of the 40 minutes it had once quietly recorded. He kept working. He got married 2 years after the trial, to the same girlfriend who'd watched him disappear into himself during the weeks of the operation and stayed anyway. And he said, carefully, that she's the only person in his life who's ever fully understood why certain ordinary sounds, a truck door closing at a particular angle, a specific model of car idling in a parking lot, can still, without warning, put him back in that seat for a few unbearable seconds before the present reasserts itself. He's spoken once, at a regional victim advocacy conference, about the specific experience of being asked to gather evidence against someone he loved, framed less as a triumphant story of justice served than as an honest accounting of what that kind of request actually costs the person carrying it out. The sleeplessness, the strain on every other relationship in his life during the weeks it lasted. The particular, lonely arithmetic of weighing a friendship against a dead woman's right to. He said he'd do it again without hesitation if it came to that, and has also said in the same breath that he hopes with his whole remaining life that it never comes to that again, that no version of this should ever have to happen to anyone twice. Story 7. Hey, Dev here. Tonight's story comes from a former search and rescue climber who spent 7 years on call for the National Park Service. He doesn't do that work anymore. He lives in Kansas now, flat land, no mountains. He says he can't even look at them on television. This is what happened. I was 31 when I took the winter rotation on Denali. Not the busy season. Nobody climbs Denali in February unless they're training for something worse, or they've got a death wish they're not ready to name yet. I had neither. I just needed the money. The Park Service paid hazard differential during the cold months, and my wife Sarah was 8 months pregnant with our second kid, a boy. We'd picked the name already, James, after her father, who died of a heart attack 2 years earlier, and left us a life insurance policy that covered exactly half of the funeral costs and nothing else. Our health insurance had a deductible that looked like a mortgage payment, and the hospital in Anchorage wasn't going to let us walk out with a newborn until we'd settled the bill. so I volunteered for the winter rotation. Double pay for 6 weeks of cold and darkness, and the kind of silence that makes you hear your own heartbeat. 7 years I'd done search and rescue in the lower 48. Mostly Rainier. Mostly summer recoveries, where the body was still warm enough that the family could have an open casket if they wanted. I'd pulled 17 people off that mountain over the years. 12 alive, 5 dead. The dead ones were the ones that stayed with you. The way their skin looked when the snow came off, pale and waxy like they'd been dipped in something. The way their fingers felt when you checked for a pulse, cold and stiff, and already starting to curl. Denali in February was different. Denali in February was a white void that didn't care if you came back. The temperature at base camp hovered around 40 below. The wind came off the glacier at 50 miles an hour, and it had a sound to it that I can still hear if I close my eyes. A low, sustained moan that wasn't quite human but wasn't quite natural either. Like something was breathing through the ice. The ranger station at 7,200 feet was a prefab metal box with a heater that ran on propane and a radio that only worked when the wind wasn't blowing. I shared it with 2 other guys. Tom was 52 and had been doing this since before I was born. He had a gray beard that he kept braided in the winter, because he said it stopped the ice from building up in the hairs. And he smoked a pipe that smelled like cherry tobacco, and made the whole station smell like a basement rec room from the 1970s. Tom didn't talk much, but when he did, it was worth listening to. He'd been on Denali 23 times. He'd seen things. The other guy was Ellis, 23 years old, fresh out of the wilderness medicine program in Colorado. Talked too much about his girlfriend back in Oregon. Megan, her name was. And she'd just gotten accepted to dental school, and he was saving up to move down there and propose. Ellis still had that look in his eyes. The look I'd had once, before I knew what the job actually cost. He still thought the mountain was beautiful. We rotated shifts, 2 up, 1 down. The down shift was supposed to be sleep, but nobody really slept up there. The altitude saw to that. You'd drift off for 40 minutes and wake up, gasping, heart pounding, convinced you'd stopped breathing. I'd lie in my bunk with my eyes open and count the cracks in the ceiling and listen to Ellis mutter in his sleep. He always said the same thing, over and over, like a prayer. Don't let me fall. Don't let me fall. Don't let me. And then he'd wake up with a jolt and pretend he hadn't been dreaming at all. I don't remember exactly when the radio call came in. Early morning, I think. Still dark. It's always dark in February. Tom was on watch, and he shook my shoulder hard enough that I came up swinging. Got a distress signal, he said. Commercial outfit. One of their guides went off route. I sat up too fast and the room tilted. The propane heater was rattling in the corner, and my head felt like it was stuffed with cotton. Where? West Buttress, above 14,000. They lost contact 2 hours ago. I pulled on my boots and didn't bother lacing them properly. That's the first detail I'd point to now. If I was telling this story to someone who wanted to understand how it started, I didn't lace my boots. I was in such a hurry to get out there that I left the top hooks empty, and I remember thinking as I stepped out into the snow that my ankles felt loose and wrong, but I didn't stop to fix it. I just kept going. That should have told me something. That should have told me I wasn't thinking straight. But I was good at my job, and being good at my job meant you didn't waste time on small things. Bootlaces were small things. Dead climbers were not. The helicopter was already spooling up when I got to the landing zone. The pilot was a woman named Kestrel. Everyone called her Kess. And she'd been flying in these conditions for 15 years. She had a scar across her jaw from a crash landing in '08. And she liked to tell the story while she was pre-flighting, which was her way of letting you know she'd survived worse. I climbed into the back next to Ellis, who was already strapping down the med kit and a body bag. I thought that was optimistic. Nobody carries a body bag for a live rescue. You carry a thermal blanket for a live rescue. You carry a stretcher. You carry extra oxygen. The body bag meant whoever was up there had already stopped being a person and had started being a recovery. But I didn't say anything. I just settled into my seat and watched the mountain slide past the window as we rose. The west buttress was a knife edge of ice and rock, all shadows and wind-scored ridges that looked like bone. I'd climbed it 3 times in summer. February was a different animal entirely. The snowpack was unstable, layered with hoarfrost and surface crust that shifted under any weight. Kess kept us low, skimming the ridge, and I could see tracks in the snow below. A guided party, probably 5 or 6 of them, moving slow and tight together. Their headlamps were tiny pinpricks in the gray morning light. They looked like ants. The guide went ahead to scout a crevasse crossing, Tom said over the intercom. He'd come with us. His call, his experience, and he was sitting up front next to Kess, staring at the tracks below, a kind of focus that comes from 23 seasons of bad endings. Party lost visual on him about 2 hours ago. They've been shouting into the radio ever since. No response. I didn't think much of it at the time. A guide goes ahead, takes a wrong step, falls into a crevasse. Happens every season. You'd be surprised how many experienced climbers die on terrain they've climbed 100 times. Complacency kills. That's what we tell ourselves. That's what I told myself when Kess set us down at 14,200 and I stepped out into the wind. The cold hit me like a physical wall. My breath froze in my throat, and I could feel the snot in my nose crystallizing. I pulled my balaclava up over my mouth and cinched my goggles tight and walked toward the guided party. They were stumbling toward us, their movements jerky and uncoordinated from the cold and the altitude and the shock of watching someone vanish. One of them, the lead climber, a woman named Angela, ripped her goggles off and grabbed my arm. "He's down there," she said. Her voice was shot from screaming into the radio. She had ice in her eyelashes and her cheeks were white with frostnip. He was there, and then he wasn't. There was a hole. It looked solid, but it wasn't. How far ahead? 100 meters, maybe less. I told him to wait. I told him the snow wasn't stable, but he said... She stopped. Her eyes went glassy. He said he'd done this crossing 12 times. He said it was fine. I pulled my arm free and looked past her, at the snowfield beyond the party's position. The crevasse was invisible from this angle, just a white expanse that could have been solid ground or could have been a 60-foot drop into nothing. Anyone else go near it? No. We stayed put. We radioed, and he never answered. Okay, I need you all to get back to the helicopter. Ellis will check you for frostbite. Tom, can you? Tom was already moving, his ice axe in one hand and a rope coiled over his shoulder. He had that look in his eyes again. The one that said he'd seen this before, and he knew how it ended. But he didn't say anything. He just walked toward the crevasse, testing the snow with each step, and I followed. The snow was hard-packed and wind-blown, smooth as concrete in some places, soft as powder in others. I moved slow, matching Tom's pace, and when we got to the edge of the hole, we both knelt down and peered into it. Dark. Not just dark. The kind of dark that has weight to it. I couldn't see the bottom. Couldn't see anything. I called out the guide's name. He was named something common, Michael or Matthew, and I've tried to remember it since, but it always slips away like something I wasn't meant to hold on to. And waited. Nothing came back. No sound. No echo. Just the wind screaming over the lip of the crevasse like it was trying to whistle through a broken tooth. Could be a fall through, Tom said quietly. Could be a partial collapse. He might be pinned, or he might be dead. Tom looked at me. His eyes were pale blue, almost colorless, and they had that old man clarity that comes from having looked at too much and learned too little. We don't know yet. We assume alive until we can't. He set a dead man anchor and clipped into his rope. Then he lowered himself over the edge and disappeared into the darkness. I waited at the top, holding the rope, feeling his weight through the line. The rope twitched once, twice, him testing the walls, checking for handholds, and then went slack. It's deep, his voice came up, faint, muffled by the ice. 60, maybe 70 feet, I'm going to the bottom. I felt the rope go taut again as he descended. Then I heard something I couldn't quite place. A sound that wasn't the wind and wasn't the rope and wasn't Tom. A soft, rhythmic scraping. Like something was moving down there. Something that wasn't him. Tom, you okay? No answer. The rope went slack again. I waited 30 seconds. A minute. 2 minutes. Then the rope jerked hard. 3 sharp tugs. The signal to haul him up. I braced my feet and pulled, hand over hand, my shoulders burning with the effort. Tom came up swinging, his headlamp flaring in the darkness. And when he got to the top, he rolled over the edge and lay in the snow, breathing hard. There's something down there, he said. What? He shook his head. I don't know. A chamber. There's the walls open up. And there are footprints, barefoot. I stared at him, barefoot, in a crevasse. In February. That's what I saw. He sat up and unclipped his harness. I followed them. They led into this chamber, and I saw. He stopped. His face, already red from the cold, went pale in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. I saw bodies. A lot of them. Arranged. How many? I stopped counting after 15. Tom was a man who'd seen everything. He'd been the lead on the '94 Everest disaster recovery. He'd identified bodies that had been frozen for decades. He didn't get shook by anything. But he was shook now. His hands were trembling as he coiled his rope. We need to get down there, I said, properly, with gear. If there are bodies, they need to be documented. Tom shook his head. Not today. The light's going, and I need to think. That wasn't like him either. Tom didn't think. Tom acted. But I didn't push it. I helped him back to the helicopter, and we flew to base camp with a guided party, and Tom spent the whole flight staring out the window at the mountain. He didn't say another word until we were inside the ranger station, and then he pulled me aside and told me what he'd actually seen in the chamber. The footprints, he said. They didn't just lead into the chamber. They led out, through the wall. Through ice? Through ice. He lit his pipe with unsteady hands. There was a body in the middle of the chamber. Old. Pre-1950s, I'd say. The rest were arranged around it, like they were sitting in a circle. And the footprints, they went right through the wall. No hole, no crack, just through. I should have listened to him then. I should have let it go. But I couldn't. That was my flaw. The thing the danger exploited. I couldn't leave a task unfinished. If there was a thread to pull, I had to pull it, even when every instinct told me to stop. And Tom's words had pulled a thread I couldn't ignore. That night I lay in my bunk and listened to the wind beat against the metal walls. Ellis was asleep. He'd passed out as soon as we got back, exhausted and dehydrated and still talking about his girlfriend. And Tom was sitting up in his bunk, staring at the ceiling, his pipe cold in his hand. Neither of us said anything, but I knew he wasn't sleeping either. At 3 a.m. I got up. I dressed in silence. I clipped my rope and my harness and my headlamp, and I walked out into the snow. The temperature had dropped further. 50 below, maybe 60. The wind had died, though. That was the thing I remember most. The wind was gone, and in its absence, the silence was absolute. I could hear my own heartbeat. I could hear the blood moving through my ears. I followed the tracks from earlier. They'd been partially erased by the wind, but I found the crevasse without much trouble. The anchor was still there. Tom hadn't taken it out. I clipped in and lowered myself over the edge. The descent took longer than I expected. The crevasse was deeper than it had looked from the top. 80 feet, maybe 90. The walls were blue ice, striated and smooth, and my headlamp barely cut through the darkness. I swung slowly, checking the walls for any sign of the guide, any scrape or smear of blood or torn fabric. Nothing. The ice was pristine, immaculate, like nobody had ever been down here. I hit the bottom and unclipped, and that's when I saw the footprints. They were Tom's from earlier. I recognized his boot tread, but there were others beneath them. Smaller. Barefoot, I realized. Bare human feet pressed into the ice like someone had walked through here with no boots on, no socks, no nothing, and left perfect impressions of their toes and arches and heels in the frozen surface. I knelt down and touched one with my gloved finger. The ice was smooth and hard. The footprint wasn't a depression. It was an impression, like someone had pressed their foot into the ice when it was still soft and let it freeze around the shape. But ice doesn't work that way. Ice doesn't stay soft in February. You can't press a footprint into it. You can only scratch it. I stood there for a long time, just looking at them, trying to figure out how that was possible. Then I followed them. The passage narrowed until I had to turn sideways to fit through. The ice scraped against my parka, and I could feel the cold seeping through the insulation, biting into my ribs. The footprints continued, unbroken, leading me deeper into the mountain. And then the passage opened up again, and I stepped into the chamber. It was round, maybe 30 feet across. The walls were ice, but not blue ice. Milky white, opaque, like frosted glass. And in the center of the chamber, sitting on a block of ice that looked like it had been carved into a seat, was a body, not the guide. I knew that immediately. The guide had been wearing modern gear, bright colors, synthetic fabrics, a helmet. This person was wearing heavy wool and leather boots with metal buckles and a hat that looked like it came from the 1920s. I recognized the style. I'd seen photos of early Denali expeditions, the ones where they wore tweed and carried ice axes with wooden handles and thought they were conquering the unknown. I approached slowly, my headlamp sweeping over the body. And that's when I saw the others, more bodies, lining the walls of the chamber, sitting, standing, lying down. All of them preserved, frozen, arranged in a loose semicircle around the central figure, like they were in the middle of a meeting. I counted 12, then 14, then I stopped counting, because my brain couldn't process the number. 14 bodies inside a crevasse that had never been documented, never been discovered, never been reported by any expedition in the history of Denali climbing. I walked through the chamber, shining my headlamp on each face. Some were preserved so well they could have been sleeping. Their skin had that waxy, translucent quality of deep freeze mummification. And their eyes were closed, peaceful, like they'd just sat down for a rest and never gotten up. Others were in worse shape. Their features collapsed inward, their skin darkened to almost black, their mouths open in expressions that could have been pain or could have been surprise. One of them was wearing a wristwatch. I crouched down and looked at it. The crystal was cracked and frozen, but I could still read the face. 1932. The hands were stopped at 3:17. I didn't know if that was the time of death or the time the watch had run down, but it didn't matter. It was old. Old enough that no one alive remembered these people. Old enough that they'd been here longer than I'd been alive. My radio crackled. Tom's voice, distant and strained through the ice. "Holland, you read me? Where are you?" "I'm in the chamber." My voice sounded strange to my own ears. Distant, like I was hearing myself from outside my own body. "I found it. I found the bodies." "Holland, get out of there, right now. There's a watch. It says 1932. Some of these people have been here for 90 years. "Holland, listen to me. I didn't tell you everything." Tom's voice was tight, controlled the way he got when he was scared, but didn't want to sound like it. "When I was down there, I saw something else. The guide, the one who went missing. His body wasn't in the chamber when I was there, but the footprints. I looked down. That's when I noticed the footprints again, the barefoot ones. They didn't just lead into the chamber. They led out of it, too, through the walls, through the ice itself, right through the solid white wall behind the central body, like whoever made them had just walked straight into the frozen surface and disappeared. But they weren't the only footprints anymore. There were new ones, fresh ones. A modern boot tread, the kind the guide had been wearing, leading from the entrance of the chamber straight to the wall. And there, at the base of the wall, was the guide's ice axe. His helmet was on the ground next to it, purple, scratched, with his name sharpied across the front in careful block letters. And the footprints, his footprints, they went through the wall too. "Tom," I said. "Tom, he's here. The guide, his stuff is here. But there's no body. Holland, you have to leave now. Don't touch anything. Don't look at the wall. Just turn around and climb out." "I'm on my way." I should have listened to him. I should have turned around and climbed out and never looked back. But I was good at my job. My job meant finding people and bringing them home. And I couldn't bring the guide home if I didn't know what had happened to him. I walked up to the wall. The milky white ice was smooth and cold, and when I put my gloved hand on it, it felt like glass, like something solid. But the footprints, the barefoot ones and the guides, they went right into it. And when I leaned closer, I could see something through the ice. Faint, distant, like a light on the other side of a fogged-up window. And movement. I saw movement, shapes, shadows, moving on the other side of the ice, like people walking past, like a crowd. I stumbled backward. My heel hit something, the guide's helmet, and I went down hard. When I looked up, the wall was solid again. No shapes, no shadows, just milky white ice, and the footprints, all of them, were gone. I don't remember climbing out of the crevasse. I don't remember radioing Tom or finding my way back to the surface or collapsing in the snow. What I remember is standing in the ranger station with Tom and Ellis, trying to explain what I'd seen, and Tom looking at me like I was sick, like I'd been up too long, and the altitude had gotten into my brain. "You need to rest," he said. "You're hypothermic, hallucinating. That chamber, it's not real. I saw it. I saw the bodies. I saw the guide's gear." "I didn't see any bodies," Ellis said. He was frowning, shaking his head. "I went down there this morning. Tom asked me to check. There was no chamber, just a dead end. Ice wall. Solid." I stared at him. "You're lying." "I'm not lying. I don't know what you saw, but it wasn't there." I looked at Tom. He wouldn't meet my eyes. He was looking at the floor, his pipe in his hand, his jaw tight. "The bodies," I said. "The arranged bodies. The watch. You saw it, too." "I saw something," Tom said quietly. "I don't know what I saw, but it wasn't there this morning." We didn't talk about it after that. The official report said the guide had fallen through a snow bridge and died on impact. His body was found 2 days later in a different crevasse, 3 miles from where I'd gone down. I wasn't part of that recovery. Tom kept me on base camp duty, and I spent those 2 days staring at the mountain, watching the clouds move across the west buttress like they were covering something up. When they brought the guide's body back, I went to the morgue tent. I wanted to see him. I don't know why. Maybe I needed proof that he'd been real, that my memory of the chamber was just a memory and not something else. The guide was laid out on a table, his face pale and still, his eyes closed. He looked peaceful, like the bodies in the chamber, like he'd just sat down for a rest. I looked at his hands. They were bare. They'd taken his gloves off at some point, and there was something on his fingertips, a residue, a film. It was dark and slightly shiny, and when I touched it, it came off on my glove. Black, like soot, like he'd been pressing his fingers against something dark and didn't want anyone to know. I looked at his feet. He was wearing his boots. But the laces were undone. The top hooks were empty, just like mine had been when I first went out. That night, I told Sarah I was coming home. I called her from the satellite phone and she cried. She was 2 weeks from her due date, and she was scared and she wanted me there. I told her I'd be on the next flight. I told her I'd never come back to the mountain again. "I had to talk to Tom before I could leave," I said on the phone. I needed him to understand something. He said he would sign off on my transfer. Sarah asked me what I meant, and I couldn't tell her. I couldn't explain that I had to make sure Tom would shut up about what he saw, that I had to make sure he'd never ask questions about that chamber again. But Tom and I had an understanding now. We'd never talk about it. We'd never go back. We'd take our memories to the grave. When I was packing up my bunk, I found something in the bottom of my duffel bag. A small piece of ice, milky white, opaque, like the wall in the chamber. It was cold and smooth, and it hadn't melted, even though the station was warm. I stared at it for a long time, trying to figure out how it had gotten there. I hadn't brought any ice back with me. I was careful not to. I threw it into the snow outside and watched it disappear. But I knew it wouldn't stay gone. I knew it would find its way back. I live in Kansas now. I work at a hardware store. I sell rope and headlamps to hunters and campers, and guys who think they're going to survive the apocalypse. And I smile and nod and tell them to be careful out there. But I don't talk about the mountain. I don't think about the mountain. Except sometimes I do. Sometimes I wake up at 3 a.m. That same time, always 3 a.m. And I can hear the wind beating against the walls of my house. And I get up and walk to the window and look out at the snow. And I swear I can see footprints. Bare footprints. Leading away from my house into the darkness, like someone was standing there watching me sleep. I check my windows twice before bed now, just to make sure they're locked. I don't dream about the chamber. I don't think about it at all, really. But sometimes, when I'm alone and the house is quiet, I look down at my bare feet on the cold hardwood floor, and I wonder whose footprints I'm going to find in the morning, and I wonder what I'll do if they lead through the wall. Story 8. Just for a second, because tonight's story is a little different from most of what airs on this channel. It's not a case I built or reconstructed. It's real, historical, extensively documented, and still, more than 60 years later, genuinely unresolved. I'm going to tell it to you the way the record actually shows it, without inventing what anyone was thinking in the moment nobody survived to describe. Where I'm speculating, I'll tell you I'm speculating. I'll step back now and let it tell itself. On the morning of November 19th, 1961, a 23-year-old man tied 2 empty metal fuel cans to his body with a length of rope, looked at the only other person for miles in any direction, said 5 words that would outlive him by 6 decades, and swam into open water off the southern coast of New Guinea. He was never seen again. His name was Michael Rockefeller. His father was the governor of New York, and would go on 8 years later to become Vice President of the United States. His great-grandfather had founded Standard Oil and, in doing so, built one of the largest personal fortunes in the history of the modern world. Michael had grown up inside a version of American life that most people only encounter in photographs: a family compound in Westchester County, private schools, a summer estate in Maine. A name that opened doors before he'd finished knocking on them. He had, by every material measure available to a person in 1961, more protection between himself and the ordinary dangers of the world than almost anyone alive. Consider what that protection meant in the broadest, most documented sense. A life in which the ordinary friction most people encounter, money trouble, professional rejection, the small daily uncertainties of getting by without a safety net, simply didn't apply. Because a name like Rockefeller had, for 3 generations by that point, meant institutions bent themselves around a request before it was even fully made. Universities admitted, museums listened, governments took meetings. Michael had never, in any real sense, had to survive anything, using only what his own body and his own judgment could provide. None of it was in the water with him that morning. None of it would matter at all. I want to start with who he was before New Guinea, because I think the contrast is the actual engine of this story, more than anything that happened in the water itself. Michael graduated from Harvard in 1960, with honors in history and economics, the expected preparation for a life that everyone around him assumed would eventually lead back to the family business. Finance, philanthropy, maybe politics, following the path several of his brothers were already walking. He was one of 5 children, the youngest alongside his twin sister Mary, born into a generation of Rockefellers who would go on, across the following decades, to occupy a governorship, a vice presidency, and seats on the boards of some of the most influential cultural and financial institutions in the country. He served a brief stint in the army afterward, and then, before settling into any of that, he did something that surprised almost no one who actually knew him, even if it surprised the wider public later. He went to the opposite end of the earth to look at art nobody in New York had ever heard of. It's worth noting how unusual that choice looked from the outside, even if it made sense to the people closest to him. The late 1950s and early 1960s were not broadly a moment in American culture when a wealthy young man was expected to spend his postgraduate years in a malarial swamp studying objects most museums wouldn't have accepted as donations a decade earlier. Life magazine and other outlets covering the family's activities in those years tended to frame Michael, when they covered him at all, as a minor footnote to his more politically prominent father and brothers, the quiet one, the one who'd gone off to do something obscure with anthropology, rather than banking or public office. That relative obscurity is part of why his disappearance landed with such force when it happened. The country had barely had occasion to form an opinion of him before it was asked to mourn him. His father, Nelson, had founded the Museum of Primitive Art in Manhattan in 1957, and Michael had grown up around that project, developing a genuine, serious interest in what was then called primitive art, carved and woven objects made by cultures with no written tradition, valued at the time by almost no one in the Western art world as anything more than ethnographic curiosity. Michael saw something different in it. He wanted, by his own account in letters and field notes that survive in the Peabody Museum's archives at Harvard, to treat this work with the same seriousness a curator would bring to a Renaissance master, to document it, understand the specific artists and villages behind specific pieces, and eventually mount the kind of exhibition that would force the art world to reconsider what it had been dismissing for a century. That interest took him first, in 1961, to the Baliem Valley in the highlands of Dutch New Guinea, filming and photographing the Dani people as part of a Harvard Peabody expedition studying a culture that had had almost no sustained contact with the outside world. It was, by the accounts of people who were there with him, a genuinely difficult and occasionally violent few months. Tribal conflict in the region resulted in real casualties during the period the expedition was documenting it, and Michael, by his letters home, understood at least intellectually that he was operating somewhere the ordinary rules of American life simply didn't reach. His field notes from that period, preserved today in the Peabody Museum's archives, read less like the diary of a wealthy young man on an adventure, and more like the working notebook of someone trying, seriously and a little anxiously, to earn a place in a field he didn't yet feel he'd fully proven himself in. He wrote about the specific carving techniques used on different objects, about which artists in which villages produced work he considered exceptional, about his frustration when a piece he wanted for the collection had already been traded or damaged before he arrived. Before his second expedition, he laid out what he called his objectives in writing, themes of investigation, criteria for stylistic variation between villages, the kind of methodical framework a graduate student might build for a thesis, not the loose itinerary of a rich kid killing time before the family business claimed him. I think that detail matters because it's easy, looking back from this distance, to flatten Michael into either a reckless heir or a naive tourist, and the actual documentary record doesn't fully support either version cleanly. He was young, and he was in real danger he didn't fully understand the shape of. He was also, by every account of people who worked alongside him, taking the work itself with real unglamorous seriousness. I want to be careful here, because I think this is where a story like this can slide too easily into treating an entire living culture as a plot device. And I don't want to do that to the Danny or to the Asmat people I'm about to spend most of this story with. What I can tell you honestly is that Michael was young, serious about his work, and by the assessment of nearly everyone who studied this case in the decades since, including researchers who spent years living among the people he was documenting, operating with a confidence about his own safety that the environment itself never actually promised him. He returned to New Guinea that October for a second expedition, this time to the Asmat region along the southwestern coast, a vast tidal swamp of mangrove and sago forest cut through by rivers wide enough to be mistaken for open ocean at certain points along their mouths. The Asmat were, in 1961, still practicing a culture built substantially around headhunting and, in specific ritual contexts tied to warfare between villages, cannibalism, not as some generalized savagery, but as a coherent cosmological system in which a killing required a killing in return to keep the world in balance, in which taking an enemy's name and head was understood as a way of continuing that person's existence within the community that took it. The art Michael had come to collect grew directly out of that same worldview, and I think it's worth pausing on what that art actually was, because it's easy to let the word headhunting swallow everything else about a culture and leave nothing else visible. The Asmat carved enormous ancestor poles called biji, sometimes 20 feet tall, out of single mangrove trunks, towering intricate figures stacked one atop another. Ancestors represented alongside carved hornbills and praying mantis motifs. The whole structure crowned with an open latticework projection that Hoffman and other researchers have described as one of the great underappreciated sculptural traditions of the 20th century. These poles weren't decoration. They were built specifically to stand as a public, unmistakable reminder that a death had occurred and had not yet been avenged. A living ledger carved in wood of exactly the kind of obligation I'll come back to shortly. Michael saw correctly that this was major art by any serious standard, made by people the Western art world had spent decades dismissing as ethnographic curiosities rather than artists. He wanted urgently to be the person who forced that reconsideration, understanding why that same art was inseparable from an active, ongoing system of ritual violence that a Bizjay pole and a headhunting raid were, in the Asmat's own understanding, two expressions of the identical obligation, is, I think, the piece Michael's letters suggest he grasped only partially, the way a serious student can grasp a subject's structure without yet grasping its full weight. Dutch colonial administrators had been actively trying to suppress this practice for less than a decade by the time Michael arrived, with mixed and sometimes violent results I'll come back to, because they matter enormously to how this story is understood today. Michael was there to collect the carved ancestor poles, shields, and canoe prows that this same warrior culture produced. Objects of extraordinary, urgent artistic power, made by people living inside a set of obligations and dangers that a 23-year-old from Westchester County had almost no framework for fully absorbing, no matter how seriously he took his own research. That's the part of this story I think matters most to sit with before the accident itself. Not that Michael was foolish, exactly, because by most accounts he wasn't, but that he was operating inside two entirely different systems of danger at once. The physical hazards of an unmapped tidal coastline and the much older, much less visible obligations of a culture whose recent history with his own civilization included a documented, still unresolved act of colonial violence that had happened just 3 years earlier, in a village he would end up passing within reach of on the worst day of his life. On November 17th, 1961, Michael set out with a Dutch government anthropologist named René Wassing and 2 Asmat crew members on a 14-foot catamaran, 2 dugout canoe hulls lashed together beneath a plank platform, powered by an outboard motor, bound for the village of Agats, at the mouth of a wide river system near the Arafura Sea. This is the part of the story where I want you to notice how ordinary the failure actually was, because I think that ordinariness is the whole horror of it. Nothing about that morning involved a storm nobody saw coming, or a decision anyone would call reckless in hindsight. The engine on a small boat running through open, current-heavy tidal water simply stopped working. It's the kind of breakdown that happens to boats every single day, everywhere in the world, usually with no consequence beyond an inconvenient afternoon. On a wide, current-swept river mouth 11 miles from any shore, with weather turning and no radio aboard, it was the first domino. I think it's worth naming, plainly, everything that engine failure took away from Michael in the space of a few minutes, because it's the clearest illustration in this entire story of how little any of his family's resources could actually do for him once the situation had narrowed down to a small boat and open water. He had grown up with a name that could summon a chartered jet within hours, that could get a phone call returned by a governor or a museum director or a university president without ever having to explain who was calling. None of that mattered to a stalled outboard motor 11 miles from shore. No amount of money moves current. No amount of family influence restarts an engine that has nothing wrong with it that a mechanic with the right part couldn't fix in 20 minutes, if only a mechanic with the right part had been anywhere within 100 miles. The single most dangerous moment of Michael Rockefeller's life was also, almost certainly, the first moment in that life in which his name and his family's power had absolutely no bearing whatsoever on what happened to him next. The crossing they'd been attempting required navigating open water, where the river widened toward the sea, water rough enough on a normal day to feel more like ocean than river. With the engine dead, the boat began drifting, pushed by tidal current further from shore rather than toward it. The 2 Asmat crew members made the decision, sometime that first day, to swim for the coast themselves and bring back help, leaving Michael and Wassing with the disabled boat. They made it. Help in the form anyone could reasonably act on in time never reached the 2 men still drifting. What happened over the following hours is documented mostly through Wassing's own later account, since he was the only person present who survived to give one. The catamaran, already unstable without its outrigger balance fully intact, eventually capsized entirely in the rough water, leaving both men clinging to its overturned hull through the night, a night Wassing would later describe as among the worst of his life. The 2 of them holding on in darkness, watching what light remained on the horizon recede rather than approach, with no way of knowing whether the current pulling them was carrying them toward help or simply further out to sea. By morning November 19th, Michael had made a calculation, he believed, based on nothing more than his own read of the distant tree line and the current's apparent direction. since he had no instrument aboard capable of confirming any of it, that the shore lay somewhere between 3 and 10 miles away, and that swimming for it gave them better odds than continuing to drift on an overturned hull that showed no sign of washing toward land on its own. Wassing, by his own account, chose to stay with the boat rather than risk the swim. The two men tied 2 empty gasoline jerry cans together with rope, and Michael strapped them to his body as flotation. His last words to Wassing, repeated in nearly every account of this case in the 6 decades since, were simple and almost unbearably ordinary given what they turned out to be. "I think I can make it." He swam into the water and did not look back, according to Wassing, at least not in any way Wassing could see clearly enough afterward to describe. Within a short time, distance and the low profile of a swimming man in open water made it impossible for Wassing to keep him in sight at all. Michael Rockefeller was never seen again by Wassing or by anyone else whose account has ever been independently verified at any point in the 60-plus years since that morning. I want you to sit for a moment with what that distance actually meant in the water for a strong swimmer who had grown up around boats and pools his entire life and who had every reasonable confidence, based on everything his own privileged life had ever taught him about his own capability, that this was a problem he could solve through sheer physical effort. 3 to 10 miles is a genuinely brutal open water swim under ideal conditions, with no current working against you, no debris, no wildlife to think about beyond fatigue itself. The water off that stretch of coast is neither ideal nor empty. It carries strong tidal currents capable of pushing even a strong swimmer laterally faster than he can close distance toward shore. The same currents that would go on to carry Wassing's overturned catamaran 22 miles overnight, which gives you some honest sense of what a man in the water, without a hull to work as a sail and a keel, would have been fighting against for hours with nothing but 2 jerry cans and his own legs. It is documented saltwater crocodile habitat, among the most consistently dangerous crocodile-inhabited coastlines in the world, a fact Michael would have known intellectually from his own research into the region, and almost certainly did not, in the specific desperate mathematics of that morning, weigh as heavily as the simple, overwhelming need to stop drifting and start moving towards something. Sharks work that same water. So does simple, ordinary exhaustion, which kills open water swimmers in far less dramatic and far more common ways than either crocodile or current, one stroke at a time, over hours. As a body's own resources run out faster than its will does. I think this is the part of the story that deserves the word horror more than any of what came later, whichever version of the ending you find more believable. Not a monster in the water, just an ordinary physically explainable set of odds, stacked one on top of another, against a young man who had never in his entire life been asked to survive anything on his own physical resources alone, doing exactly that, for as long as his body would let him, with absolutely no way of knowing whether the shore he was swimming toward was 3 miles away or 10. Wassing was rescued the following day, November 20th, spotted from the air still clinging to the overturned catamaran, roughly 22 miles from shore. A distance that tells you, with more honesty than almost anything else in this case, how far the current had actually carried that boat overnight, and how badly Michael had likely misjudged the distance he believed he was swimming. Wassing's own account of the rescue, given to investigators, and later to journalists in the weeks that followed, describes a night and following morning of a specific, grinding kind of dread that has nothing to do with sudden violence and everything to do with time, simply refusing to move. He had no way of knowing whether Michael had made it, whether the two hazmat crew members, who'd swum for help the previous day, had reached anyone, or whether the aircraft he occasionally heard passing somewhere overhead had any idea where to look. He described scanning the horizon in every direction for hours at a stretch, the hull rolling under him with each swell, salt water and exhaustion making it difficult even to keep his eyes open by the second day. When a Dutch search plane finally spotted him, he was, by the account of the crew that recovered him, barely able to speak coherently. And among the very first things he managed to communicate, once he could, was the direction and rough timing of when Michael had swum away, information that shaped the earliest days of the search. But that, in the chaos and distance involved, never translated into anything close enough to matter. What happened next is, by any honest measure, one of the largest search operations New Guinea had ever seen, and I think it deserves to be described plainly, because it's the part of this story where the Rockefeller family's genuine immense power ran directly into the one kind of problem money has never reliably solved. Dutch naval vessels, Australian and Dutch aircraft, and hundreds of local villagers in dugout canoes combed the coastline for weeks. Michael's father chartered a jet at a reported cost of $38,000, a genuinely enormous sum in 1961, and flew to New Guinea himself within days, later telling reporters, in a line that's been quoted in nearly every account of this case since, that he would never forgive himself if he hadn't done everything possible to help find his son. Michael's twin sister Mary made the same journey. The search, by any objective standard, was as thorough and as well-resourced as any search for a single missing person had ever been in that part of the world. Before or since, it found nothing. Not a body, not the jerry cans, not a single confirmed physical trace of Michael Rockefeller anywhere along that coastline, in that water, or in the years of searching, inquiry, and speculation that followed. The search itself, in its practical details, gives some sense of how genuinely difficult the terrain worked against everyone involved. Dutch naval vessels ran grid patterns along a coastline with almost no fixed landmarks, tidal flats that reshaped themselves twice a day, and visibility from the air complicated by mangrove canopy dense enough to hide a body within feet of a low-flying search plane. Villagers in dugout canoes searched creek mouths and mudflats on foot and by water for weeks, in conditions that were exhausting and occasionally dangerous, even for people who had lived on that coast their entire lives. Missionaries stationed throughout the region, including a Dutch Catholic priest named Cornelius van Kessel, who had lived among the Asmat for years and had relationships in villages up and down the coast that no outside search team could hope to replicate, made their own inquiries through local contacts, listening for anything that might surface through word of mouth, rather than aerial reconnaissance. None of it produced a confirmed trace. He was formally declared legally dead in 1964, the official cause listed as drowning, the position the Rockefeller family has held publicly and consistently ever since. I think it's worth pausing here on what that specific kind of ending does to the people left behind, because I don't think this story is well served by treating the mystery as the interesting part and the grief as incidental to it. Mary Rockefeller Morgan, Michael's twin, has spoken publicly decades later about what it means to lose a twin with no body, no confirmed final moment, no closing of any kind, only a coastline, a current, and a sentence her brother said to another man before disappearing into water neither of them could see the bottom of. She has described the not knowing as its own specific, permanent weight, different from ordinary grief, precisely because it never gets to finish arriving. She's spoken, too, about a particular kind of loneliness that came from grieving inside a family, whose loss became, almost immediately, a matter of intense public fascination rather than private mourning. Reporters camped outside the family compound, tabloid speculation running well ahead of any confirmed fact within days of the disappearance, a 60-year drumbeat of books, documentaries, and magazine retrospectives that have returned to her brother's death again and again, often with far less care than the subject deserves, treating a 23-year-old man's final hours as a puzzle to be solved for entertainment rather than a loss that a specific still-living family has had to carry every single year since. She has said that for a long time she couldn't bring herself to read most of what was written about Michael, because so much of it seemed more interested in the mystery than in the person, and I think that's a fair criticism to hold in mind, including of an account like this one. I keep coming back to the museum wing renovation as the place where this becomes, briefly, something other than pure mystery. When the Met reopened the Michael C. Rockefeller Wing after an extensive renovation decades after his death, Mary described it to a reporter as the fulfillment of both her father's dream and her brother's, the actual art Michael had spent his short adult life trying to get the world to take seriously, finally displayed the way he'd always believed it deserved to be, under his own name, in one of the most visited museums on Earth. It's the one piece of this story where his life gets to be the point, rather than his death. And I think it deserves to be held on to for exactly that reason, even inside a story that's mostly, unavoidably, about the second thing. That would, on its own, be a complete and terrible story. A privileged young man, genuinely passionate about work he believed mattered, undone by an ordinary engine failure, and an environment that had never promised him anything, met at the exact point where his family's power stopped being able to reach him. It very likely is the whole story. But it isn't the only story that's been told about what happened to Michael Rockefeller. And I don't think I can tell you this honestly without telling you about the other one too. Because it's the reason this case still generates headlines more than 60 years later. And because understanding why requires understanding a piece of colonial history that happened 3 years before Michael ever arrived in the region. In 1958, a young Dutch government patrol officer named Max Lapre led an armed party, including Papuan police and warriors, from a rival Asmat village, into the village of Otshanep to investigate a massacre. The Otshanep had recently killed and beheaded a large number of men from a neighboring village, Omadasep, itself an act of retribution for earlier killings in an ongoing cycle of inter-village warfare that predated any Dutch involvement by generations. The scale of that earlier violence is worth stating plainly, because it complicates any version of this story that wants a clean set of villains and victims. According to the colonial patrol reports Hoffman drew on, The Ochjanep had ambushed a large party of Omadasep men at a river mouth at the end of 1957, killing well over 100 of them and beheading the dead. Itself, by the Ochjanep's own reckoning, retribution for earlier Omadasep killings of Ochjanep men. Dutch administrators, who had begun a formal campaign to pacify the Asmat region in 1952 and end headhunting practices they considered both morally intolerable and an obstacle to colonial administration, treated the scale of that killing as a crisis requiring direct intervention. Lepre, 30 years old and only recently appointed district officer for the region, led the resulting patrol. When Lepre's party arrived at Ochjanep, the encounter turned violent. Accounts differ on exactly how it began. Some versions describe Ochjanep warriors approaching the patrol armed and shouting, a single man breaking toward the Dutch officer before the accompanying Papuan police opened fire. Lepre himself later maintained he had ordered his men to stop shooting as soon as the situation allowed. By its end, 5 Ochjanep men, among them, by several later accounts, some of the village's most senior war leaders, had been shot and killed by the armed party accompanying Lepre. Whether those specific men were deliberately targeted, as some of Hoffman's later interpretation suggests, or killed in the chaos of an encounter that escalated faster than anyone could control, remains genuinely disputed among historians who've examined the same patrol records. It is not a settled point, even within the research, that built the case against a peaceful explanation for Michael's disappearance. Some later reviewers of Hoffman's own book have gone further, arguing in published critiques that his portrait of Lepre as a man who deliberately engineered the deaths goes beyond what the original 1958 patrol report actually supports, and that the truth of that afternoon may be considerably messier and less deliberate than the version that later became load-bearing for the entire cannibalism theory. I raise that not to settle the argument, which I'm not qualified to settle, but because I think any honest account of this case owes you the fact that even its most careful investigators don't fully agree with each other. In the specific cosmology the Asmat operated within, a killing of that significance, left that unbalanced for that long, was not simply a tragedy to be mourned. It was, according to research conducted decades later, an obligation left unmet, a debt the spiritual and social order of the village required to be settled, through an equivalent death, before balance could be restored. That research is the work of an American journalist named Carl Hoffman, who's spent years retracing Michael's final journey, gaining access to Dutch colonial archives, and, critically, spending extended time living among the people of Ochjanep itself, working through interpreters to earn a level of trust that allowed some residents, 50 years after the fact, to speak about what had genuinely happened in ways they had never been willing to discuss with outside investigators before. Hoffman has written about how difficult, and by his own account, humbling that process actually was. He'd traveled to more than 70 countries across his career as a journalist, and he has said publicly that nothing prepared him for how foreign Asmat felt on arrival. Weeks spent losing weight on a diet of instant noodles, river fish, and sago starch, sitting cross-legged in a communal house facing dozens of silent men in borrowed t-shirts who simply stared back through his interpreter's questions for days at a stretch, offering nothing. He described the specific atmosphere of Otsjanep itself as unlike anywhere else he visited during his research, a heaviness he couldn't fully account for on arrival, before he understood what the village had actually been carrying since 1958. He stayed anyway, bathing in the river, alongside the men he was trying to interview, eating what they ate, present long enough and consistently enough that the silence eventually, gradually, began to give way to fragments, a detail here, a correction there, until a version of events none of the earlier investigators who'd passed through the region over the previous 5 decades had ever been able to piece together started to take shape. Hoffman published his findings in a 2014 book, and his conclusion, based on that fieldwork and on physical items he says were described to him by people in the village, is that Michael did not drown at all, that he made it to shore, likely near or within reach of Otsjanep itself, and was killed there within a short time by men from the village, in an act his sources described to him not as random opportunistic violence, but as the specific necessary fulfillment of the unmet debt from 1958. Balance restored the only way the cosmology available to those men understood balance could be restored, on the exact stretch of coastline where the earlier deaths had never been avenged. I want to be careful and precise about how I present this, because I think precision is the only respectful way to handle a claim this serious about real, living people's ancestors. Hoffman's conclusion is a researched, published theory built from years of fieldwork and testimony gathered under specific sensitive circumstances, decades after the fact, and it has been taken seriously by many of the journalists and historians who've studied this case most closely. It is not a confirmed fact. No remains were ever recovered. No physical evidence has ever been independently verified by an outside forensic authority. The accounts Hoffman gathered came from elderly villagers speaking, through translation, about events from half a century earlier, under social and cultural pressures that are genuinely difficult for any outsider to fully weigh. The Rockefeller family has never accepted this account, has stated publicly and repeatedly that they believe Michael drowned, and has understandably found the cannibalism narrative, which has circulated in cruder, far less careful forms than Hoffman's own research for 60 years, often reduced in tabloid retellings to exactly the kind of lurid, dehumanizing savage native spectacle that erases everything complicated and human about the actual colonial history underneath it, to be a painful and unwelcome intrusion on their grief. I think both of those things can be true, honestly held at once. That Hoffman's research represents some of the most serious, careful investigative work this case has ever received, and that a family's rejection of a story that reduces their lost son to fodder for a cannibalism headline is entirely understandable, regardless of whether the underlying research holds up. I also think it's worth saying plainly because I don't think this story is well served by leaving it unsaid. Whatever happened to Michael Rockefeller in the water, or on that shore, it happened inside a much larger, older story about colonial violence, a culture under active and often brutal outside pressure to abandon practices central to its own cosmology. and a debt. 5 men shot dead by an armed patrol in 1958 that nobody in power at the time treated as urgently as they treated the disappearance of one wealthy young American 3 years later. If Hoffman's account is correct, Michael Rockefeller did not die because the Asmat were simply inherently violent people in the flattened way that word gets used in cheap retellings of this case. He died, if this account is correct, because a specific historical debt from a specific act of colonial violence had never been settled, and he happened, on the worst possible morning, to wash up in reach of the people still owed that settlement. Either version of this story, the ordinary, brutal accident, or the far darker possibility Hoffman spent years documenting, ends in the same place. An empty coastline, a family that never got a body to bury, and a question that has now outlived nearly everyone who was alive to ask it in 1961. The case has never really left public memory since. It resurfaces every few years in a new documentary, a new magazine retrospective, a new true crime podcast episode, almost always framed around the same central tension between the two competing explanations, almost always leaning, for obvious dramatic reasons, toward the darker one. I think that pull is worth naming, honestly, because it's the same pull that made me want to tell you this story in the first place. On a channel built around exactly that kind of dread. There is something about this particular case, the wealth, the youth, the total absence of a body, the specific documented history of colonial violence sitting underneath it, that makes it almost irresistible as a story, in a way that 100 other unsolved drownings never become, because those other cases don't come with a Rockefeller attached, and a decades-old debt of blood that may or may not have been the actual final chapter. I don't think that makes the story wrong to tell. I do think it's worth being honest that the reason it keeps getting told has as much to do with who Michael Rockefeller was as with what may have happened to him, and that the actual Asmat people living in and around Achtinep today have had to carry the weight of that fascination. Reporters, documentary crews, amateur investigators, tourists chasing a grim curiosity for 6 decades now, layered on top of everything else their own history already asked them to carry. The Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York carries a wing bearing Michael's name today, built around the collection of Asmat and Pacific art his final expedition helped assemble. The same objects, carved by the same broader culture that drew a 23-year-old across the world in the first place, chasing something he genuinely believed mattered in a place that had never promised to let him leave. I don't have an ending for you that resolves this, and I don't think it would be honest to invent one. What I can tell you is that the current off that coastline still runs the way it ran that morning in 1961, that the water there has never given up whatever it was carrying, and that somewhere between an engine that simply stopped and a debt that may or may not have finally come due, a young man who believed, with his whole privileged, protected life behind him, that he could make it, went into the water and never came back out. I think about Wassing sometimes in all of this, more than most retellings of this case bother to. He lived the rest of his life carrying the specific, singular fact of having been the last person to see Michael Rockefeller alive, the man who watched him swim away and could do nothing but hold on to an overturned hull and wait to find out, hours or days later, whether either of them would survive the water that morning had put them both in. He gave his account to investigators, and later to journalists consistently, and without apparent embellishment, across the years that followed, never once claiming to know more than the plain, limited thing he had actually witnessed, A man swimming toward a shore neither of them could clearly see, growing smaller, and then gone. I think there's a specific, quiet horror in being the person left holding that fact for the rest of your life. Not the one who disappeared, but the one who watched it happen and never got to know how it ended either. Sleep well tonight, if you can. Some mysteries aren't there to be solved by the time you close your eyes. Some of them are just there to remind you how much of the world was never actually as safe as it looked from where you were standing, and how completely, in the one moment it mattered most, even the largest fortune on earth could do nothing but charter a jet, fly to the edge of the water, and watch the search planes come back empty, one more time, at the end of one more day. Story 9. If you've ever felt like your feed truly gets you, this story is for you. Make yourself comfy, and let's dive in. Marcus Bellamy had built a career out of not believing things just because he wanted them to be true. He was an actuary, 32 years old, 6 years into a job that paid him to sit in a cubicle in Philadelphia and quantify exactly how likely bad things were to happen to people who assumed they wouldn't. He was good at it. He'd built pricing models that had saved his firm's clients real money by catching risk nobody else had bothered to price correctly. And he took a specific, private pride in being the guy in the room who asked, "What's the actual probability of that?" instead of nodding along with whatever story sounded most convenient. He'd moved to the city 2 years earlier for the job, knew almost nobody outside of work, and had settled into a life that ran on a schedule so regular he could have priced it. Gym at 6, desk by 8, dinner alone in front of a screen, asleep by 11. He wasn't unhappy exactly. He was just alone in the specific low-grade, permanent way that stops registering as an emotion after enough years and starts feeling more like weather. He downloaded Kindle the way he did most things, methodically, after reading 4 separate comparison articles about which dating app had the best actual success rate for people his age, and he'd matched with maybe 30 women in 3 months, most of whom never wrote back. A handful who exchanged 2 or 3 messages before going quiet the way people did on those apps. A pattern so consistent he'd started, half joking to himself, thinking of it in terms of conversion rates. Bianca matched with him on a Tuesday night in March, a slow week where the biggest thing that had happened to him was a coworker bringing donuts to a meeting. And he remembered the specific, faintly embarrassing rush of checking his phone 4 times in the hour after the match came through. The way you check a lottery ticket you already suspect didn't win. Her profile had 6 photos, a hiking shot on some overlook he didn't recognize, a candid at what looked like a friend's birthday dinner, one where she was laughing at something out of frame with her hair down and lit gold by a window, and a bio that mentioned, among other things, that she was into board games nobody had heard of, that she'd grown up going on long, aimless road trips with her dad, and that she was, and this was the exact phrase, allergic to small talk. Please don't ask me how my day was. He'd laughed out loud reading it, alone in his apartment, in a way he didn't remember doing in a while. He told Priya about the match the next morning, mostly because she sat 2 desks over and had a habit of asking him pointed questions about his weekend that he'd learned it was easier to answer than deflect. Priya had been doing this job 3 years longer than he had, and treated most of what he said with the same professional skepticism she brought to a badly modeled risk table. She read the bio over his shoulder, said allergic to small talk, sounds like something written by somebody who read a list of things men like to see on dating profiles, and went back to her spreadsheet. He laughed it off at the time. He thought about that specific comment more than once in the weeks that followed, and kept not bringing it back up with her, because by then, there was too much else that had happened for one offhand joke to still feel relevant. The messages that first week moved fast in a way that would have set off every alarm he had if it had happened with anyone else, and it took him embarrassingly long to notice that it hadn't set any off with her. She asked him real questions and remembered the answers days later without being reminded. Not just the big ones, but small stray details. The name of a coworker he'd complained about once, the specific brand of instant noodles he kept in his desk drawer, brought back up a week later in a way that felt, at the time, like being truly paid attention to for the first time, and longer than he wanted to admit. She mentioned 3 messages into their second conversation that she'd always wanted to try Meridian, an out-of-print strategy board game from the 90s that Marcus had spent 2 years hunting down a mint copy of and had once written 400 words about in a Reddit thread that got maybe 6 upvotes. He asked her, genuinely startled, how she'd even heard of it, and she said her college roommate's older brother had a copy, that they used to play it drunk at 2 in the morning, and wasn't it funny that they'd both randomly loved the same obscure dead game nobody talked about anymore. It didn't strike him as strange, not then. It struck him as the specific electric feeling of finally being understood by someone who wasn't required to pretend. It kept happening. He mentioned offhand a band called Salt Hollow that he'd been into since college, a group with maybe 4,000 monthly listeners and one really good album that never got a proper release outside a handful of file-sharing forums. And Bianca said she'd had their song Low Tide on repeat for a whole summer once, years ago, and did he know the demo version was actually better than the one that made the final cut? He did know that. He'd written a whole post about it once, on a message board that had been defunct for 2 years by the time he met her. He told her that was insane. That was actually insane. And she sent back a string of laughing emojis and said great minds, and somewhere in the part of him that priced risk for a living, a very small, very quiet voice noted that this was a lot of exact overlap for 2 strangers to have found each other by accident, and he ignored it. The way you ignore a smoke detector you've already decided is just low on batteries. The kind of chirp you tell yourself you'll deal with on the weekend, and then simply stop hearing after the 3rd or 4th night. By the 2nd week, they were talking every day. Long messages that stretched into video calls most nights, and the video calls were where, if he was being honest with himself later, the doubt should have actually landed somewhere, instead of sliding off him. Her signal was never great. She'd explained early on that she was staying at her family's place, out past cell service range for a few months, working remote, house-sitting for her aunt while she figured some things out after a bad breakup of her own. A detail that made him feel, at the time, like they were 2 matched pieces of the same kind of loneliness, which in hindsight was exactly the effect it had clearly been built to produce. The video would stutter every few minutes, freeze for half a second, and catch back up. And there was a specific gesture she did often, reaching up to tuck a piece of hair behind her ear, where the stutter seemed to land almost every single time, her hand rising the same fractional distance before the feed caught up and finished the motion a half beat later than it should have. He noticed it. He filed it under bad rural Wi-Fi, the same drawer he filed everything else that didn't quite fit, and kept talking. She mentioned around the third week, a small tattoo behind her left ear, a tiny sparrow, and she told him a story about her grandmother calling her "my little sparrow" as a kid, and Marcus had gone completely still on his end of the call because he had the exact same tattoo in the exact same place for the exact same reason, down to the specific bird his own late mother used to call him, a fact he'd posted about years earlier on a public Instagram account he hadn't touched in ages. A paragraph-long caption under a photo of the fresh ink explaining the whole story to an audience of maybe 200 followers who mostly never looked at it again. He asked her, voice not quite steady, if she was messing with him. She said no, laughing, a little disbelieving herself, and said maybe it was fate, and he wanted so badly for that to be the explanation that he let it be. He brought a version of it to Priya the next morning, framing it as "isn't this wild" rather than "is this normal," the tattoo detail included, and she went quiet in a way that wasn't like her usual dry deflection. She asked him, carefully, whether he'd ever posted about that tattoo anywhere online, and when he said yes, years ago, on Instagram, she didn't say anything for a second, and then told him, gently, that she thought he should slow down. He told her she was being paranoid. He believed that, mostly, right up until he didn't anymore, by which point it was already too late to matter. The coincidences kept stacking after that, in a way that should have gotten harder to swallow the higher the pile got, and instead got easier, the way anything does once you've already decided what conclusion you're building toward. She mentioned, unprompted, that her comfort order at any coffee shop was a plain drip coffee with too much cream and exactly 1 sugar, which was, word for word, an order Marcus had been mocked for by an ex-girlfriend for being both boring and oddly specific. She said her favorite movie as a kid had been an obscure stop-motion film about a fox that Marcus's mother used to put on for him on sick days, a movie so far outside the mainstream that he'd never once met another person who'd actually seen it, and Bianca not only had. She quoted a line of dialogue from a scene 2/3 of the way through that only somebody who'd watched the whole thing multiple times would remember accurately. He mentioned this one to Priya too, and she just looked at him for a long moment before going back to her spreadsheet, which he decided at the time meant she'd run out of things to say, and which he understood much later had actually meant she'd simply stopped expecting him to listen. They planned to meet in person 5 weeks in, which felt, to him, like an eternity of restraint by the standards of how fast everything else had moved. It was her idea to meet somewhere other than a restaurant. She said she hated the performance of a first dinner date, the forced conversation over menus, and that she'd rather meet somewhere that felt like the road trips she used to take with her dad, someplace a little forgotten, a little in between, the kind of rest stop you pull off at past dark and have almost entirely to yourself. She sent him a pin, Cedar Hollow Rest Area, a lonely turnout off a 2-lane state road that cut through the pine flat woods in the southern part of the state. The kind of stretch where the trees pressed close on both sides and the towns thinned out to almost nothing between one gas station and the next. It should have been a stranger request than it felt like at the time. He'd thought about it briefly. The small, quiet, risk-creasing part of his brain doing the math on meeting someone from the internet at an empty rest stop after dark, instead of literally anywhere with other people in it. And then he'd thought about the sparrow tattoo and the demo version of Low Tide and Meridian, and let the math loose. He drove out on a Friday evening in late April, an hour and 40 minutes from his apartment, the last 20 minutes of it, through pine flatwoods, so dense and unbroken that his phone dropped to 1 bar and then to nothing at all, the road narrowing until the shoulder disappeared entirely, and the tree line came right up to the white line. Bianca had texted him a string of things throughout the drive. A photo of a coffee she'd apparently just bought, a joke about being nervous, a countdown of miles that didn't quite match his own GPS, though he didn't think much of that until much later. And the last message he got before his signal died completely said, "Only running a couple minutes behind you. Go ahead and wait by the vending machines. Service out here is garbage." He'd spent the drive rehearsing, the way he imagined most people did before a first meeting like this, running through the things he might say if the conversation went quiet, and underneath that, unacknowledged, running the same quiet risk math he'd been running for 5 weeks, and steadily losing. He'd priced worse odds than this, professionally, he told himself. People met strangers off the internet every day. It went fine every day, thousands of times over, and the actual base rate of anything going wrong was, by any honest accounting, small. He didn't let himself finish the thought that followed that one, which was that small wasn't the same as zero, and that the people it did happen to had presumably run the same comforting math on the way there too. The last town with a working gas station had been 11 miles back. After that, the road just kept narrowing, split rail fences giving way to nothing, the sandy shoulder crowding closer with every mile, until the headlights were catching nothing but trunks on both sides, packed close enough together that the woods felt less like a forest and more like a wall with a road cut through the middle of it. He passed exactly one other vehicle heading the opposite direction the whole last stretch, its headlights washing past him in the dark, and for reasons he couldn't have explained to anyone at the time. It felt like the last normal thing that was going to happen to him for a while. Cedar Hollow was smaller than he'd pictured, a single low building with restrooms on either end and a vending alcove in the middle, sodium lights buzzing overhead in the dark, a scatter of picnic tables under a stand of pines that had grown close enough to the building to drop needles across the roofline. There was one other car in the lot when he pulled in, an older sedan parked at an angle near the far end, no plate light working, no one visible inside it. He parked 2 spaces down from it, out of some instinct he didn't examine too closely, and got out into air that smelled like resin and standing water. He waited by the vending machines the way she'd asked, texting into a phone that hadn't shown a signal bar in 20 minutes, the messages sitting there with a small red exclamation mark. That meant not delivered. He told himself that was fine. That was expected. She'd said the service was garbage. That was the whole reason they were meeting here instead of somewhere normal. He checked the time. He checked it again 4 minutes later. He bought a bag of pretzels from the vending machine he didn't want, mostly for something to do with his hands, and ate maybe 3 of them standing under the buzzing light with the whole rest of the lot dark and quiet around him. He noticed, in the way you notice things you're not actually looking for, that the sedan 2 spaces down had a thin film of dust across the windshield that didn't match a car that had supposedly just driven here from wherever she was staying. Dust that looked more like a car that had been sitting in that exact spot for hours, maybe longer, undisturbed. He noticed the sodium light over the vending alcove had a slow, rhythmic flicker to it. On, off, on, in a pattern that didn't match the steady hum of the 2 lights over the restroom doors on either end of the building, both of which burned even and bright the whole time he stood there. He noticed there was no attendance office, no camera housing anywhere he could find on a slow scan of the building's eaves. Nothing at all watching this particular stretch of pavement except the trees. He noticed, last, a faint smell under the resin and standing water that he couldn't place at the time and would only connect much later, lying awake, trying to reconstruct the whole night in order to the specific chemical sweetness of the hand sanitizer dispensers mounted outside both restroom doors. The kind of detail that meant nothing on its own and only mattered because it told him, in hindsight, someone had been standing close enough to those dispensers recently enough to leave the smell hanging in the still night air. 10 minutes in, he almost got back in his car. He had his hand on the door handle, the decision half made, when his phone buzzed with a single word, "Almost there, sorry." And the buzz was enough in the moment to talk himself back out of leaving. He told himself later that this was the choice he replayed the most, more than any single moment that came after it, because it was the one point in the whole night where turning around would have cost him nothing at all. He stood there afterward, running the same thought in a loop. It took him weeks to quiet down. That whoever had sent that message had known exactly how long 10 minutes of silence would take to work on. Somebody like him, and had timed it accordingly. The same patient, unhurried instinct that had built the rest of her out of his own forgotten posts, now aimed at the much smaller, much simpler problem of keeping him standing in one place a few minutes longer. 15 minutes passed when she was supposed to arrive. He started doing the math he did for a living without meaning to. How long was a reasonable wait before a delay stopped being a delay and started being something else? What were the actual odds she'd simply gotten turned around on an unfamiliar road with no signal? What were the odds of the alternative he didn't want to name yet? And it was somewhere in the middle of that calculation that he heard the ringtone. It came from behind the vending machines, muffled by the metal housing, tinny and thin the way a phone speaker sounds through a barrier, but unmistakable, because it was a song he would have recognized anywhere on Earth. The opening 4 bars of Low Tide, the actual Final Cut version, not the demo, playing on a loop that cut off after the same 4 bars, and started again over and over, coming from somewhere behind the machine he was standing directly in front of. It was the ringtone she'd told him, 3 weeks earlier, she'd set for his contact specifically. Their song, she'd called it, half joking. The first night they'd talked about the band, he had never once heard it play, because she had never once called him. He was hearing it now for the first time, playing from a phone that was not in her hand, because her hand was nowhere he could see, behind a vending machine in an empty rest stop 100 miles from her supposed cabin with no signal for 20 miles in any direction. He didn't decide to move so much as find himself already moving, stepping sideways around the end of the vending alcove before the part of his brain that priced risk for a living had finished telling him not to. And that was when the shape came around the other end to meet him. It was tall, taller than any woman in any photo he'd been sent, taller than made sense against the doorway it stepped out of. A broad-shouldered silhouette in a dark hooded jacket with a phone held loose in one gloved hand. Screen still glowing, low tide still looping out of it in the dark. He couldn't see a face. The hood and the angle of the one working light overhead conspired to keep everything above the jaw in shadow, and the jaw itself was set in a way that wasn't smiling and wasn't not smiling, just still, watching him work out what he was looking at in real time. Marcus said her name once, stupidly, some reflex refusing to catch up with what his eyes were already telling him, and the figure didn't answer. Didn't move for a second that stretched out much longer than a second actually is, and then took one step toward him, unhurried. The way you'd step toward something you'd already decided wasn't going anywhere. He had, in that stretched-out second, the specific and useless thought that there had been a dozen moments over the last 5 weeks where this same figure, or whoever was standing behind the phone doing the talking, if it wasn't the same person at all, could have done something to him far more easily than this. Could have asked him to wire money, the way every article about this exact scam warned people about. Could have asked for photos, could have asked for anything, and hadn't, not once, not any of it, which meant whatever this actually was, it had never been about anything so simple as that. The thought didn't slow him down. If anything, it was the thing that finally got his legs moving. Some animal calculation running underneath the actuarial one that didn't need 5 weeks of data to understand it had been badly wrong about what kind of danger this was. He ran. He doesn't remember deciding to. He remembers the picnic tables going by in the dark, the gravel under his shoes. The specific stupid detail of the half-eaten bag of pretzels still in his hand the whole way, because some animal part of him hadn't thought to drop it. And he remembers a hand. A real hand. Gloved. Enormous. Closing on the strap of his bag and missing the grip by inches as he twisted away from it, close enough that he felt the air of the miss against his shoulder. He got the driver's door open, threw himself in, and had the engine turning over before he'd even gotten the door fully shut. One leg still half out of the car as he dropped it into reverse and swung the wheel hard enough to send gravel spraying against the vending machines. In his headlights for less than a full second as he straightened the wheel to pull out. He caught the figure standing exactly where he'd left it, not chasing, not running after the car at all. Just standing under the buzzing sodium light, with the phone still glowing in one hand, watching the taillights, the way you'd watch something leave that you weren't especially worried about losing. He didn't stop driving until he hit a gas station with real lights and real people 20 minutes later, hands shaking too hard to pump his own gas, and it was there, parked under the awning with the engine still running, that his phone found one bar of signal and buzzed with a message from Bianca's number. There was no text before it, no explanation, no apology for being late, nothing that acknowledged the last hour had happened at all. Just 7 words, sent at 9:47 p.m., 17 minutes after he'd pulled out of the lot. I guess I'll get you next time. He called the police from the gas station parking lot and told them everything he could get out in a coherent order, and a deputy met him there 20 minutes later and drove him back out to Cedar Hollow himself, lights off, the two of them walking the lot together under the same buzzing sodium light while Marcus pointed out where he'd stood and where the sedan had been parked. The sedan was gone. There was no plate number to give them. He'd never thought to look, hadn't had more than a few seconds where looking at anything but the shape in front of him had seemed possible. The vending machine housing showed nothing when the deputy checked behind it, except a service access panel, with a gap wide enough for a person to have stood in, out of the light, close enough to the front of the machine to be heard through the metal, but never seen from where Marcus had been standing. The deputy shone a flashlight along the gravel behind the panel and found a single clear boot print in a patch of soft ground, men's large, facing outward toward the vending alcove, a print that told them a size and not much else. Since Cedar Hollow's lot got resurfaced with fresh gravel every spring and there was nothing to compare it against, no way to say how long it had been there, or whether it belonged to the same night at all, though nobody standing in that parking lot at 11 at night seriously entertained the idea that it didn't. Bianca's account, when the detective who eventually caught the case tried to pull records on it 2 days later, had already been deleted. Not deactivated. Deleted. The whole profile scrubbed from Kindled servers within hours of the incident. No forwarding email on file that led anywhere real. A phone number that traced to a prepaid burner activated 6 weeks earlier at a convenience store 40 miles from Marcus's apartment, and never used for anything except talking to him. The 6 photos on her profile, when a tech at the department finally ran them, turned out to belong to 5 different real women scattered across 3 different states, none of whom had ever heard of Marcus Bellamy, none of whom had ever been to Cedar Hollow Rest Area, all of whom had public social media accounts that anyone with enough patience could have scraped a matching set of angles and lighting from without any of them ever knowing their face had been borrowed. The detective told him, with the particular flatness of someone who'd already made a dozen calls like this and expected to make a dozen more, that Kindled's own policy required only an email address and a working phone number to create a profile. No photo verification requirement in this jurisdiction. No ID check. Nothing that would have caught an account built entirely out of somebody else's stolen pictures before it ever got the chance to match with anyone at all. He asked, twice, whether the company had any way to flag or trace who'd actually created the account beyond the burner number, and both times the answer came back the same. A login history tied to a rotating list of public Wi-Fi networks and VPN exit nodes spread across 4 different states. Nothing that traced back to a single fixed location anyone could put a name to. Nobody could tell him what the plan had actually been. The detective was careful and professional about it, laid out the range without pretending to know which end of it was true. Could have been a robbery that Marcus's own instinct to run had interrupted before it started. Could have been something considerably worse that the same instinct had interrupted at an earlier stage than that. Could have been something neither of them would ever be in a position to name for certain. He said this last part slowly, watching Marcus's face while he said it. The way you watch someone to see how much of a hard thing they can actually absorb in one sitting. And Marcus remembers being grateful, in a strange way, that the man hadn't tried to soften it more than that. Nothing had been taken. Nobody had been hurt badly enough to leave more than a bruise on his shoulder, where the grab had almost landed. There was, legally, very little to actually charge anyone with, even if they'd had someone to charge, which they didn't, and 6 weeks later the case sat exactly where it had landed the first night. Open, unsolved, no leads, a burner phone that had gone dark and stayed dark. It was almost a month before Marcus made himself do the thing his job had trained him to do with any dataset that didn't add up, which was go back through it from the beginning and actually run the numbers instead of trusting his gut. He went back through his own old accounts, the ones he hadn't touched in years, a Reddit account under a username he barely remembered making, the dormant Instagram with 200 followers he never posted to anymore, a message board post about a dead band's unreleased demo that had sat online untouched since before he'd moved to Philadelphia. He found the sparrow tattoo caption exactly where he'd left it, 4 years old. 211 words explaining his mother's nickname for him to an audience that had mostly stopped looking within a week of him posting it. He found the Meridian thread, 6 upvotes, 1 reply from an account that had since been deleted. No way now to know if that deleted account had been the first thread anyone had ever pulled to start building Bianca out of him. He found the low tide post, comments closed, board defunct, cached only because some archive service had happened to crawl it before the site went down for good. Every single detail that had ever made him feel found. The tattoo, the game, the band, the demo version he'd insisted was better, the coffee order, the Fox movie, was sitting in public, searchable, waiting, on accounts he'd forgotten existed, posted by a version of himself who'd had no idea, at the time, that he was leaving a set of instructions for how to build a person specifically shaped to fit into the exact hole his loneliness had worn into him. He cross-referenced each one against a date, methodically, the way he'd have built out a claims history, and found that every post was at least 2 years old, some closer to 5, which meant whoever had built Bianca hadn't been working off anything recent. They'd gone back through years of him, patiently, the same way an actuary goes back through years of someone else's data, looking for the pattern that actually predicts the outcome, instead of the one that only looks like it does. Nobody had gotten lucky matching him with someone who happened to share his interests. Somebody had gone looking for him first, and built Bianca backward from what they found. He told Priya all of it, eventually, sitting in her car in the office parking garage on a Thursday evening. Neither of them had any particular reason to still be at work for, and she didn't say "I told you so," which he'd half expected, and almost wanted her to, because at least that would have been a smaller thing to be angry about than what had actually happened. She asked him instead whether the police had said anything about how common this actually was. Not the rest stop part she meant, but the research part, the years of scraped posts, the demo version of a song only he would have known to correct someone on. And he told her the detective hadn't given him a number, hadn't seemed to have one to give, which was its own kind of answer. She sat with that for a while, and then she said the thing that stuck with him longer than almost anything else anyone said to him that whole spring, which was that she wasn't sure the scariest part was the man behind the vending machine at all. It was that whoever built Bianca had clearly done this kind of patient, unhurried research before, more than once, and would very likely do it again, on someone else, using whatever version of a sparrow tattoo that person had once posted about and forgotten. He deleted every one of those old accounts the week he figured that out, methodically, the same way he'd have closed out a bad position at work, and it changed almost nothing about how he felt, because the accounts weren't the actual problem. The actual problem was that somewhere out there was a person patient enough to spend, who knew how many weeks, combing through a stranger's digital exhaust for the specific shape of what he was missing. Patient enough to hold a low-quality looping video call together for a month without slipping. Once in a way he'd have caught, if he hadn't wanted so badly not to look, and unbothered enough, by getting interrupted at Cedar Hollow, to send a text 17 minutes later that treated the whole thing as a scheduling inconvenience, rather than a failure. "I guess I'll get you next time." He still doesn't know what next time was supposed to mean, whether it meant him specifically, or just meant the next name in whatever list he'd apparently been pulled from. he deleted Kindled the same week. He still checks the lock on his apartment door twice most nights, a habit that arrived sometime that spring and never fully left. And he still, more than a year later, gets a specific cold drop in his stomach anytime an unfamiliar number calls his phone and lets it ring itself out rather than answer. The small, quiet part of him that used to only price other people's risk for a living, now running the same calculation on his own life every single day, and never quite landing on an answer he can make himself trust. He tried for a while that summer to explain the whole thing to his mother over the phone, and got about halfway through before he heard her go quiet. In the specific way, parent they're recalculating how much danger their kid has actually been in, without them knowing about it. And he found himself doing the thing he did at work. Sometimes, when a client's numbers were worse than they wanted to hear, rounding it down, smoothing the edges, telling her it had mostly just been scary, that the police were handling it, that he was fine, none of which felt exactly like a lie, and none of which felt exactly true either. He didn't tell her about the sparrow tattoo being the thing that had actually hooked him, or about the caption he'd deleted, or about how long he'd sat with his laptop and afterward, reading his own old posts, like they belonged to a stranger who'd made a series of small, reasonable, indefensible choices. Some of it, he'd decided, was going to stay his. He went back to Kindled's website once, months later, out of the same compulsive need to understand a bad outcome that had made him good at his job in the first place, and read through the company's safety page, the one every dating app apparently maintained now, full of gentle bullet points about meeting in public places, and telling a friend where you're going, and trusting your gut. He'd done 2 of the 3. He'd told Priya, sort of, in the vaguest possible terms, the night before. He'd chosen, technically on paper, a public place, a rest stop with a name, and an address, and a parking lot. The same way a person could technically choose a public swimming pool at 2 in the morning. With the lights off. The safety page didn't have a bullet point for what to do, when the danger had already spent 5 weeks studying exactly which reassurances would work on you, specifically, tailored the way an ad gets tailored, built out of your own words fed back to you in a stranger's voice. He didn't email the company about it. He wasn't sure, in the end, what he would have asked them to change that they hadn't already, technically, told him to watch out for. Priya still asks him, every so often offhand, in the middle of some unrelated conversation at their desks, whether he's talked to anyone about it, not police. She means an actual person, the kind you pay to sit across from once a week. And he tells her he's thinking about it, which has been true, in some form, for going on a year now, thinking about it in the same suspended way he thinks about most decisions he's not ready to actually make. He knows what a professional would probably tell him, the same thing he'd tell a client whose model kept returning an answer they didn't like. That the data doesn't change just because you keep rerunning it, that at some point you have to accept the output and build your decisions around what it's actually telling you, instead of running it again, hoping for something kinder. He hasn't gotten there yet. He's not sure loneliness works the way risk models do, no matter how much of his life he's spent insisting professionally that it should. He still uses vending machines. That part surprised him when he noticed it. Some things came back faster than he expected, and that was one of them, standing in front of the one in his own office break room a few weeks after, feeding it $1 for a bag of pretzels out of nothing but habit, and only registering the specific wrongness of the choice once the bag had already dropped. He doesn't go to rest stops anymore. Not for any reason, not even the ordinary reason most people stop at one, choosing instead to hold it another 20 minutes to the next real exit with a name brand sign and a parking lot full of other cars, every single time, on every drive, for as long as he expects to be driving anywhere at all. He tells himself it's not really about Cedar Hollow. Specifically, he knows, in the part of his brain that still runs the numbers whether he wants it to or not, that it is.